This is going to be the Photoshop Advanced class for the CG School. I'm Lon Gross here at Neoscape Studios in Boston. And today we're going to talk about a whole bunch of really great Photoshop stuff. At any point, if you have questions, feel free to go ahead and post those into the chat window, and we'll do our best to answer any questions as they come up. Really quickly, I want to take a look at the agenda that we've set out for today, and I'm just going to jump onto our CG School website. And so today in day one, what we're going to be talking about right off the bat, some concepts regarding color management and color bit depth, so that when we're working in Photoshop, we're working in a setup that is stable and known. We're also going to talk about working with 32-bit files, EXR files, and HDR files that are prevalent in today's workflow. We're going to jump into what some of the major color modes inside of Photoshop, RGB, CMYK, and lab space, and describe a bit of what you can do, what advanced techniques you can do inside of each one of those. We're also going to get in a big part of our afternoon is going to be spent on advanced color correction. Color correction is a huge part of working inside of Photoshop for anything from a photography workflow to a rendering workflow. And we're going to go through in depth various different ways that we can go about color correction, as well as how we can analyze it and measure it. We're going to get into our blending modes, or otherwise known as transfer modes, and talk a bit about the math that's behind them, but more importantly, what to expect when you use certain transfer modes such as add, multiply, overlay, and so on. Then there's some really there's some good techniques for using hue, saturation, color, luminosity, those transfer modes when we're in color correction. So we might start that a little bit inside of our advanced color correction section. We're going to get into some image filters, some advanced image filters, our blurs and our sharpens, but we're going to learn how to use unsharp mask, how to sharpen images using a high pass and control it. And then towards the end, we'll see how we're doing for time. I want to show a couple techniques for creating tileable texture maps and take some of these things together so that we know how our color correction can work for us. We might jump into a couple of Photoshop files towards the end of the day just to kind of take a peek at some of the workflows and how they're arranged. And then tomorrow, we're going to break down an actual workflow in a bunch of different scenes, talk about how we can composite render passes. We'll do a little bit of that this morning when I show EXR, because I think what we're going to do is I'm going to show you the compositing math that's part of the EXR workflow. We're going to get into working with smart objects, which is really great when you're working with entourage or duplicate elements in your scene. And then we're going to go through how do you composite, the major items. How do you put skies in, foliage, people? What are some of the tricks for color correcting them, finding the right ones, putting them in place, cutting out people? And then towards the end of tomorrow, we're going to be talking about some advanced photography features, merging to HDR, using photo merge to create panoramic images, some techniques for dodge and burn or controlling saturation. And then it's not specifically Photoshop, but we're going to jump into Lightroom and talk a little bit about what its feature set is and how it compares with Photoshop's Camera Raw, and do a final color grading over a set of some images. So that will lay out the course of our next 2 days. Go ahead and minimize that. So one of the first things that we should address is that when you're working on a color workflow, you want to work in a color managed workflow. and my monitor is currently calibrated. We spent actually a couple of hours yesterday going through various calibrations for it and testing it and finding out what the best scenarios were. Currently, this is calibrated using a device from X-Rite. It's actually the same device that we show in our V-Ray Advanced Level 1 class called the Color Monkey, which is also a spectrophotometer that allows you to measure colors as well. So it's a pretty good device. But what does that mean for us? Well, one of the things that means is that if I go to, I'm in Windows 7, and I go to the advanced settings of my monitor, you'll see that there's a color management, and this is a lookup table loader for Windows 7. And when I click on this lookup table loader, you'll see that I've got two displays that are registering. Right now, these displays are being duplicated here in our studio in Boston so that what I'm showing on the screen is also showing on our LCD monitor, our plasma screen up here. And so what you'll notice is that yesterday's calibration is loaded as my default, and you can set that as default profile by making sure that's clicked as set as default. Now, that's one step of the process in terms of color managing, is making sure that your monitor has been calibrated. And when it does that, it calibrates not only the colors but the luminance values as well. So the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to open up Photoshop and talk a little bit about its color management features that we want to set. And one of the first places that you're going to look is under Edit, Color Settings, and that's Shift-Control-K is the shortcut if you want to pull it up. And so the color management settings for Photoshop typically default, I believe, to North America General Purpose 2. This is what you might find when you install Photoshop and you go to it for the first time. Well, one of the first things that we're going to want to do is we're going to want to talk about what our working spaces are. And when you're working on renderings, primarily your workflow is going to be in the Rgb space. So when you're rendering things out of 3D Studio Max and V-Ray or Maya or anything like that, you're coming up with RGB images that you're going to be using. So this color space here, this Rgb space, is important. Right now it defaults to sRGB, which is a limited range gamut, but it's a color space that is prevalent for web work, and it's also sort of a universal color space. The issue with it is that if we're working in sRGB, we are editing to the lowest common denominator, and we're also losing some color fidelity or losing access to some color gamut when we're working on our files. So while this is, this can be a useful setup, what I suggest doing is working in what's called Adobe Rgb Space. And Adobe Rgb Space is a wider gamut of colors. It's not quite as wide as ProPhoto RGB, but the issue with ProPhoto RGB is that its gamut, and when I say gamut, I'm talking about the color range that it's able to produce. The amount of colors that ProPhoto RGB can produce is more than a typical monitor can handle. I'll show you in a second when I'm going to open up Lightroom, and we'll talk a little bit about some other places where color management comes into play. But for now, what I would suggest is choosing Adobe Rgb to give yourself access to a wider range of colors. If you're working in CMYK and you've got a color and you're working in a print workflow, CMYK becomes more important for what you're going to be doing there. Since everything that we're talking about in the course of our next 2 days is really based for screen or print from an RGB file, we're not we're not going to worry so much about our CMYK gray and spot values. So now we have to look at what our color management policies are, and this is how Photoshop interprets images as they open up, and it flags it flags Photoshop to ask you what it should do. So in terms of our images, if we're working in a file that's already got a embedded profile, such as an Adobe Rgb or ProPhoto, we have it set to preserve that embedded profile because we don't want to change it. We want to keep it in its native profile. But what we also want to do is we want to turn on these dialog box for profile mismatches or missing profiles. So what that's going to do is that's going to alert Photoshop that when you open up a file and the profile doesn't match your working space, it's going to ask you what you'd like to do. Or if you paste an image, it'll ask you what to do. And then the last one is if it's missing a profile, it'll ask you to assign one. A couple other options we have in here that are important. One is our color engine, and we're going to leave this set as the Adobe Color Engine as opposed to the Microsoft one, since we're in Adobe Photoshop. And then we have a couple of options here for our intent, perceptual saturation, relative, and absolute colorimetric. Most of the time you're going to keep this as relative colorimetric. That's going to be the best space to work in. We do also offer, Jeff Model, one of the founders of CG School, has done a bit of a course and a bit of a section in our V-Ray Advanced class that goes through all of the different settings here. But just for now, I'd like you to understand that we should keep ours set at relative colorimetric. Now, when we're all said and done, we can go ahead and save these files as our color space that we want to, and we can call this working if. Okay, so now I've got my color settings set up in Photoshop to operate the way that I want them to. And I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. The other things that we have to look at inside of Photoshop in terms of color fidelity have to do with the amount of colors, the color range that you can deal with inside of a file, and as well as the file types. So I'm going to open up actually I'm just going to start a new file here. And you can see that when we go to start a new file, we have we can of course set the size of it, and we'll just make this 1,000 pixels. And we've got a color mode that we can choose. We can start at RGB, CMYK, or Lab. We'll keep it as RGB. And then we have 8, 16, and 32-bit colors to choose from. Well, if I keep this as an 8-bit, and I'm just going to make my file name be 8-bit to start. An 8-bit color space is going to give you access to from 0 to 255 in each one of your channels. So if I go to my color picker here and we look at my RGB values, the highest that I'll be able to set it is 255, 255, 255 as white, and then 000 for black. Well, what that means is that we have 256 possible colors in red, green, and blue, so 256 times 256 times 256 is something around the range of 16 million colors. Let's take a gradient here. I'm just going to do a quick black and white gradient across the screen. And so this is my quick 8-bit gradient. I've just gone from black to white. I do have dithering turned on, so we can get some smoother results. And if I if I start to correct this down, actually if we just look at the histogram here, you could start to see all these slight jagged points in here. And what it's doing is it's trying to do its best to give you the smoothest gradient with its 256 colors. Well, if I start to crush this down, and we zoom in on this, you're going to start to see some color banding that happens in it. And it's relatively faint right now because we've got a pretty smooth gradient. But the more you color correct, and you can see that the colors actually have gaps in it. There are these spikes in it that are missing elements to it. And if I crunch this even further, we can start to see these actual striations in our image. Well, for most purposes, working in 8-bit has been just fine. When you see images on the web, odds are they're all 8-bit images that you're working with, and so this problem isn't necessarily a huge one. But when we're working on our own artwork, what we want to do is we want to preserve, just like we said working in Adobe Rgb is going to preserve as many colors as we can. Well, what we tend to want to do is work inside of a 16-bit or higher color space. So I'm just going to minimize this 8-bit image and now make a 16-bit. And we're going to change this right here to 16-bit. And what 16-bit is going to do, and if I go to my color selectors here, you'll notice that I still am seeing 0 to 255 in my colors. That's how the color selector works here in terms of what Photoshop gives you access to. But what we really have access to, if I draw my gradient again, is I've got more colors in my spectrum. Now there's still some gaps in here, but I've got access to something like 65,000 colors per channel, and that's going to give you a huge amount of leeway in terms of our ability to color correct. And what you'll notice is, as we zoom in, this is quite a bit smoother than it was. There's still a little bit of very subtle striations that are happening in here. But for instance, if we were working on a photograph and we took a photograph of a sky and we were going to color correct that sky, well, odds are we're hoping that we took our digital photograph in Camera Raw. And Camera Raw is a native format that will give you a 16-bit output to it, and that's also going to give you better leeway in terms of your color correcting. So, for instance, if we color corrected the sky and we want to avoid banding in it, we'd want to keep that at 16-bit. Okay, so actually, let me keep that one. Okay. We should talk a little bit about file types. If I go to Save As and I want to save this file and I want to retain its 16-bit characteristics, well, I can save it as a Photoshop file. Photoshop files you can save as 8, 16, or 32-bit floating point. But you'll see that I have a limited amount of file types that I can save out here. Being a PNG file or a TIFF file, those would probably be your standard 16-bit file formats that you would save out of Photoshop. you'll notice that we have access to JPEG here. Well, JPEG is not compatible with 16-bit, but what Photoshop had done is, instead of making you go to image mode and change your color mode from 16 to 8-bit and then saving a JPEG, they made it work so that you could save an 8-bit JPEG directly out of this. So they put this in here to help you with the workflow. But just keep in mind that just because you have access to it doesn't actually mean that it's saving it out as a 16-bit. So just to reiterate there, for a 16-bit file format, you're going to want to work inside of a PNG or a TIFF file. If I go back over to my 8-bit image here, and I choose Save As for this, you'll notice that we have more to choose from. We have all of our options that we can save out. We can still save as a TIFF or a PNG file, like we talked about, and we can also save a Targa file, JPEG, you name it. I'm still going to suggest working either in Photoshop or TIFF or PNG file. Some folks choose to work inside of the Targa file format. Those are all cross-platform, so that's important. You can open those up on PC or Mac without any problem. Okay, so that's relatively easy to understand. Higher bit depth means higher color fidelity. Well, the next type of file, the next color depth, we're going to make a 32-bit file. And we'll drag our gradient. Well, that's interesting. Our gradient suddenly is looking a bit different than it did before, right? Even the amount of the way the gradient acts inside of the 32-bit file. And part of that is, you'll notice that if you look at our color space down here, it says linear RGB. And so we have some different things to consider now when we're working inside of a 32-bit floating point file. Also, look at our color selector here. Our color selector is a different type of color selector in general. We have our standard colors down here, but these are also in floating point. And floating point means that we can go to values above 1. And so even though our monitor can't produce that on screen, that will still have a brightness that is above 255 white. And what's important to know about that is exactly what you need when you start to work with HDR files or EXR files in a compositing standpoint, where you want lights that, let's say, pixels that are brighter than 1 will actually produce, illumination in your scene. The other thing that we have here is you can measure in stops, and at some point, if you get above your float point of 20, we can start to increase that, and we can go all the way up to 20 stops. So that's the stops are measuring it in terms of an exposure. And now as we crunch that down, we'll notice that we have quite a bit of color fidelity inside of this file type. The issue with 32-bit floating point, is we're going to kind of dive into a little bit as we talk about EXRs and HDR files, is there's limited amount of corrections that you can actually achieve inside of Photoshop. Okay, so really quickly, that was just get everybody up to speed on what our differences in color bit depth and color workflows. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to open up a color gamut, and I want to show you, we exported out the monitor profile, some images of the monitor profiles. It's trying to open up Lightroom here automatically. So I'm going to go in and grab these different files that we exported. And these I'm not going to, I'm going to leave as they are, but you can see what it's doing is it's asking me each time it wants to open up, and that's what we just set in our color preferences. So let me open all these files up really quickly. Okay, so on this machine, I had a dual monitor setup, and in this dual monitor setup, one of my screens had a much higher color fidelity than the other, and as we worked on calibrating them, we also exported out these gamuts in order to see what their differences were. So you can see that I've got a Dell monitor and a Samsung monitor, and these triangles are telling me what the gamut of colors that those monitors can display. I also can show you here a different comparison, and this is a comparison inside of a different color space, but you can see that in both cases my Dell monitor extends out, except for a couple of little places down here inside of my blue and my really vivid blues. There's just a few colors that the Samsung produced that were better. But what I want to show you now, too, is how do these compare? How do these images actually compare with some of the color choices that we just made? We just talked about Adobe Rgb and sRgb. Well, my Samsung, you can see that in white is the color display, the color gamut of what sRgb is capable of showing, and my Samsung is relatively close to it. There's still some colors that fall outside of the sRgb range that it can't produce, for instance down here in these violets and magentas. So that monitor is not specifically very good at capturing this particular color range down there. If we look at it inside of a different color space here, you can see how it compares, where most of the colors the Samsung can produce are in, but you'll notice that right here the magentas and the blues fall outside of or get clipped. So let's look at my Dell monitor, and the Dell is actually doing a very good job. Let me just minimize these other files. My Dell monitor is actually doing a very good job of comparing to Adobe Rgb Space, that Rgb Space that we said was going to capture a higher amount of color gamut. And so Adobe Rgb here is this triangle in white, and my Dell is the color space here, and almost every single color inside of Adobe Rgb is captured by it until you get into these greens that are around this this edge here, but it's very, very close. And if we look at it inside of the lab color space here, Oops. We have a similar type of comparison. We saw that there were some greens that fell outside, there were some Adobe RGB colors that it couldn't actually get. But for the rest of it, Adobe RGB covers this. So we use that when setting up this monitor and doing some of these measurement tests to say that Adobe RGB would be a good color space to work in. Now we also mentioned that Adobe RGB is the color space that we were suggesting you work in. Just be mindful that if you're working on a monitor that's not quite as high-end, you may not be able to reproduce all those colors and see them. You'll still have the color fidelity in your file, but you may need to, and we'll show in a couple of minutes, you may need to proof to sRGB to find out what the final output would be. Okay, so just a quick overview there of color management and figuring out what we want to do in our setups. One thing to note is that when you're exporting your images and when you're saving them out, when we have, let's just go ahead and create a new file here again. I have my 16-bit file here. Let's draw my gradient again. When I go to save this file out, you'll notice that I have automatically, it's clicked, it's set to save my ICC profile for Adobe RGB. And what you want to do is you want to save the files in your color managed workspace with the profile that matches, and in this case it's Adobe RGB. And if I save this out, let's say as a TIFF file, and I'll just put this onto my desktop, it is now flagged, it is now assigned that profile to this image. So when I go to open up that file, it automatically opens it up in this Adobe RGB. That profile matched my profile of my working space, so I didn't get any dialog boxes. That was all fine. When you're going to share an image with a client and you want them to be able to see your file as close in a color, they probably don't have a color managed workflow, but you want it to you want to give it the best chance of them being able to view it with the right profiles. The easiest solution is to save out your image inside of a PDF file, which is a color managed file type. And when they open up the PDF file, the coloration should be accurate, barring or as accurate as possible, considering that they probably don't have a calibrated monitor. But at least that removes that one variable out of the equation. If you send just a JPEG file over to them, depending on what they open it up with, it might not see that ICC profile. Okay, so a couple of other things that we want to think about in terms of color management. Inside of Adobe Bridge, and I just opened up Adobe Bridge, which comes with Photoshop, and that's a place where we're often seeing our image files. There is also a place to set your color suite settings, and in this case, you'll notice that because we saved ours in Photoshop, we're looking at it inside of Working. We can change this, of course, as we're going through it, but just wanted to make that known that that it also will affect your Adobe Bridge files as you're going through them and viewing them. Another place that we have to worry about color, and we'll get into Lightroom a bit more later, but I'm just going to pop open Lightroom here, And Lightroom's an interesting, it is called Adobe Photoshop Lightroom. It's an interesting piece of software for bringing in and color correcting lots and lots of photographs. I spend a lot of my time inside of Lightroom after a shoot and bringing in images. One of the things that you can do inside of Lightroom is in your preferences there is this tab for external editing. And what happens inside Lightroom, it's not a color-specific editing space until you export the image out. So when we export an image out of Lightroom, we have a file format that we can choose and a color space that we can choose. And you can see our usual culprits that we talked about earlier: ProPhoto, Adobe Rgb, and sRGB. ProPhoto, as we mentioned very early on, has the widest gamut of the three choices. And so you'll even notice that it says 16-bit ProPhoto is recommended for preserving color details directly from Lightroom. And that's typically where you want to keep your photo exports, at least your original copies, so that you have the highest amount of color fidelity that's available. The issue, as we mentioned before, and we saw that how well this monitor captured the Adobe RGB gamut, well, it wouldn't capture the ProPhoto RGB gamut because that's much wider. So you could, if you wanted to choose to edit inside of Adobe RGB, you could, and you'll notice that the color space cannot encompass the full range of colors available, so you're actually going to be losing a little color fidelity here. But in our case, we would know that it was closer to what you see is what you get. We can also choose 16-bit and 8-bit, and you'll notice here it even gives us a description. Our 8-bit files are smaller and compatible, but they're not going to preserve the tonal detail in the 16-bit. So best case scenario, out of Lightroom, you're working in ProPhoto and you're working in 16-bit. That's the highest color fidelity you can get. Just going to close down these other images here. I just hit Control-Alt-W, and that closes all the active windows that are open, so that's a handy shortcut inside of Photoshop. Okay, so next thing we want to talk about is we want to talk about our image modes. So I'm going to open up a quick file. This happens to be a photograph that I shot in Milwaukee of Calatrava's art museum, the Museum of Art, and it's opening up inside of my Camera Raw dialog box. And you'll notice that it's a raw image here, a .cr2 file that's coming from my my 5D camera. Well, I've gone through, and we're going to talk a little bit about what color corrections we can do inside of Camera Raw. It's a very valuable asset to have as part of Photoshop. But what we're curious about here is the same kind of things that we were looking at from a color depth standpoint and a color space. So here you can see from Camera Raw we have 4 to choose from: Adobe Rgb, which is our working space that we're going to use; Color Match and ProPhoto, which are both high gamut color spaces; and sRGB, which, as we know, is our limited one. We have the same choice of choosing 8-bit and 16-bit, and a resolution. I'm going to go ahead and hit OK, and then Open Image. So here's my image. This is my 16-bit file, and it's still opened up as a raw file here, but when I save it, I'll probably choose to save it back out as a TIFF file or something like that. And let's talk a little bit about our color modes. The major color modes that we have are going to be RGB, CMYK, and Lab. Those are the ones that you're going to work with. And what's great about this is that each one has their own benefits to them. RGB is the primary working space that you're going to be in, but there are going to be reasons for instance, if you were going to be printing something to a CMYK printer or an offset printer, you might want to change this over to CMYK and take a look at what its conversions are going to do, because the colors won't be exactly the same. And then lab color as well, there's some cool tricks that we can look at in terms of how we can adjust images inside of lab. So just looking at RGB to start, the first thing that I want you to notice is, and first thing that a habit of getting into should be to jump into your channels view, and that's just part of right next to layers. And the channels are, as you would expect, R, G, and B, red, green, and blue. So there's our red channel, our green channel, and our blue channel. Shortcuts are Control-3, Control-4, Control-5 to cycle through them. And what these are telling us, these are grayscale channels, as you'll notice, though we could choose to show these channels, I believe, in color. We could also choose to make them larger, but I would say that as a rule, most people work on these as grayscale. And what's happening is in this channel, in the red channel, you'll notice that the darker the color is, the values of these grayscale values control the amount of that color that are showing through. So one thing we can do is, if I select my blue channel here and I leave that selected, and I'm just going to quickly hit Control-M to go to the curves. Right now I'm only editing that color channel. I'm only editing the color information on that color channel. And what we can do, just to make a quick comparison, I'm going to select this channel and duplicate it so that I have a copy of my blue channel. And with the blue channel selected again, I'm going to hit Control-M to go to curves, and let's really tweak the curves of that blue channel. Well, what you're going to notice is you can see where we've added blue and we've subtracted blue by putting contrast into this channel. Wherever it gets darker, we were getting this sort of yellow color, and you could see this sort of gross looking yellowy color that's in the shadows. And we could look at the two, compare the two. And so when you're making color adjustments inside of Rgb Space, what you're really doing is you're adjusting these grayscale values of these three color channels. And there are several different ways to adjust these grayscale values, and we're going to go through a whole host of them. But I just want you to understand that these are three powerful, very powerful grayscale images that control our overall final look. If I switch this over to CMYK mode, it tells me that I'm going to use that US web-coded swap profile to convert to CMYK, and I'm going to go ahead and hit OK, and that's sort of the standard CMYK profile. And now when I go to channels, look what we have. We have a cyan channel, we have a magenta channel, a yellow channel, and a black channel. And what I should do actually, so we could start to compare these together, I'm going to duplicate my image. I'm going to switch this one back to RGB. And if I click on the red channel there and I click on the cyan channel here, these two channels are somewhat analogous channels between the two. Red and cyan are opposites of each other, as are green and magenta, as are blue and yellow. So those are directly opposites of each other. But you'll notice that these aren't identical looking channels. And the reason that is because we have a cyan, a magenta, a yellow, and a black channel. And the black channel inside of CMYK controls these luminance values of the black, the black color in the scene. And so if I look at these two analogs, the yellow and the blue, what you'll notice is that they're somewhat similar, but the major difference between these two channels is the contrast in the dark areas where the black channel in the CMYK is going to take over. What that also means is that if I hit Control M to go to my curves, we have a slightly different looking set of curves than we would have otherwise, because we can access C, M, Y, and K. And you can see that those K values are actually just controlling those dark values, and my colors aren't actually shifting. And so that's one trick that we'll possibly use to our benefit as we move through some of these examples. So the next color type is a little bit different, and I'm going to change, I'm going to duplicate my file here. And I'm going to switch this over to lab. So here's my lab color. And remember, we said all these grayscale values control the final color of your scene. Well, inside the lab color, we have a lightness channel, and then we have an A and B. And you'll notice that this lightness channel is giving us a pretty good indication. It's carrying a lot of information, a lot of weight inside of what's actually being seen inside of that color space. That's carrying a lot of the value information. But then what we have are these two channels, and this channel is our A, and this channel is our B. And those look very different from the colorations that we were looking at before. And the best way to sort of describe what's happening here is for me to go into a curves again, and I'm just hitting Control M to go into curves. Oh, let me make sure I'm on the right selection. So now what we can do is we can select lightness or the A and B channel. And you'll notice if I just start to drag the A channel, this top portion is controlling the magentas. So you can see where the colors shift, what those two, and it's vastly, it swings wildly when you see these two. So the next one will be blue and yellow. So here's our yellow, here's our blue, here's our magenta, here's our green. And we can do some interesting things with this, but essentially it's all starting to, there are shared similarities between this. We've got our analog types of colors. We've got blue and yellow, we've got green and magenta, we've got cyan, magenta, yellow, and black, or we've got red, green, and blue. And the the nice thing about that is that means that for one single image, when we get into color correcting it, we have 10 possible channels that we can adjust. We have 10 possible color spaces or grayscale values that we can adjust for our color corrections. And we'll talk a little bit about that as we get into how we start to go through color corrections. Okay, so it's coming up to about 9 o'clock. Why don't we do this? If there's any questions, feel free to go ahead and post them to the chat, and we'll do our best to answer. Let's take about a 5-minute break and come back right at 9 a.m. Okay, it seems like maybe we lost the sound there for a couple of minutes. Occasionally the GoToMeeting will do that for us, so that's fine. It's probably worth just sort of recapping where we had left off, or where we were starting this process from. What I had been mentioning was that we took in our multi-channel EXR file using Pro EXR plugin, and we're only just separating the components and trying to put them back together to create our final composite. So when we put all of these elements together, we're going to get it to match our beauty pass here. And I was just mentioning that these files down here, these layers, the non-raw passes, get put together using linear dodge or add. And for those that are familiar with compositing inside of Nuke or Fusion or any of those types of compositors, the add, the mathematical function add, is the same. Also, because we're inside of a 32-bit floating point file, this EXR file that we're working on, you'll notice that some of our blend modes are grayed out. They're not available to us, and that's just because the math for those blend modes isn't going to work inside of this file type. So we add the lighting on, and the lighting is a combination of the raw light pass multiplied by the diffuse filter, and we're going to see that generated in a second. And the global illumination is the raw GI pass multiplied by the diffuse. And so as we work our way up, we'll see that the reflection pass here will also get added. The refraction pass is an add. And it's starting to build up our composite. And it's going to look very, very similar even right now to our beauty pass, except for the last piece of the puzzle that we need in this particular instance is specular. And the reason that I say that is I believe that self-illumination in this rendering, I don't believe that there's any self-illumination. There might be a little tiny piece that's over here, but there wasn't anything in this scene that was self-illuminated. Okay, so if I compare my Comp A to my beauty pass, you'll see that, well, they're identical, except for one little tiny spot. And that spot, if I zoom in right here, you'll see that those vases actually are not identical. And the reason being, and I left that in there just to make a note, is when you're rendering out your elements inside of V-Ray, you want to be sure that you're using V-Ray materials, V-Ray blends, those types of functions to get your elements out exactly the way that they should go together. And in this case, I had used a standard blend as opposed to a V-Ray blend, and that's why it wasn't working. But that's the only difference between those two pieces. And if I turn on difference, in this case I just changed my beauty pass to difference up here, you'll see that the difference between the two files is really that that area. You'll also see that there's some edges in anti-aliasing that's slightly different, but that's because these two files are on top of one another. Okay, so that one is simple enough to put those together just by adding inside a 32-bit. Now the thing to be cautious of is if we were to try to do this in our 8-bit or 16-bit formats, well, the mathematics are only going to work for those values that are below 1. So if we have any values in our elements that are floating point, it's going to get clipped, and we're not going to get the images to build up correctly. So in this case, you want to be sure that you're working inside of a 32-bit EXR format. Coincidentally, you can use an HDR format, but the file sizes for HDR are quite large, and they have some limitations. But the EXR file format developed by Industrial Light and Magic is very robust for this type of compositing. Okay, so what we're going to want to do next is we're going to want to talk a little bit about how we can take our raw passes and put them together. And let's just begin by describing what some of these elements are. In this case, I've got a diffuse filter pass, and really what that is describing my material colors and textures without any lighting applied to it. So you notice that this is just completely flat color and texture applied to these objects. Well, one of the nice things about this type of workflow is that if you wanted to make some color adjustments that didn't affect your light or didn't affect your GI, for instance, I'm looking at the green of some of the shrubs or the topiaries in there, and I'm thinking that it's not quite the right green for what that ought to be. So what we could do is we could take a matte or a masked selection, and inside of this diffuse filter we could actually make the adjustments to those just as we would if we were going to be rendering this out inside of V-Ray. But what we need to do is we need to start to put together some of these elements in here. And as I mentioned before, the raw GI pass, if we just look at this and we kind of take a look at the raw GI, that is the GI contribution of the scene when you look at it separately. And in our V-Ray Advanced Level 1 class, we use the raw GI pass quite a bit to analyze what's happening inside of our scene in terms of what we can do to adjust our settings and make our renderings artifact free. Well, these two elements get multiplied by each other to create, if I switch back down to Comp A, when I multiply those two elements, it should look just like this. The one thing that we have to keep in mind, though, is that I also want to take my raw lighting pass here, and I want to multiply that by the diffuse filter as well. Well, the easiest solution to doing that is one of the first tricks that we're going to introduce inside of Photoshop, and that is the use of the Smart Object. So inside of Photoshop, if we right-click over here in the layer, we can actually see that we've got this Convert to Smart Object. And when we do this, if we convert this to Smart Object, it's built a reference of this image that if we double-click, you'll notice that it says, after editing the contents of the Smart Object, make sure you save those, and when you exit, it will put the file back in there. If I hit OK, now what it's done is it's given me my Smart Object, and you'll also notice that it was smart enough to just crop it around the boundaries of that object instead of keeping the transparency up above. So anything that I do to this object here, if I put a layer inside of this, and let's say I just fill it with a color, and if I close this down and say yes, well, now it's updated my Smart Object in my scene. Now the reason that I would make this a smart object, and it's a great thing to do from a workflow standpoint, is if I hit Control J and I make a copy of this smart object, it's a reference to that. So for instance, if I take my raw GI and my diffuse and I hit Control G and I put that into a group called GI, and I take my raw lighting and my diffuse and I hit Control G and I call that light, now I can take these and I can multiply that together. So I'm choosing multiply from my transfer modes, and that's multiplying these two images. Now a multiply is a multiply, right? So it doesn't necessarily matter which one is A and B. The values will be the same. But just as a standard, I tend to put my diffuse filter at the top of these two. But it's not entirely necessary. And then the same goes for my diffuse filter here and my raw GI. If I turn that off for a second, I'll put that onto multiply. Okay, well, we of course don't want this box in here. And if I just click on a single version of that smart object, and I'm going to go ahead and turn this on to don't show us again because we've already read that dialog box and understand it. If I delete that box from my smart object and I close it and save it, well, that's updated it here and it's updated it there. So what we were talking about before about making modifications to color changes and so on, we wouldn't have to repeat. We wouldn't have to do that twice in order for it to be effective. We could do that in a single spot. And what we should also notice is that if we've done things correctly, our GI layer, the raw GI pass times the diffuse pass, and the GI should be equivalent with the exception of there's a couple of tiny little things here in our vase. And the other changes are stemming from, you'll notice that it's doubling up the pixels on the edges, and that's literally because I'm leaving this layer below the V-Ray Global Illumination. I'm leaving that on as I toggle that back and forth. But those are identical passes. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take this light pass, and just like we did down here for the V-Ray lighting, we're going to turn this whole group onto add. So these two elements multiply each other, and that the result of that group gets added to the stack. Well, the same is going to go, as you could probably imagine, for our reflections and our refractions. And so our raw refraction is going to get multiplied by the refraction filter. These two elements are going to generate the same result as this element here, the refraction value. Well, what oh, I apologize for that. I had this, because this is on add, it's not going to show through there, so it will look like this because I'm turning off the layers below it. When it has this on, that's what the refraction looks like added on to the global illumination. And what you'll notice is, so the refraction, we've got a transparency in our pool water here, we've got some transparency in our glass and our windows, as we would expect. And if I come up to this raw refraction, what that's telling me is that this is what that looks like when that whole when it's completely transparent. And just to make things look a little bit better on the screen, I'm going to put an adjustment layer all the way at the top here. And the way I'm doing that here is I'm going to the bottom of my layers panel, and you can see that we've got the icons down here at the bottom. The adjustment layer, also you'll notice that there are some that are grayed out in this case. The one that I'm going to use for right now is an exposure adjustment. And because this is a floating point file and we rendered it with no clipping, I can actually apply a true camera exposure to this file in post and have it mimic the exact results if I were to have done that exposure inside of V-Ray. So I'm going to lift up the exposure here. I'm going to go up a full stop and a half, I think. And the reason I'm doing that is just so that it looks a little bit better, it looks a little brighter on the screen, because some of these dark elements are a little bit hard to look at. But because this is all the way at the top of my layer stack and it's affecting the layers below, we shouldn't get any artifacts as we're going through this. So the next thing is our V-Ray refraction filter tells us the grayscale values of how transparent those objects are. And you'll notice that on the water, there's a gradient. And that gradient is generated from the properties of the material that we chose, or the reflection values of that being a Fresnel reflection. So the Fresnel reflection, the fall off, is if I measure these values, you can start to see that. Let me switch my color swatches over here. Oh, because I'm only inside of the grayscale, that's interesting. It's only giving me the values of those. Let me see if I can turn on my info window. Oh, I see what's happening. It helps if you have to have the layer selected. So apologies there. Now we can turn on our RGB sliders. But this info window is actually going to be something that we're going to use quite a bit. You can notice that as I use my eyedropper, it's giving me the readout of what those RGB values are, as well as you'll notice just to the right of it, it's telling me what the equivalence in CMYK is. And as a matter of fact, I could, if I wanted to, change that to lab as well, and we could read what those values would be accordingly. The other thing that you're going to notice is inside of the info panel, I can choose to measure in 32-bit mode. So let me change this to RGB in 32-bit. Well, there we go. Now what we're actually reading is we're reading the percentage. So you can see that our RGB value of 102 is actually the same as a floating point of 0.398. And as we measure those values up, they're getting brighter all the way up to about 80%. Now, any values that are above 1 would be able to read in that 32-bit floating point. So that's an important way to measure. We can also switch this to 16-bit. And 16-bit, you'll notice, is giving us measurements in the thousands range, right? And that's also what we would expect, right? We would expect it to go from 0 to 32,000 colors because we have so much more color fidelity in that space. I'm going to leave this set as CMYK for now, and just wanted to give you those measurements. What's great about this is if we decide to change this inside of our composite, if we select any of these grayscale values and we choose to use new grayscale values, well, we can eyedrop our measurement of what those are and actually apply those to our max material and have it render out the way that we want it to. So these two elements, I'm going to hit Control-G to group, and I'm going to call that refract. And as I mentioned, these two get multiplied by each other, so I'm going to go to my multiply mode. And this whole group then gets added on to what's below it. And so if I build up my composite, you can see that my GI plus my lighting plus my refraction has gotten us this far. And this is an interesting element to look at. This is the raw reflection pass. And what this does is it shows you what the reflections look like when they're at 100%. So we have 100% reflectance on the surfaces, which then in turn gets multiplied by the grayscale values of our reflection filter, and these values control the amount of the reflection. Same concept. If we start to measure, if I switch this back to RGB and to 32-bit, you could see what our values of these grayscale values, and you can see that the Fresnel is changing it as it goes away, and it's getting lighter as the angle is more glancing. So we'll put this on multiply, and we'll put this on add. And in our raw comp, we've got, let me select, oh, apologies there. This should be on pass through. This should get grouped to reflection, and that should get put on add. We still need to take our self-illumination and our specular from our originals and drop it in here. Now we could make those smart objects like we did before, so that whatever we do to one will reference the other. So if I just change, if I select my specular here and turn off my raw comp, I'll take this, I'll right click on the layer, convert it to a smart object. Self-illumination, I'll convert to a smart object. I'll take a copy of those, and I'll drop them into my, right above my reflection layer there in my comp. These are still on add because they were before when I copied them. And hopefully, if we've done everything right, our beauty pass at the top should match our raw pass comp, should match our comp here. And again, the only changes that we're seeing are around the edges and on these vases, because I'm putting each one of these on top of each other. And if I turn on that exposure, we can see things a little brighter. So in a nutshell, we've been able to dissect our rendering and work on its component features. One of the things that I want you to see quickly, because I put this exposure value on and I go to my info panel, watch what happens with the RGB that we've set to read our 32-bit. Well, there you can see that we've got, in our red and green channels, we're above 1. So we're actually not clipping anymore. We're not making this, the reason that we're in 32-bit is we're able to get those values brighter than 1. If you notice on the 8-bit side, it says we're clipped. It says red and green are both 255, and that's as high as they'll go. So inside of the floating point files, we're able to build back our comp just like we did from our render, and we're able to give it the flexibility of making some changes inside of it that will allow us to make some modifications to, let's say, colors or amounts of reflections or refractions, measure those, and then put them back in our scene. So what I'm going to do next is, let me just save out this file quickly so that we've got a copy of it. And this file I'm going to save out as a PSD with all my alpha channels, my layers, and I'll keep my my profile here. And I'm just going to make a couple of quick selections. We could render out mattes for the scene, but if I go to my reflection pass And if I want my water to be more reflective in here, what I can do, and I'm just going to make a copy of this and bring it up to the top of the stack so that we can see it a little bit more clearly. These are the reflection filter. I need to put this on normal so that we can actually see it at the top correctly. If I want my water to be more reflective, I can just come over here, and I'm going to make a quick selection. I hit L to pull up my lasso. And once I have that selected, well, I could do a couple of different things. I could fill this with a new gradient. I could, inside of my 32-bit mode, I could put a levels on this that would boost up the intensity of those values. I could add an exposure to it. And if I was going to expose that up, what I would want to do is I would want to alt-click at this line between these two layers so that it would use the layer below as a clipping mask. And so let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to drop my exposure in above my reflection filter, and I'm going to set it to affect only this reflection filter. We'll delete this one at the top. And as I adjust my exposure, you'll notice that my reflection is increasing there. And that reflection is increasing in a way that would make sense had we increased the rendering to do that. Now, at some point, what we want to be careful of is I'm in a 32-bit file, and we said that we can get values that are above 1. Well, if I go to my info panel, and info is just F8, you can toggle that on and off. And I go to measure this value. Well, here's something that we need to be careful about. I made my reflection value go from from 56% all the way up to a floating point of 13.27. And so that is super bright. That's a luminous surface now. What we've done is we've adjusted it so high that we've made that luminous. And I think I turned off all the layers here below. Hold on a second. I inadvertently hit Alt and then had switched it off. So we've made this so high that when you look at the scene, obviously that doesn't look correct. That's way too bright. So what we want to be cautious of is making sure that our adjustments fall in line with, what would be prudent to make from a reality standpoint. But it is worth noting that you're able to adjust these exposures and get values that are above 1 inside your 32-bit. And we could do the same kind of thing with the refraction. Let's say if we wanted to take the refraction and make something more transparent or less transparent, we could go ahead and adjust those values. We can do certain color corrections. For instance, like I mentioned, we could go into the diffuse filter, and let's just do that. And one of the things that you might consider doing here is you might try to go to a select and then do a color range. But because we're inside of the 32-bit file, that's one. You'll see a lot of these things are grayed out. So there are some limitations of what we can do. I think probably the easiest solution in this particular case. Well, let's actually go to the quick select tool, and we'll experiment on this together and see if this will actually give us Now, if I were to do this for real, I would actually go ahead and make a I'd go ahead and make a mask that I rendered out. But since we just want to do something kind of quick and dirty here, we'll use our quick select on these green colors. And I'm just using a combination of Controls and Alt to select and deselect. And now that I have that selection, well, I can go to my adjustments and I can change their levels inside of the color channels. I can fill it with a solid color if that's what it was, but in this case it wasn't a solid color. I could go to hue saturation, and we might want to desaturate those a little bit. It's probably a little bright. We could stand to use a little bit more yellow inside of it. If I go to my greens here, we can see that I can just adjust those greens to get them a little bit more like a yellowy green. And once we're all said and done with our adjustment layer, our adjustments on this, I can go ahead and close and save. And you'll notice that those greens all kind of popped into a better spectrum. If I put my exposure on the top again, we can see what that looks like a little brighter. So that was a nice quick fix that we were able to do just inside of that. And had we chose those colors in our texture map, well, it would have rendered that way. And one of the nice things that you can do, if I go back to this color, and we admitted that we did this sort of quick and dirty. Well, if I hit F8 again and I sample this color, I can see that that RGB color is 44, 49, and 13. If I make my texture now that color, it will render out the way that we want it in the next go-round when we do our final. And when we do our final, then these little areas, like this reflection of that color, will look correct as well, as will the little parts of the green that we didn't select. So this workflow may not be what you decide to do your final image in. You may just use this as kind of an interim step, the way that you adjust your values, render it out with, you can render it out as a quick render with lower settings, make some adjustments, measure those, go back to max, render out your final so that things are kind of tweaked the way you want them, and you're good to go. For instance, let's do one more. Let's get over here, and I'm going to go back to my quick mask tool, and I'm going to grab a quick selection of these chaise lounges. Whoops. And I'm going to go to my color adjustment tool here, and we can either do a hue saturation, maybe with a little colorize on this if we wanted to warm those up, depending on what color we wanted these to be. Let's say we want to make it about this color. We can close this down, save it, and then now you see that those have updated in our scene to this warmer color. So it's a nice flexible solution working inside of 32-bit. One of the things that I'm noticing here, and we're going to get into this when we talk about matching colors and getting colors to work right, is I'm noticing that the trim color versus the color of this stucco wall, they don't really go that great together. This one's got a little red in it, this one's got a little green in it, and they clash a little bit. And so that's the kind of thing that it'll be nice to easily sort of take control over and adjust. Okay, so just going back to my layers here, you notice, just to remind you, that what we did in our one pass, our one diffuse filter smart object, actually updated into the others. So that was a good solution for being able to do that. That's one nice trick to have. Now, what I would suggest is we put together two different styles of comps here. One was a raw and one was not. And it's really just about the type of control that you want to have. I find that the raw controls are a little easier to work with, simply because when you're getting into reflection filters, refraction filters, and lighting and so on, you're working on just those individual passes as opposed to the passes that are pre-combined. For instance, let's take our raw lighting, and I'm going to convert this to a smart object, and I'm going to double click on it. Okay, so our raw lighting has a little bit of warmth to it, and we can tell that, again, F8 to pull up my info. I is for my eyedropper. And I'm going to put, if I hold down Shift with my eyedropper tool, I can sample a color here. And you'll see that that sampled color pops up right here in my #1 color slider. If I wanted to change, what that was reading in, I would just select right next to this eyedropper. If I wanted to see what that 32-bit color was, I could do that. But in this case, I'm going to keep it as an 8-bit color. And I notice that it's red, green, and blue components, 95, 91, 86. Well, what's that telling us? It's telling us that it's relatively gray, right? Because these colors are not very far apart, and we know that it would be gray if these colors were all equal. If it was 95, 91, I'm sorry, 95. Pardon me. If these colors were all equal, it would be completely gray. The further these get apart, for instance, the higher the red value, the more red this is going to be. The lower the blue value, the more yellow this will be. The higher the green, the more the green, but the lower the green, the more the magenta. So let's look at what we might be able to do to control the color. This is our sunlight in the scene that's coming from it. Let's now go to let's go to a levels. And so I'm going to put on a levels here, and I would choose, if I was working in an 8-bit or 16-bit file, and I'll describe this to you as we get into all these color transforms, I would almost never use levels. Levels is sort of it's not nearly as nice as something like curves, because curve gives you full control. In levels, we only have 3 points to choose from. We've got our white point value here, we've got our black point value, and we've got our midtones. But if I wanted to get into my different channels here, again, I could go to the shortcuts of Alt-2 for RGB, Alt-3 for red, Alt-4 for green, and Alt-5 for blue. We can start to make some adjustments inside of our color channels, and I'm just going to make this go wildly, just grossly. We would never go this far, but if I wanted this to be, go from some sort of slightly warm sun, which is what I had, to something that was very, very red, you could see that this value in our info panel is telling us what that modification has done. That's increased that grayscale value inside of my red channel from 95 to 193. So that kind of ties back to what we were talking about before with the 3 grayscale values. Now, in this particular case, let's say I just wanted to bring a little bit more red in there, and I wanted to get rid of a little bit of blue. And my green, I don't know, I'll probably leave my green alone. We don't need need to do a whole lot there, because the sunlight's not necessarily going to need green or magenta in it. It's sort of the yellowy reds that we're looking at. Maybe I'll bring the midpoints of that up a little bit. If I were to bring my value down, my white point down, you'll see that I start to get this bluish color, because in my blue channel, watch what happens. My blue channel at 79 here, if I bring this up, as soon as my blue channel passes the green channel, I'm now getting blue and red as my primaries mixing together, and this is starting to look purple, starting to look pinkish purple. So those are things to be cognizant of as you're doing this. But let's say we just wanted to put this tiny bit of warmth onto our scene in our smart object, and I close this down and I say yes. There we go. It's a subtle change that's been added. But if I toggle back and forth before and after, you could see that these values are changing. And so those are nice things that you can do in terms of affecting your final output here. And again, these are all values that we can measure, because as we notice when we go into the light value here, well, we were measuring what these are. I can actually take some measurements to understand how much, do I just need a little bit more red in my light or a little less blue, and get to where we want to go. Now, if I close this back down, well, if my lighting there got a little warmer, then it would stand to reason that maybe my GI should get a slight bit warmer as well, since the light bouncing around would. So let's right-click on this, convert it to a smart object, double-click on my raw GI, and you notice that the raw GI layer itself, again, F8 is going to pull up my info panel. I'm going to put a couple of sample points on this. So here's one sample, here's a second sample, and I'm just shift-clicking with the eyedropper tool. Well, you're noticing that depending on where we measure, down here, our values are almost gray. It's a little bit red. It's 34, 32, 32, so that's got a slight, just the tiniest bit of warmth to it. But up here, we're getting red my red and green values are almost identical, but my blue value is punched up a little bit. And we would imagine that that would be the case because this has more visibility to the blue sky up there. So that's why we're getting a slight bit more blue. Same kind of idea. We could go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and turn on my levels here. Inside my levels, I'll go to my individual controls. And if I wanted it to be a little bit warmer, we thought we could maybe add a little bit of red to this. The alternative, in this particular case, we could drop a little bit of blue out of it, which is going to make it yellow. But maybe we want to go in the opposite direction. Maybe we want to make this, our GI, pick up a little bit of bluish purple and experiment with, what does this look like if we start to introduce some sunset sky colors in there, a slight bit of change to it. We probably won't need much in the way of our green channel between green and magenta, because that's not really going to push it in any direction that we want. But I'm going to go ahead and in my red channel, I'm going to give it a slight bit more to warm that up. And in my blue channel, I'm going to give it a slight bit less to also warm it up. And then I'll exit, and we'll save it. And it was a very subtle shift that we introduced, but it was just subtle enough that we started to bring out a little bit of warmth up here where it was getting a little blue, and it begins to match what's happening. So let's do a couple of more things with this file before we move on. Let's address what's happening here with this trim. I believe I have a mask for the trim, but I'm not 100% sure. I've got a couple of matte images, and I'm going to open those up and see. Well, looks like I didn't quite render out an alpha channel for one of those pieces, but what you can see, what I did here is I rendered out some mattes that were just pure RGB mattes, and I would use those to make a selection inside of our Photoshop channels, which we're going to get into a little bit later. I'll show you exactly how to create those and then how to use them. But for now, what we're going to do then is double-click on my diffuse filter. Let's see if our quick select tool will grab just this color. And again, we're only doing some, quick modifications to this. I'm not doing my final adjustments necessarily on this. Grab some of these big areas that are going to make an impact on my scene. I should stress that what I'm doing here, this sort of quick and dirty mask, is exactly that. I'm not suggesting that you jump into quick mask like this and use this as your final matte. The edges will be a little bit jagged and gross. It's not going to be a perfect selection. I'm going to suggest that you actually render out a mask is probably the fastest way to go about it. However, you could get in here and paint it. It's just that once you get into some of these detail areas where we've got railing details and so on, it's probably faster for you just to go into your render, assign a couple of quick materials, and render it out. But with this selection, this is going to get us at least enough so that we can figure out, how to make this color not clash. And so now I'm going to go ahead and put on. I could do whatever I want to do here. One thing that we could do is you'll notice that there's no shading on this particular color. And this particular paint color doesn't even have a texture. So it's just a flat, solid color. And that's probably not the best solution for rendering out. When you zoom in and you get these grid boxes, you can hit Control-A to do that. So in most cases, I would suggest taking the time to get some kind of texture on there, a little bit of maybe in this case a little stucco texture, a little additional detail and interest. But for this particular example, it was just a solid color, and you could see what I was talking about. These quick selections are they're not great. They're a little gross, but for what we want to do, it's going to be fine. What I can do is I could do a couple of different things. If I'm just going to do a solid color and I want that to match, well, I could just eyedrop that color. And now those two colors are identical. And if I wanted to make that a more saturated version of that color, I could. If I wanted to make it a little bit darker. And what I'm doing is I'm able to use a similar hue and match that. I can also adjust my hue. If I still want it to be a little bit, slightly bit more red, I can do that, but I can do it in a way that I'm able to judge these colors and their relationships to each other in post. And I'm also able to do it, so if I select this again, let's make that a little darker, a little more saturated, and we'll say OK, and I'll exit out. And now what happens is these colors actually jive a little bit better. And the matte's not perfect, like we mentioned, but we could use that to our advantage to see what we want to do when we change that. Okay, so before we move on to a quick break here, does anybody have any questions or any comments about what we've seen so far from our quick 32-bit compositing workflow? Okay, well, let's take a break. Let's take about 15 minutes here to stretch out, and we'll come back right at 10:15. If there's any questions that you think of in the interim, go ahead and post them to the chat or raise your hand if you're here in Boston, and I'll go ahead and do my best to address those. Okay, so we're about to come back from break here and want to do a sound check and make sure that sound's back on. Great. Well, in the for the sake of trying to keep things with some continuity here, it's probably a good idea that we talk a little bit about rendering some mattes and things. So what we were going to begin to talk about at the start of class tomorrow, I think we're going to maybe jump around, reorder this a little bit, just because it makes a bit more of a natural progression. We were getting into this file here, and we were making some selections that we use with the Quick Select tool, but that's not really ideally how you're going to go about doing that. And in order to show the best way to create some mattes, or a couple of different ways to create mattes, I'm going to jump into Max for a couple of minutes, and we won't be in there very long, but I just want to show some of the considerations of how you go ahead and render out mattes, or a few different options of rendering these out. So I'm going to close my 32-bit Terrace file here, and save it in case we need to come back to it. And I'm going to exit Photoshop just to save us a little memory. I'm also going to take Lightroom and close it down, get rid of any of these additional pieces here that are running in the background. Okay. So I'm just going to grab my Max scene. For that terrace. And I believe that was in this file here. A couple of different ones. This pool terrace is good. I'm going to render out my mattes using V-Ray, so I'm going to make sure that my V-Ray license is turned on. Okay. Great. So now with that started, I'm going to open up Max. I have a version of this scene that rendered out at night, and I want to check what its physical dimensions are here. So this was rendered out at 4,000 by 3,200, and I believe that my camera should still match up. So let's go ahead and render out our mattes to work with on this night scene. So Max is just taking a minute to load up, and then we'll open up our scene and we'll apply a couple of different mattes. Coincidentally, this particular scene is the one that we use quite a bit inside of our V-Ray Advanced Level 1 class. So there's some continuity there. I believe this is the version of it that we're looking for. It's not a particularly big file, so I'm curious why it's taken so long to load here. Just going to check my task manager to make sure that it is still working on it. Yeah, it looks like it is. Okay, there we go. Now it's loaded up. All right, and the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do a quick check to make sure that this camera matches our night camera. And the way that I'm going to do that is I'm just going to very quickly render out a small version of this. One of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my environment effects, and I'm going to add the V-Ray Tune shader to my image, just so I can get some line work to match up. And I'm also going to go into my material override and apply just a quick empty material. Let's do some kind of quick rendering here. I'm going to get rid of a few of these materials that are in the slot because I know for a fact that they're taking up some memory. Oops, clicked the wrong button there. And I'm going to go to my render settings. For right now, I'm just going to render this out at 800 by 1000. We can render out a smaller version and scale it up and test it to make sure that they overlap correctly. In my global switches, I'm going to turn off my lights and shadows. I don't need reflections. I may need maps later. I don't need maps right now, so I'll turn those off as well. We can leave our anti-aliasing where we were. We do not need indirect illumination. And also in my global switches, I'm going to turn on my override and just drop in this basic material quickly. My render elements, you can see that these were where I set up all those passes for all of those different render elements that we brought in and composited a couple of minutes ago. For the purposes of this, I won't need my render element. And we should be good. I want to double check that I'm distributing so that we can get this thing to go faster. And it's just a personal preference of mine, but anytime that I'm working with a matte version of the file, I'm going to make some material changes and so on, I just save it out as a separate copy so that I don't manage to mess up my original scene file. So the file does have some geometry in it. It's about a 120 meg file. It has you know, some of the furniture proxies and things like that that we saw with quite a bit of geometry. There's plenty of detail in it, even for a lightweight scene. Okay, and I'll hit Shift G to bring my geometry back. And I should be able to go ahead and hit render. So it's starting to send it out to those distributed rendering machines, and hopefully it'll pick up and render this pretty quickly. It should, considering that we don't have we don't really have any lighting or indirect illumination for it to worry about, and that is one of the nice things about working with the scene. Now, one of the issues is that I rendered this without any lighting on it right now, and so because I did that, I'm not actually getting anything to show up in the frame buffer. I also have a couple of old pieces here, so I'm going to clear those out. So one of the first things that we're going to do is, instead of this regular V-Ray material that we had on it, I'm going to put a V-Ray light material. And so this V-Ray light material is going to make that self-illuminated, and that way it will still render if we don't have any lights on. One of the nice things about V-Ray 2.0 that they've done is they've turned on a compensate for camera exposure. So my camera in the physical workflow that I've been using, if I just select my camera and I go to it, one of the things that you're going to notice is that my camera actually has exposure turned on. And when I render mattes, or at least up until this the camera exposure toggle for V-Ray light, I always made sure I turned exposure off. You can do it either way. I'm going to go ahead and turn my camera exposure off so that we're not worried about it. Now my default material is this light material. But the other thing that happened is I wanted to put the V-Ray Tune material on, and so that we could get some line work just to take a look at when we overlay it. And I need to make sure that my effects are turned on for that to work. So now let's give this a shot. And I'll switch this back to RGB color. Great. Well, what this quick pass is also telling me is it's also telling me that I have a couple of pieces of geometry here that, well, some are pretty dense, like this. So when the line work gets put on these really dense objects, it's having a little bit of a problem with it. But it's also telling me that I've got a little bit of issue here with some geometry that's facing the wrong direction. So my normals are flipped. And part of the reason that I have that in this scene is I want to be able to show when you go to render mattes out, you want to double check that double-sided and that is on so that you're getting full mattes. Now for the purpose of what we want to do, we just wanted to see if this was going to fit in our scene, so I'm going to save it quickly to my desktop and we'll call it camera test. I'm just going to save it as a ping file for now. It doesn't really matter in this instance. And I'm going to jump into Photoshop and open up that file. So the first part here is the pool terrace. And then I'm going to open up the rendering that we just put up on our desktop. Camera test.ping. And you can see it's asking me what color space I want to be in. I'm going to go ahead and assign it my working space. And I'm also going to adjust this to be, whoops. I'm right-clicking at the top to get to image size. And the height should be 4,000. And if I shift drag this layer over to my scene, they should line up if my camera is correct. Well, one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to change this mode to multiply. And when I do that, my multiply mode gets rid of all of the white and it puts over so that line work onto my image, and I can actually see that it lines up one-to-one where all those places were. So that's just one blending mode trick that I use when I'm using a V-Ray tune shade. It's also kind of a nice thing. We can do a few little tests of rendering that out at full resolution and bringing it in. You can create some interesting looks to your scene if you wanted to bring some kind of non-photorealistic effects, such as bring in some line work, maybe a little occlusion, ambient occlusion. But first things first here, we just wanted to make sure that any matte that we're rendering out in our file is actually going to line up the way it should. So I'll close this and I can go ahead and save it. We don't need to save it, and I'll close down Photoshop just so we can save some resources. Now another thing that I'm going to do just for the purposes of when I render this scene out, I'm going to put this to low thread priority, and low thread priority is going to save my processor a bit while we're on the webinar from possibly losing some of the audio. So I'm going to make sure that that we have that on. Coincidentally, though, anytime that you're in a standard workflow and you want to be able to check email in the background or open up Firefox or something to browse when you're rendering, it's good to check that low thread priority and have that on. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of different ways that we can go ahead and render out mattes and apply those to our scene. One of the first things that we're going to do is we're just going to use a standard black and white matte, and that means that anything that renders out white is something that we want to have a mask for, and anything that renders out as sort of matted out will be cut out. So I'm going to label this one white as my luminous material. And I'm going to label this one as matte, and I'll switch over just quickly to a V-Ray material. But that's not as important as the next step. The next step is I'm going to apply a V-Ray material wrapper to this. So I apply the V-Ray material wrapper, and I'll keep the old one as a sub material. And you can see the options that I have in here. I can create a matte surface, which is exactly what I want to do. And I have the ability to change my alpha contribution from a positive to a negative. So if I make this -1, that means that when I create my black and white mask in my alpha channel, it will automatically subtract that out for me. So that's what I want to have. A couple of other things that you need to be cautious of when you're rendering out mats. You can try to do it in like the quickest format by rendering out render IDs and some of those object ID passes with the multiple colors. The issues that you run into there is that that you're going to run into the occasional anti-aliasing problem when you go to make your selections. And when you're working at these high resolutions, the methods that I'm going to show you are going to make an absolute perfect selection. So that's it does take a little bit longer. It takes a little more prep work to do and a bit more thought going into it, but you know that at the end of the day, as soon as you drag that into your Photoshop file, it's going to line up and it's going to give you exactly what you need. So as I was mentioning, something that you need to be conscious of is what do you want to do with transparent materials. For instance, in this particular scene, I've got the pool at the very foreground of this scene, and the pool water is a transparent material. Well, if I apply, if I were to want to make a matte of it, that's fine. I could just select it and apply my white material, but that's only going to give me the surface of the water. And so what you'll want to do is that if you want the pool itself, and in this case it works out just fine because it happens to be that the pool water has a flush edge on the side with the pool. But if we wanted to get at some matting of elements, say the light fixtures that were in this pool, we would want to select this surface and actually hide it in our scene so that it wasn't in there. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select everything. And the reason that I can do this is because I've taken the time to put the different objects that I want to matte on different layers. So I've sort of done that by material. There are some scripts and things that you can find on ScriptSpot that will allow you to just quickly make matte objects by selection or by by material. For the purposes of what we're doing here today, I just want to go through a couple of techniques that that'll work for this kind of standard process. So I'm going to apply my matte material to everything. There we go. And I'm going to go to my layers. And now what I can do is if I select, say, an object here, like this wall, well, my wall exterior is all on one layer. So I can actually select those objects that are on that layer and apply my white matte, and I'm all set. Now, the next technique I'm going to show you is how you can render multiple mattes sort of at once. In this case, because this white object sort of touches most of our elements, I'm just going to leave our matte set as this for right now. And as I mentioned before, our force two-sided is something that in this particular case we want to have on because we've got some geometry that's messed up. We could go ahead and fix that geometry, but we should be fine just by doing that. And I'm going to render it out at my final resolution. I still don't need to have my lights or shadows or reflections maps. There's no map that I'm rendering on. But let's say I wanted to render, say, a fall-off map or some kind of specular map that was separate. I would just want to make sure that my maps was turned on, or even an occlusion pass that operates like a map as well. My anti-aliasing is set to match what it was before. We should be good. And it should crank through our map pretty quickly. But one of the things that I forgot to do is I forgot to turn off our lighting, our edge there. So we should go ahead and go back to our comment tab and turn off our atmospheric and effects, and we'll hit render one more time. Now in a production environment, I probably wouldn't be rendering these, straight out to my desktop and waiting for each one. I would just set off a file to the farm or to the network, and I'd set off 3, 4, 5, or however many of these that I wanted to have, and as they finish on the farm, I'd drag them into my scene. But just so that we can get the visual of what's actually happening here. Oh, apologies. I remembered one other thing. You notice that this was rendering out all white? Well, that's because we did an override material there. We'll make sure we turn that off. Sorry about that. Oh, for some reason it wasn't connecting to our distributed boxes there. I'm not sure what was going on. Well, it's going to render fast enough that maybe we can turn off distributed rendering, because one of the things that it does do when you distribute to multiple machines is that it goes ahead and saves the file each time, which takes a little bit of time to do and prepare. Okay, so now that we've rendered out this this black and white matte, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this, and I'm going to go ahead and just save it to my desktop, and we'll call it wall matte. And in this particular instance, I'm going to save it out as a TIFF file, and I'm going to save it out just as 8-bit color is fine. I'm going to store the alpha channel. You could compress it. You could use a lossless compression on it if you wanted to. Most of the time, once I bring these into my Photoshop file, I delete it anyway. So I just want to make sure that we have the alpha channel. And if I look at the alpha channel, what you'll notice is that that's actually what we want to get at. We want to get at the alpha channel of that image. So I'm going to go back into Photoshop. And we'll go into PSDs. We'll get our pool terrace image pulled up. Again, I'm going to put a little exposure on the top of this image just so that we can brighten it up some as we're watching it. We don't need our line anymore, so I'll just go ahead and delete those. And I'll open up my matte, which I saved to my desktop. So wallmat.tiff. And I'm going to go into the channels of this matte file, and I'm going to go into the alpha channel, and I'm going to drag that over to my scene. I'm holding Shift drag. And now what I've done is I've given myself this wall matte directly into my channels that if I control click, it makes a selection. And that selection, if I put an adjustment on it, in this case, let me go ahead and I'll put a curves adjustment on it. Let's say I wanted to brighten that up. Well, I'm adjusting that wall, I'm adjusting everything about that wall, and it's a clean matte. So you can see all the way around the edges. Our anti-aliasing is exactly what you would want it to be, and it's nice. Now, the reason that I pulled up the curve so high in this particular case is that I wanted to show you what some of the strength of the features we were talking about before when we're working in EXR, because remember we were able to adjust the coloration without adjusting the lighting. And in this case, because that's all baked into our render, when we up the color or when we up the values of this particular matte, we're also increasing the values of the lighting because we've done that by material. So that's just something to keep in mind as you're making these modifications. We'll come back in and use this matte a little later to do some color tweaks, but for now I'm going to exit and, well, I'll leave it on. We'll see if I'll just go ahead and save it, and hopefully Max and Photoshop on at the same time will be okay. Coincidentally, if I really wanted to keep, if I want to keep my file size down, once I have this in here as a matte, and if I alt-click on that to see the matte, I could delete it out of my channels here because I've got that information. But if I got rid of this, if I didn't like that color adjustment, and I had already gotten rid of it in my channels, then I would have to pull that matte back in again. So that's the first technique. The black and white is a perfectly easy selection to make, and the only drawback about it is it takes a bit more to apply and to render out. Well, another option that you can do is a similar type of technique, except this time we're going to use a red, green, and blue color. So I'm going to make a pure red here and a pure green. And again, I'm just keeping this as a V-Ray light material, so green will be 100%, and then a blue. And now what I can do is I'm going to close my frame buffer. I'll go back to, you could either select all or you could grab the wall exterior and apply the matte back to it. Now what I can do is I can actually render out 3 separate pieces at once. So for instance, let's say I want to get this trim, because as we noticed before, that trim was kind of not the nicest color. So this is wall exterior molding, and I grab all of those pieces and I apply my red to it. Now, let's notice something here before we move on and start to apply some other ones. Occasionally, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to separate even objects from within the same material. It depends on what you want to do with it. For instance, right here, you'll notice that this window frame and this little part of the balcony they're touching each other. And it's fine if for my mask if I want to control that color globally everywhere. But if I wanted to adjust this separately, what's happening here on the balcony separately from these, I would either A, render out a separate I would make a better selection of those objects and apply a different color to it. In this case, it's really easy to go in there and adjust my matte because it's only one selection that I need to make that's a rectangular selection, so that's not a big problem. But it is important that as you're going through this process, you're thinking about what it is you're going to be doing in Photoshop, and there's nothing worse than going through the process of making a bunch of mattes and realizing that you wish you'd rendered them out a different way. So the next thing that we'll want to have control over, or I would guess that we'd want to have control over, is maybe this glass. Whoops, selected the wrong thing there. If I don't get a selection of it this time, there we go. Now I've got my glass. I'm going to give it the blue channel. There's also a little bit more glass down here. That's my door glass, and so I'll select it. And what you're noticing is that it's a good habit to keep your max scenes nice and organized when if you're going to go through this process. You build it into how you develop your scenes so that it makes it easy for you in the long run to actually make some of these adjustments. Next thing that I think we might want is the wood. So I'll select the trellis and we'll apply green. And now another thing that we can do, and in this case I have a paint color that's applied to all of these different railings here. And the railings themselves, if they don't touch another object, for instance, this railing touches the red and it touches the green. So I wouldn't want to choose red or green for a matte of that object. And I could render out this matte just the way it is, but if I wanted to get another couple objects in there, I could apply a blue to this, and that would work for here, here, and here. I can make easy selections of those. The issue is that I would have blue crossing right here on the rail, so it wouldn't work for that section. But sometimes it is a good idea. For instance, I could make this furniture a green matte down here, and it wouldn't touch anything else. So I could still pull my selection from it pretty easily by doing that at once. But for now, let's go ahead and render out what we have here. I'm going to turn off distributed rendering and see if it'll render any faster or start up right away. Now, certainly, you can go ahead and in Photoshop, you can make all these selections manually, using various different tricks, and we'll look at a couple of those. There are some ways that you can look at an image and pull mattes out of it just by using different color channels and so on. But the nice thing about this is that it's not taking that long. Even with the description of it, it's only going to take us 3 or 4 minutes to do this, and we know for a fact that our mattes are going to be pixel perfect. So let's talk about why this is going to work, why this technique of red, green, and blue mattes will actually work. Well, if I start to turn off my channels, you can see that if I just have my red channel, I just have that pure red color. And if I just have my green channel, I just have that object, and of course with my blue. So even though maybe my alpha channel is all of those pieces together, what I can do in Photoshop is I can just grab these individual the individual channels. All right, so let's save this. We'll call that Matte 01. Now, I don't need the additional color information in this. That's why I'm saving out as 8-bit. We're saving out pure flat colors here, so we don't really need we don't need any of the high fidelity color that we've been talking about before. And while we're in here, It's probably easy enough just for us to finish rendering out any other mats that we think we might need. So I just did a quick select all, and I'm putting matte material back on. Probably want to pull them out of this rail. So I've got that separated onto railing. We could put red on it. The pool is probably easy enough to select, but let's go ahead and just grab a matte of it and see what we get from it. And I could, if I wanted to, I could break down my furniture selections. One of the things that you'll be interested to see here, let me just go into a shaded mode, is sometimes with your proxy objects and so on, and in this case it's not a problem. You have to go in and create a multi-sub object matte material because you've got multiple materials assigned to a single object, and that's pretty easy. It's just one more step of creating a multi-sub and applying it to those materials with the right property. I think I'm going to take the stone here, this stone floor, if I can select it easily. And I think there's probably this coping as well. And for the purposes of what we're doing here, if we need more mats, we can come back in and render them. But this is about all we need right now to control our scene. So let's render it. The last mat took a minute to render, and that's at full 4K. So, like I mentioned, this is it's a pretty quick process to go through. It's quicker when you can combine 3 mats into one with the RGB selection. Well, it's 3 times quicker, I guess. So one of the things that we ran into here, and we might find this to be an issue when we look at our other mats that we rendered, is you notice that we applied red to this rail right there, and if I go to my mat, you could see that it actually rendered out the rail, but it's showing up black. Well, even with Force 2 sided on in the global parameters, what you need to do is in your matte materials for each one of these, you want to turn emit light on the back side. Now in our V-Ray material here for our matte object, if we go into the actual V-Ray material itself, you'll see that under the options, it's double-sided by default. So that's already checked for us. So now with that emitting light on the backside, we'll go ahead and render again. And we'll see if this fixes our problem. There we go, and as we hope, that would solve that issue for us. And when I zoom in, I'll look at this at 100%. You can see that we've got the right anti-aliasing on here. Now this is anti-aliasing adaptive QMC at 1.4. We could tighten that up if we made our anti-aliasing settings a little higher. I rendered out my scene with this particular anti-aliasing, so this should match what we have. But I find that one of the things to do is, you just want to try to make sure your anti-aliasing of your rendered scene and your final image are the same. So we'll call this miscellaneous mat 02. And so we don't lose our work, I'll save my max file here. Because as we noticed, there were some issues with these doorways down here, right? I'm guessing that we might have missed that in one of our previous mats, so I'm just going to render out those doorways as a separate element really quick while we're still in this file. One of the things that I find is tricky for some folks is oftentimes they'll use a glass mat and use that as the cutout for what is your back plate or what's behind the glass. And oftentimes your mullions or your window frame or your door frame or whatever it is will extend beyond the glass, and so it'll look strange if you use your glass as your cutout. So sometimes what you want to do is you actually want to build you want to turn that glass off and then put in a little card or something inside right behind it so that you get the actual cutout to be what you want, that selection to be correct. So for instance, in this case, if I wanted to get what's behind the glass here and I wanted it to be accurate, I would go just inside the frame of what's beyond the glass. I would just go inside and I would put a card that was in there that would be one of these render colors, and I would turn off the glass so that we could get it. Let's select all. Put my mat back on, and then let's grab the wood frame that we were talking about. So that's a mullions mat, and then I think I also want a door to be inside of this. Now, if I ever wanted my door to be separate here, I could, if I render this out, I'll just go ahead and do it. I'll render this out as a green mat. And let's go ahead and let's see if there's anything. If I hide my pool, if I hide my pool water, there are some things inside of the pool that if I could render a map, but it's pretty much going to be covered by my pool water. It's also such an easy selection to make. If I wanted to change any of these stairs or anything like that, I could. If I did want to make a mat quickly for these lights, I could just grab my pool light. Just to demonstrate that turning off the transparent objects and leaving those off is something you'll want to consider. Okay, so now let's go ahead and save this out. This is our 03. All right, and before we jump into Photoshop and we start to use these mats and apply them, there are a couple of other things that we can do, different passes that we may want to consider as we're inside of our mat file. And I'm going to go ahead and clear all the channels here in my frame buffer. I'm going to go back and select everything and put a matte material on it. And one of those elements could be something like a depth pass. Maybe we want to get a Z depth in here, and we want to be able to control, some atmospheric fog in the scene. In this particular case, everything is so close up to us that an atmospheric fog is probably not the biggest deal in the world that we would necessarily need to have. But just for the purposes of illustrating, getting that to render out as a pass, we should talk about it. There are a couple of easy ways that we can go about it. One is we could just render a Z-depth pass and have that be an element in our scene. And let me show you what that would look like. So if I go to Render Elements and I go to V-Ray down here, V-Ray Z-Depth, and I look at my parameters, I've got a minimum and a maximum. And these are the minimum depth from the camera and the maximum depth from the camera, so the distance from the camera. And one of the things that we can do here quickly is if I look at where my camera is in my scene, this is where it is, I can very easily go to my helper tool and just jump into maybe a tape measure. And like I mentioned, this is a pretty short scene, so if I go to where I want my Z-depth to maybe begin and end, well, that happens within about 100 feet of the beginning and end of that Z-depth. If I wanted the Z-depth to continue out over here to get to these buildings and so on, I could do that. I could just increase the maximum minimum. But I find that that's just a really fast way to go ahead and gauge what it is that you're looking for. So I'll go to Render Elements, and let's say we start at 0 and we go to 100 feet. Switch back to my camera. And I'll go ahead and render this out. So don't worry that the frame buffer here is showing up black. We didn't have any materials applied to our geometry, and what we're looking for is in our V-Ray frame buffer, we'll pull down to our Z-depth. And what you're going to notice here is that we've got this gradient that progresses as the objects get further back. The gradient gets darker. One of the things about a Z-depth pass, though, is that in general it's not an anti-alias pass, and that's because, you actually for real calculations you don't want that to be anti-aliased because it's getting true depth of this. But let's look at the difference between using the two. So I'll save this out as Z-depth. Z-depth, because now we're concerned about our gradient. We want to make sure that our gradient is as smooth as possible. We want to save this either as, we could save it as an EXR file, as a 16-bit float file. And I could do that just by going to Open EXR here. One thing to note is that I currently have my gamma settings in my machine set to 2.2. So for an EXR file, saving that out, I'm going to want to override that to 1.0 so that it's the correct setup. And if I save this, I can save it in half float. That's going to give me enough color fidelity if I want to tweak it. And I'll hit OK. Now, I could also, if I didn't want to save an EXR file, I could save this out as a TIFF file or a PNG file, as just making sure that I choose the 16-bit. So if I save it out as a TIFF file, I can leave my system default gamma OK here. And it's going to open up a setup. And in this case, I would want to do 16-bit color and hit OK. Okay, well, another effect that we could do is we could go to Rendering, Environment, and I'll go ahead and delete this V-Ray Tune effect. We could put a fog in there, or a volume fog. If I choose to add a fog, what I can do is, you know, I've got a near and a far percent. If I choose volume fog here, I have some of the similar settings that I can do, and I could just render this out with a fog. I could put in a gizmo that tells me where the fog begins and ends, and I will get a very, very almost identical effect to what we were just looking at there. I could also use a V-Ray environment fog and do that. There's some more controls that you have. It will take, because the V-Ray environment fog is actually it's truly a volumetric effect. This can take a little bit of time to render. We do talk a little bit about that in our V-Ray Advanced Level 2. So there are options. You could go ahead and render out those options. The difference would be in it that it's going to render with the anti-aliasing of the objects because of the way that works. But for the purposes of what we need to look at here, and in terms of what we can do with Z-depth, we're going to be fine with our Z-depth pass that we rendered. And if we have time, I'll come back and I'll render out another one to look at. So let's go ahead and save. Take just a minute to finish saving our file here, and then we'll exit this and we'll jump into Photoshop and we'll start to bring in those passes. And as always, if anybody has any questions or wants me to go back in and repeat anything, just go ahead and post it up on the chat window. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have. So here we are in our file. I'm going to turn off all of the rest of the stuff here. We could start with just this straight render. One of the things to keep in mind as you're working in Photoshop, we often look at these zoomed out views, and that's great for composition. As a matter of fact, sometimes when I'm evaluating composition, I'll look at it just as a postage stamp and see what's happening in there. As a matter of fact, I noticed when we just look at it like that, the colors and everything start to look pretty good. They're working together. That's fine. But also beyond looking at it in this smaller view, and you'll notice that I'm zoomed in at 15.4%. And the new version of Photoshop has done a better job of trying to give you interim zoom levels, but I'm not sure if you can really tell that this is giving me a blurred result. It's actually blurry on these edges, and that's the video card trying to do its best job of zooming it to this level. Well, when you're zoomed in at levels that are 25%, or 50%, and then 100%, these are the levels that give you the true indication of what's actually happening in your scene. Of course, 100% is the true indication, and you can see that with this resolution, we've got quite a bit of data to look at. And one of the things that the reason that I mentioned that is when you're trying to get something, on a pixel by pixel basis, the zoom dimension matters quite a bit. And so right now I'll zoom into 50%, and we can start to see some of the details that we're looking at. All right, so let's open up those matte images that we just rendered. 1, 2, and 3, and then we've got our 2 EXR files. Notice that the EXR version of our Z-depth is 3 megs, and our TIFF version of our Z-depth is 100 megs. For all intents and purposes, those should have the exact same color fidelity. So saving out with the EXR file is actually helpful when you do a 16-bit float. It manages the size of the files pretty well. So we'll bring in our images into our working space here. We can go ahead and hit OK to our Pro EXR. Okay. Now, one of the issues that, and this is the reason that I had rendered this out this way, one of the issues with the EXR plugin that I'm using right now, that Pro EXR with the demo, we'd have to tell it to use the alpha channel on a separate layer in order for our Z-depth to show up. So what it's doing right now is it saw a big white alpha channel and then it cut it out, and so we're getting nothing in our EXR file. And that's just partially due to the fact that I'm running in the demo version of that plugin here on this, and I knew it would crash. So otherwise, you would see it look exactly like this TIFF file. But we'll go ahead and close. Okay. Well, now what we can do is, if we look at our matte file, and remember we've got our channels here. We've got our red, green, and blue, and those are our pixel perfect selections that we want to have to make. And then we've also got an alpha channel, which is all 3 combined. So if we begin to drag these in, I can grab this in, and we'll call it doors. I try to get in the habit of bringing these in and naming it. Actually, we'll call this mullions, doors. Sometimes it's not that big of a deal because you can actually, you see what it is that you're selecting. But when you have multiple people working on an image, sometimes in a production environment, it's just easier on the next guy to be able to open it up. And it only takes us a minute to go ahead and label these things. Now we can close our Mat 3. We've got our railing. Another thing we could do is in the channels, you could actually go to select and load selection. And you could go ahead and tell your load selection to pull from one of these files. So we could say pull from miscellaneous mat 02 and grab the alpha channel from it. But it doesn't give us the ability in this case to pull the RGB. So doing the RGB ones, it's just, I find it easier just to drag and drop them into our scene. Now we have those. Okay, so I'll go ahead and save our Pool Terrace PSD so that we don't lose any of our work bringing all that stuff in. Okay, and let's just quickly kind of look at what we have to work with. We have a full building mask, and that was the matte that rendered out in our image when we started. And one of the things you want to be careful about is if you're rendering out your sky in your image or a sky plate in your image, and you want to have the ability to adjust that or move it around or control that background, those objects, sometimes you'll want to go in and make them a matte object so that it could still render out in your image, but it'll cut it out for your alpha channel. And that saves you the trouble of having to go back in and render out an individual alpha channel like this one here. We have some glass mats that were already in the scene, and this is for some objects that are in the background. But we brought in our wall mat, mullions, the doors, and remember we said that we can control click and make our selection. Well, we can also control shift click and make add to our selection. So if we wanted to adjust these doors and these mullions together, all we have to do is control click and we can add it to our channel selection. Control D to deselect. We got our pool lights just because we wanted to notice what you can do once you turn the pool water off. We've got some railing here, floor, trim, and so on. Okay, so let's look at first things first. I have a rendering in here, and this is the background that was used in this scene. That was partially I think it's a part of an HDR file that I used to light this environment here. But it's not quite the background that I want to have in my scene. And what I did is I just loaded up my building alpha channel here as a selection, and I applied it. So in my mask, I just loaded that up, and the reason I did that is if I still want to get at my sky, I could grab it. One reason that I might keep that around is let's say I want to sample this color, or I want to take my new sky and I want to match it to this color, then I can leave it around so that I can grab some pixels from it to better match. As a convention, as a standard convention, what I'll do is I'll put my render inside a folder here, and I may even, instead of putting that on that object, I'll put it on the actual folder. So it does the same thing, and to apply masks, all I'm doing is as soon as I have that selection and I hit the mask button here, it will apply a layer mask onto that. If I hold down Alt and I apply the layer mask, you'll notice that what that does is it inverts your mask. So if you hold down Alt and you hit the mask key, it will it'll flip the black and white values. If I right click on the mask here, I can select delete layer mask. And again, to disable it, to actually view the layer mask is an Alt click, and Alt click to return. Shift click will disable the layer mask. And if you right click, you can get at those features as well. You can get at disable and delete. We will get into refine mask a little bit later on. That's a new feature that's been added to CS5 that gives you some nice flexibility of what you can do with your edges and things. That's less important for what we're working on here in regards to our pixel masks that we're making. Okay, so I've got a render composite, and that's got everything that I'm going to use for my render, and then I've got a background. And I'll usually put this inside of a folder here. So I'll do background. And as I was mentioning, a convention that I like to use is I like to take anything that is in my background and put it behind my render. I've seen Photoshop comps, and yes, you can go ahead and take those backgrounds and you could put it above the render with masking it a different way. But I just like the ability, for instance, if I want to move my sky around in this background, I can do it without adjusting any kind of masks and some of that. So I have a sky replacement, and then I've got a little rendering here of a couple additional buildings that are in this background. Well, couple of things that we're going to want to look at in this image. If I go back to my render, our sky that we're putting in is quite a bit different than the one that I have in my render. And it's not terribly noticeable off the bat, but one thing we're going to notice about it, and we'll measure some values here of these two different skies, is one is quite a bit more violet. It's got some more sort of blue magenta in it, and this other one here has got a lot more cyan. And taking that into account, there's going to be some things that we'll want to do in color correcting our rendering so that it sits a little bit better inside of that background. I have just a couple of layers in here in terms of what's happening with these painted windows in the background. I'm not so worried about these buildings. We're going to sort of put a little layer of fog in front of them anyway and kind of push them back. This is more accurate to what's happening in this scene, but you know, just from a pure composition standpoint, it would probably look nicer if we just threw a mountain range or something in the back of this image. And maybe we'll do that before the day is over. We'll just, you know, composite a little something else different in there. Well, this was that curves that we had put on before. Of course, I didn't do anything in this curve, so I'm just going to delete it. And the exposure, we were playing around with what our exposure values would be at the end, but we're going to color correct all of this stuff together. So let me go ahead and save. So let's talk about the first things first here, the sort of big changes that we're going to want to make. And like I mentioned, we've got, you know, the first one is probably to get this sky color and the temperature of our rendering to sit better with this sky that we've decided is nicer. Now let's also talk just compositionally why I've chosen to go this far away from that original sky. If we look at this, you know, it's a little deeper night time. The sky's not as bright. It's not as exposed. And it's okay. It's not necessarily bad. The issue is that in this particular image, from a composition standpoint, I want this building to stand out more. And right now, it's kind of bleeding into the backdrop, and you know, it's hard to sort of get a sense of how this thing is fitting. If I turn on my background as well here, let me just drop this in front. Should have held down Alt-click there. If I bring in these buildings here quickly up at the top so you can see where they fit in there, they are also sort of, you know, kind of blended into the background. And the idea was that I felt it would be a stronger image if I were to bring in a lighter sky specifically at the horizon here, maybe build in a little saturation at the top to give it some life. And then also what we're looking at is some color theory, right? We've got this yellowy, you know, this kind of warm yellowy orange color, and that wasn't jiving so well. It's okay with the purple, but it really stands out when the cyan begins to complement it. So let's do a couple things. Let's go back to F8. It's a tool that we've been using quite a bit to pull up our info panel. And I hit I to pull up my eyedropper here. And if I hold down Shift, I will place a point. If I ever want to get rid of that point, I can hit Shift-Alt and place my cursor over that point, and I can delete it. So I'll do a Shift-click up at the top, and I'm going to do another one at the base here. I'll do another Shift-click. So I've got my sample 1 and sample 2. First thing that we're going to notice here is that look at the value of sample 1. the red value of that in the 45 range is half of the green. I mean, you could see that it goes right up the chain. The red is the lowest, the green is the second lowest, and the blue is the highest. And the larger the difference is between these colors, the more saturated and vibrant this color is going to look. Then as we get down into our lower area, well, we could see that the saturation is tapered off a bit. It's not nearly as vibrant as it is up top, and that's evident in our color reading here too. We could see that our red is still the lowest, and it still works in the same direction. It goes red is lowest, green is next highest, and blue is after that. You're also reading the difference in the values. The blue channel has about 40-point difference in its channel. The green value, you can see, has a higher difference in it, and the red channel has the highest difference between those two. So just a couple of notes of measured color. Now, what I'm going to do is, in order to get a decent selection here, I'm going to go ahead and make a temporary mask inside of my render. And remember, white is going to show through, and black. When you switch, for instance, let's say that I had grayscale values in here, and this was kind of a light gray, and that was a dark gray, and I want to get this back to black and white, I can either select this button, or I can hit D on the keyboard, and D is going to change that back to black and white and get me there automatically. The other shortcut that's handy to have is X. X on the keyboard will flip the foreground and background colors so that that you have what you want. And there are a whole bunch of different ways to fill. One of the ways, you could hit Shift Backspace, and Shift Backspace is going to pull up all the options that you have. Of course, we have the option to fill with our foreground color, white, or background black. You could choose a color and select it from here. We'll do some things with content aware fill, one of the new features that's in CS5 a little bit later today. Of course, you can fill with a pattern, or you can choose black, 50% gray, and white. And these will be some nice, handy shortcuts to have as we get into some color correction, especially some dodge and burn. So another shortcut, we can do Alt Backspace, and that's going to fill with the foreground color, and that's probably the fastest way to go ahead. You could go up to your menu and do Fill, which is a Shift F5. So Photoshop, you'll find, has, tends to have a whole bunch of different ways to go about it. You could come over here to your paint bucket tool and fill as well. Okay, so the reason that I'm doing that is that I want to take a look at the difference between these hues, these colors that are going on. So my next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to hit I on the keyboard, and I'm going to place a color selector right there, and I'm going to place a color selector right there. So 1 and 3 are correlating to each other about, and 3 and 4 are almost identical. You'll see that there's not a whole lot of difference between those. That was another issue in this particular sky. There wasn't much of a gradient. There wasn't a whole lot of life to it. The other thing was, remember I said that the further these colors get away from each other, the more sort of vibrant, more saturated they're going to look. Well, in this case, these two are almost identical, and then there's a little bit of additional blue in it, and these two are really similar, and then a little additional blue. So it's not a very saturated color. It's approaching gray. It's getting really close to gray. In fact, we're only about 15 points off of gray. So what we want to do is we want to affect our rendering here. And the rendering, we want to affect its coloration so that it starts to pick up some of the effects from our blue. And all we're looking at here is we want the relationships to be a little bit more similar to what the relationships are in these color samples. So for instance, the relationships are a little bit similar in the fact that the red is the lowest channel and the blue is the highest channel in each one of these. So the red is the lowest, the blue is the highest, in that case, it's quite a bit dimmer, and then the red is the lowest, blue is the highest. In this case, red is a little bit higher than green. So let's do this. We're going to go ahead and work on one of our first color adjustments. And now you'll notice too in our 16-bit file we have all of our color adjustments available to us from an adjustment layer standpoint. And the most powerful of your color adjustments is going to be your curves dialog. And we're going to spend quite a bit of time looking at curves because it is the most powerful and flexible tool in color correction that Photoshop offers. One of the things that I want to caution people about is that a lot of times I'll see people come right in here into the master curve. And the master curve, what that's doing is that's adjusting your red, green, and blue channels all at the same time. And it's very rare that you actually want to adjust your red, green, and blue at identically at the same time. It works well if it's a grayscale value that's about equal, right? If we had 128, 128, 128 gray, and we wanted that to be brighter across the board, well, that's fine. If you up the red, green, and blue, that's where it'll work. In this case, we want to identify the channels that need the color adjustment to them. Well, there's a couple of tricks that we can do. One of them is in Photoshop we can we can go to the color channel. For instance, if I want to make my red channel do something, I can choose this button here and I can start to affect that value just by sliding up my cursor up and down on that particular point. And what you'll notice is that if we look, one of the things that we should be looking at, and I'll go over this in a minute, is that we want our sample points to not just necessarily be points. As a matter of working with curves, it put this point in here, but if I don't like it, I can just drag it off to the side and have it delete. If I could also select it and hit delete on that point, and it'll get rid of that curve. So wherever I put this, wherever I put my cursor, and you could see that as I drag my cursor around the image, there's this bubble that will show up on that curve, and that'll tell you exactly where that color falls on the histogram for that channel. If I hit Alt-click on it as I was rolling over a color, it will place a dot in there on my curve. So that'll actually give me a dot on my curve where that is. If I come to a different location and I hold down Alt, I can go ahead and I can put a selection on that. And so that's sometimes a nice technique for taking specific colors and figuring out which ones that you want to apply some curvature to. Remember that the opposite of red is cyan. So if I come up here all the way to my highlight and I start to drag my red channel and the highlights to the left, well, what I'm doing down here is I'm actually starting to clip some of my red values, and the way that you can see that in curves is if you hold down Alt and you put your cursor over that button and you start to drag, you're going to see where these areas turn bright red. That's telling me that those are the areas that I've lost, that I've clipped in my red channel. If I do the same thing over in my black area, you can see that these are areas that are clipping in my red channel in the black. What that looks like is this. The idea is that we don't necessarily, we want to try to keep as much color fidelity in our images as possible, so we're trying not to clip out any of our channels. But this is a good, you can also see where the relative amount of data is as it pertains to the histogram in the channel. Most of our red data lives right here in this image. And we have fewer as we get out into the highlights and a little bit more here. You can see that we do have some data that we can push this in to compress our curve a little bit without getting rid of, without destroying any color fidelity in here. So you can see that we've got a little gap, a little space in our curves that we can modify to start to bring that back. As I bring this in, and if I just do this really quickly, you can see that what that's doing is it's starting to add cyan to my image. Well, that's actually a pretty good thing for what we're hoping to achieve, because we notice that our blue of our sky is quite a bit more cyan than our sort of purplish one. So one of the first things we could possibly do to our red channel is maybe drag that over a little bit and pick up a little cyan. Another thing that we can do is let's experiment with what happens as we start to move this up and down. Well, if we drag this up, we're adding more red to it, and that's doing the opposite of what we want. That's not actually looking very good. A couple other things to note about working in curves is if you put a selection in there, you can move this dot around with your arrow key, up and down, left and right. I suggest highly, as you're getting used to working with curves, that you keep these adjustments relatively subtle. If you hold down Shift and you use your arrow keys, you can jump larger spaces. If I hold down Alt and I click in the graph here, I can also make that more finite in terms of what my graph readout is. And another thing that I did by default was, by standard view, the curve shows up in this smaller dialog window. I use any of the adjustment layers. You can click on this button right there, and that will give you that will maximize the amount of input space that you have for it. Okay, so let's look at a couple of our other channels. Well, you could see first and foremost that our red adjustment did a couple of things for us. Our red adjustment, let me make sure I'm on the right layer. So remember that we wanted to make the difference between the red and blue channels a little bit bigger. As I go into my curves here, you can see that that's reduced my red. Now I'm looking at this value right there and this value right there, because that's part of what my initial sky was, and I'm just using that as a guide to try to see if my color corrections are working in the right location. I'm not ever going to get this sky to match this one, because if I did, it's really going to throw these colors out of whack in this example. But what you'll notice is that just by using that slight bit of curves, we did reduce our red, and so now this is getting less gray, and the difference between the red and blue is better. And then we also reduced the red here, so red is now the lowest instead of being higher, and so it's starting to make a difference, albeit it's pretty subtle so far. Well, the next thing that we want to look at is, my guess is that the blue channel is the next biggest culprit in this. And let's take a look at the same kind of value that we were talking about. Look at how little blue there is in the highlights of this image, which is something that we would expect, because when you look at it, all of our highlights are created by these incandescent lighting. But just as I was mentioning, as you're starting to work on your images, looking at these red, green, and blue channels as understanding their grayscale values, you also, as you get into curves, you want to start to understand where your color, where you can pick up and lose color. Now, we won't need a lot of blue to this. Maybe just a subtle, slight amount of blue in our highlights to kind of to cool those off to maybe pick up a little bit of this cyan. If we start to do it in the midtones here, you can begin to see, all right, well, if I drop that down, I'm getting a very yellow look by reducing blue. And as I start to lift this up, I'm starting to get blue, but blue is also turning magenta, or it's starting to push the magenta up. So we want to be subtle with what our blue changes are. And we can begin to see, all right, well, that did go in the right direction, right? We increased our blue. We're starting to separate these colors a little bit more. Means we're headed in the right path. And what you'll probably notice is just even that little bit of correction. If I go back to my mask and I paint it out, that little, and I should be clipping this to my rendering so it's not affecting my sky in the background. It's starting to put that little bit of cyan back into the image. It's very subtle, but it's beginning to blend a bit more with properly with that sky. Now, we didn't look at what the green channel was doing, so let's go ahead and start to look at the green channel. We could see there's very little greens in the highlights. There's some in the darks here. And as we lift up the green, and our building starts to look like the Incredible Hulk. And as we pull it back down, we add that magenta. So in this particular case, what we might want to do is we might want to give it just a little bit of touch of green in the midtones. And in this case, I'm just going to punch it up ever so slightly. And part of what I'm doing there is I'm doing that to reduce the amount of magenta. And the reason that I'm doing that is if we go back to our initial look at the sky here, I'm just going to draw in the mask. That sky had some magenta to it. But it's beginning to look a little better. You can see what we've changed. And you can see where the skies followed suit. So we'll select this again. We'll fill it with black. Now, one of the biggest differences that we're having to combat is the original sky that we rendered was quite a bit darker than what we're putting in there. So we're noticing that our ambient values, our ambient lighting values, don't quite jive. That's probably the next thing that we want to look at. Here's where separating, like we did in our EXR file, really helps. Because if we had each of these, if we had the environment light as a pass, and we had these pendant lights as a pass in our interior, we could control all of that stuff separately and not worry about blowing it out. But in this particular case, what's going to happen is if I look at going into my curves, what I can do, as a matter of fact, one trick I'm going to show you right now is that when you're working with curves, you can leave this layer on normal, and what that's going to do is curves are going to adjust your color and your luminance values at the same time. So as we started to lift up, these values of our red, or drop these down, that's actually decreasing the brightness of our red as well. So it's dropping the luminance values of those down. The green, we lifted it up a little bit, so that's increasing our luminance of the green as well as the color values, and the blue, the same thing. Well, we haven't gotten into all the transfer modes, and we're going to hit a lot of the transfer modes after lunch. But one of the very simple solutions to this is we could, if we only want the curves to affect our coloration, meaning we want it to affect both hue and saturation at the same time, we could turn this on to color. And in this case, we didn't make any major modifications to this. So the difference is going to be slight in terms of between normal and color. But if I keep this on color and I start to tweak my color, look at how bright I'm making the blue, and yet I'm not varying my luminance at all in this scene. And so we're using that as a way to allow us to adjust these colorations without messing with our luminance values. So maybe even drop this down a little bit more, pick up a little bit more cyan. Okay. So now if I do this, what I like to do is I just like to call this color so that I know that I'm only tweaking that color. I know that it's curves because of the icon here of what that looks like. And you also have the ability with any of your adjustment controls here to mask it out in any particular area. So if in this particular case I wanted to, I didn't want it to affect this area as much, I might hit X on my keyboard and start to paint some of these areas out if I didn't like what the effect was in that zone. In this case, I actually do like the effect of what's going on because I feel like it's getting a little bit more natural in terms of where we started and where we ended. And you can actually look at the difference even if you just kind of look at the sky quality. You'll notice, though, that this doesn't look right at all, right? This has got too much magenta, and it's not quite jiving with what we're doing there yet either. So we've got some correction to do. Well, if color curves only adjust, and this again, color adjusts the hue and saturation at the same time, you could pick hue and saturation and divide those up separately as well, but we'll look at that a little bit later. If I put another curves on this, well, it would probably stand to reason that if I want to adjust my contrast, and again I'm going to alt-click this line so that they connect to each other, I'm going to choose another mode, and that's going to be luminosity. Luminosity is going to give me, and I'm just going to call this Luma for short. Luminosity is going to give me the ability to control via curves the luminance values of these colors without adjusting my actual color values. So as you notice, I'm really increasing the amount of red here, and my color is not changing saturation, it's not changing hue, it's separated into color. Or it's only giving me luma changes. And that's kind of a nice effect because, like we said, our image wasn't quite bright enough in this case, but I want to go in and I want to do it in a sort of a pure channel basis to see how much that's going to affect instead of doing this overall RGB equivalent at the same time. And now you can see that that made a pretty good net effect on our image without messing with our color controls. Okay, so this is probably a good stopping point. I'm going to go ahead and hit save here. And why don't we do this? If there's any questions, feel free to go ahead and post it on the chat, and I'll wait online for another couple of minutes to see if anybody has questions. And then we're going to break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. Okay, we're getting ready to come back from break. Just going to do a quick sound check and make sure we're okay. Excellent. All right, so jumping back in where we left off, we were working on taking our base rendering and we were working on putting that back together. so that it would fit our new sky. And our new sky had more blue and more cyan, and our original sky had a bit more magenta and purple in it. And so we started to break up our color correction into two different curve nodes. One was a color node that we made some adjustments to each of the individual channels. And another one was our Luma mode here. And our color curves we put on, get back to my layers there. Our color curves we put onto color, and our luminosity, our Luma layers here, our contrast we put onto luminosity. And the big important thing to realize there is that as we adjust our color values, the luminance values of the colors in our rendering, we are not sacrificing, or we're not changing the actual colors. So let's continue to work a little bit on curves and talk about what we can do with them. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take, I'm actually going to make a duplicate of my scene here. I'm just going to put a merge layer so that, let's say our image was just like this as we open it up. And you'll notice that when I duplicated my merged layers, my color channel points came with it. To get rid of those, to clear those, I can, in my eyedropper tool, I is the shortcut key, I can hit Shift-Alt and delete those. So we can clear those pieces. Now, if we were just working on this image and it was kind of a flattened file, and we go to curves, let's talk a little bit about some other functionality that we can do with curves. As we'd already mentioned, if we work in the full RGB master curve here, that means that we're adjusting our red, green, and blue simultaneously, and that is going to, that's not really what we're going to want to do primarily. We're going to want to actually get into our individual curves. But for the sake of just demonstrating a couple of simple things that we should know about curves, I'm going to utilize this master curve temporarily. One of the first things that you'll see is we've got a couple of eyedroppers over here. And what these represent are sampling. If we select this middle one, we can sample the image, just select the white point or the gray point in the image. And if we sample this white one, the light one, we can actually set our new white point, and the bottom one is the black point. So if we were to try to do that, what we would want to do is, if we select our middle one here to grab a midpoint, we would be trying to select something in our scene that was a middle gray. In this particular image, you know, as we look around, I'm not sure exactly what would be middle gray, other than we do have a little piece of aluminum here on our umbrella that might be a place to start. Well, as I select that midpoint, that middle gray point, and let me just zoom to 25% so we have a little clearer view, you can see what happened to my curve. And if I go into my RGB channel here, you'll see that it actually did affect the individual color channels separately. So red, green, and blue were adjusted. In this case, it was saying that let's adjust the overall color tone of this image according to what you're telling me as a neutral point. That's also known as sort of a white balance in when you're working on color temperatures in photography and so on. And let's go ahead back to our layers, and we could look at the difference. So that's adjusting the white balance, or that neutral tone. Well, let's say we select a different area in our image, and we went over here and we grabbed this spot, or even let's find some place that has a more dramatic, a more pronounced effect. Well, now you're starting to see that we've adjusted our color curves quite a bit. It's recalibrated that entirely to a very different neutral point, a very different white point. And the reason that it's put so much blue in there is we selected a very warm yellowy tone, and we told that that was our neutral. And so if that were to be our neutral, that meant that this blue channel needed to rise up to neutralize the yellow, as well as the red channel needed to drop down to add cyan to neutralize the sort of warm reds. And then you'll see the greens shifted just a little bit because there may have been a bit of magenta in there. Now, of course, this isn't the desired effect that we're looking for, but in some instances, you can really make some dramatic changes just by figuring out what a different white point in your scene might be. And if we grab in the areas where that bright yellow was, we can see that we really sort of made this thing, we pushed it towards a far direction. Now if I go back in and I grab something that I do think is more towards a neutral, this case is, most scenes there is something that you can look at and point to as what you think is going to be a neutral point. A couple of things that I've seen folks do is when you're shooting a photograph, you of course can take a color checker card, and let me just quickly jump online here and see if I can pull up an image of a color checker card. There you go. So a color checker card, there's a bunch of different types, and some have a lot of different samples on them, and some have just a few samples. If we open up, let's say we just open up this one really quick, what you'll see is this card has a white point, a black point, and a middle gray tone in it that is measurable. It also includes a couple of other interesting things that are useful, especially when you're shooting photography, and that is it tries to give you identifiable colors that fall within the typical skin tone range, as well as sky and foliage colors that happen naturally. Well, what you can do with a card like this in a photography workflow is you can use that when you take your photograph. You could take a shot with it and a shot without it, and you can use this middle gray point as a known mid-gray to color balance your image and select that as the neutral tone. Well, it stands to reason too that if you wanted to, you could actually render out a color checker card into your rendering to have it respond to your lighting as well, and some people do just that. You map it to a plane, and you bring it in as a texture map, and you make sure that you've got a neutral gray in your scene that you can select that to. It's just a simple little trick that you can use. Maybe we'll set that up later. I didn't actually do that for this scene, but it's worth noting, it's worth mentioning that some of those tricks exist. Okay, so let's say for instance we're happy with this white balance here, or this neutral balance. Well, let's go ahead and try to find something that's our white point. And the white point, I'm going to select. Go ahead and select maybe one of these lanterns here. That's my brightest white point in the scene. And what you're going to notice there is what that's done is that's actually gone in and it's erased my curves here. It took out what I was working on before with my neutral point, and it set my white point to that high tone. And let's do the same with the black point. Let's get in here and decide that, let's find some place that we think is going to be the darkest spot of our image. So I'll maybe select that. So what I did is I went ahead and I selected all three. I went to a white point, I went to my dark point, and I went to my midpoint. And if I go back to my layer and I turn this on and off, you'll see that we've adjusted the overall color temperature of our image just by grabbing those areas. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that this is correct, and it might not be the correct output that you want to achieve, but what it does do is it does adjust your luminance levels and your color levels at the same time according to selectable parts on your image. If we were to choose the color checker card, that might be a good a good resource to have in the image to try to adapt that to. I'm going to go ahead and put on a new curves, and we'll leave this one, but I'll turn it off. So as we look at curves here, remember I mentioned that if you hold down the Alt key, you can drag your beginning and end points here. And if I do this in the master curve, you'll notice that it'll tell me which colors I'm starting to clip. And in this case, I'm starting to lose some of my, looks like I'm starting to lose some of my reds and cyan. So what we're actually doing here is we're cutting out information in our image. And if I do the same here and I brighten that up, I'm cutting out information. So I'm going to drag this to a known value. I'm going to come up here and I'm going to make that an input of 30, and let's go from maybe to 225. So what I've done there is I've steepened the curve, and what that's done, anytime you make the curve steeper in your image, you increase the contrast. Well, that's great. Increasing the contrast is generally a desired effect. But in this case, what I've done is I've started to lose information here. Another resource that we're going to want to begin to look at quite often is our histogram. And the histogram you can pull up right here with this dialog box. But I also choose to show it in an expanded view so that we can see this a bit larger, as well as an all channels view. Now, a couple of things that that should be noted about our histogram. I do show my channels in color, and that just helps me keep track of which one is which quickly as I identify them. But as we know from our channels, our look at our channels earlier, we're really just modifying the grayscale values of those pieces. Now, here's something that's interesting. What we're noticing is we're noticing a couple of things about our histogram. First of all, there's all these gaps in it. And we've got a warning icon up here. Well, what it's doing is the histogram is showing this with cached data, and if we want that to refresh, we need to update that histogram. And now we're seeing what the histogram has been updated to. The other thing that you're going to notice in terms of histograms is if you look at your curves over here, we have a similar warning that we were looking at, and this is a warning us telling us that we don't have quite the accurate histogram. So if I click on this, now you see that the histogram adjusted itself, and I have a more accurate histogram. Well, let's just try to read some of this data a little bit and see what our conclusion is. The first thing that I want to point out is that all the way to the right-hand side, this is our highlights, and all the way to our left-hand side are our dark values. Well, I just clipped our lights and our darks by moving in our curves left and right. And what you're going to notice about our histogram is we've got this spike of data that's clipped here and the spike of data that's clipped there, as well as somewhat in our green and the beginning and end. So we've taken all of this color data and we've bunched it up towards the end there. And generally, that's going to result in what we're seeing here. We've got a lot of sort of plugged shadows and things that we're losing that information. We probably have some over bright areas that don't look quite as good. Well, as I drag this out and I drag this back out, you'll notice that my rendering falls mostly within this histogram. And one of the first things that I do as I'm judging the quality of an image or judging what you can do with an image is I'll open up the histogram and I'll look to see if I'm using the entire histogram, as well as if I've overexposed it or underexposed it. So let's talk about what an overexposure and underexposure can do. Take off my curves. I'll put on an exposure. We'll go back to our histogram and watch as I start to increase my exposure. If I go up a full stop in this case. Well, what that's done, and I'll go ahead and uncache this so that it regenerates, you'll see that as I've exposed this, our colors have moved over to the right and started to press themselves up against the white, and it's started to reduce the amount of darkness to some degree here. And you can tell right away just by this histogram view that we've clipped off some of our colors. We can also tell that just by looking here that we've blown out some of our details, our highlight details, so we're losing information. Coincidentally, go back to 0 here, we have the same type of feature that we can do. So if we know that this is the brightest point that we want, we can actually come in here and decide our exposure values by clicking on those same black and white points. Now in this case I got a really dark point and it offset it, and that's not where we want to go. Even if I zoom in here, you'll see that in the exposure mode, when you try to set a black point in the exposure, it can look pretty gross quickly. So similar functionality, not the same results, and typically this offset value here is something that you're going to want to leave alone. Also, if I just zero this back out, notice as you begin to offset, look at the values that you're dealing with. That's 0.01 that we've moved that slider over, and it's already starting to look washed out and sort of weird. And as I bring this up, we can see it, more pronounced. Very minor values, very small values of the offset are going to have a major impact on your scene. Well, what's one of the things that we learned about exposure? We learned that exposure, while it's nice to have here, and we've got this 16-bit image, we've got a little flexibility, but you'll notice that as I really start to expose this down, it's not behaving physically accurately like our EXR files were doing. And so that's something to be aware of. As I expose this up like we did in our EXR file, and if I were to go to my eyedropper tool here and shift click and put in an eyedropper in that area where we would expect it to be brighter than white, and I changed it to 32-bit, you'll notice that my RGB just stops at 1. It's clipped at 1. And so that's one of the major differences between what we were working on with our EXR files before. That has a major impact when you're starting to do things like glows on your scene, because it will happen more naturally once you're working in those EXRs. Okay, so let's do a couple of other things here. I'm going to go back to this curves that I was looking at before, and I'm going to drag this into 30 points and bring this down to 225 or so. Well, we mentioned that this is actually cutting out data in our file. Well, I'm going to go back in and do another type of adjustment here, and this time I'm going to use a levels adjustment. And with my levels adjustment, I'm going to bring this in 30 points, and I'm going to bring this down 30 points as well. So that's my levels adjustment on this image. Well, let me make a duplicate of this and put these up side by side. Actually, this time I'm going to do a duplicate and not merge the layers. So on my left-hand side, I've got my levels, and my right-hand side, I've got my curves. Well, what you're going to notice is those two are identical. And one of the reasons that curves is a better color correction tool than levels is that levels we have no choice but to clip if we wanted to start to move in our image brightness and darkness. We have just the tiniest little bit of leeway before we start to actually lose information with levels. And so if I go back to my levels adjustment and let's say I even bring up my midpoint value here, which is going to raise the gamma of that image. Let's see, what did I bring that up to? 1.4. That's going to be virtually the same as bringing up the midpoint of my curve. And essentially all levels is a curve with 3 points. And it can only move these points to clip data. But what we can do with curves is if we want to build in contrast, and as we said, the steeper the curve, the better the contrast. Well, what happens if I come down here to the quarter tones and I start to apply the same type of curvature? And again, I'm probably being a little bit too over dramatic in this particular case, but it's just so that we can see the advantages and disadvantages. So I'll bring this back into where we were. Well, in my curves, I at least have the ability to keep from plugging my shadows and from overexposing my highlights. I have complete control over where these curvature points are applied. And so I no longer have to clip my data. If I look at my histogram and I uncache it, you'll see that in the red channel slightly I've started to clip, and that's partially because I'm working on a master channel. And if I were doing this as a final result, I would work on individual channel contrast. But in general, we're not doing what we did inside of our levels, which if I uncache that, was we were clipping it in the both ends, so we were losing data and we were being destructive with our image. Here we're actually able to put the contrast in it but preserve the data in our file so that we can manipulate it. And so it just, it's a matter of personal preference, but I do tend to cringe when I see people jump into levels and start to make their adjustments, because it's like taking a sledgehammer to the image and instead of getting in there with some fine tuning. Well, let's talk a little bit about the curvature of this shape here. What you're going to notice is this looks like an S curve, and it's consistent of, it's got actually 5 points to it. It doesn't necessarily need to have the midpoint for it to be an S curve with the contrast, but an S curve is generally the preferred technique for adding contrast to your images. It's not the only technique. For instance, we may decide that it's actually to our advantage to get into the individual color channels and add contrast maybe with an S curve in one or two of the channels, and then maybe less so in another one of the channels. But just for the purposes of explaining here, an S curve is going to introduce contrast, and you'll see that at a minimum it takes 4 points. Well, we already realized that we can't even do that with levels. We can only have 3 points at a maximum, and so we can't even apply this this S curve technique. Okay, so that's one thing to look at in terms of our levels, or in our curves. Now, as you're inside of curves, I mentioned that subtle changes using the arrow key can have a pronounced effect, and I'm just moving my arrow left and right and kind of giving you an idea of what some of the changes are as I do that. And of course, Shift and the arrow will make larger moves. Well, as you're working on these keyboard shortcuts, you can toggle plus, and plus is going to move you through your different curves. So if you're working on adjusting these by hand, you can use your plus and minus key to go forward and back in your curves. Anytime that we want to reset, and let's say we don't like what we've done, we can go either to the previous state, which will undo our last one. We can even toggle back and forth what that looked like from the previous iteration, and we can also just delete it. And in this case, because it's the first time I've done it, it's asking me if I want to confirm that I absolutely do want to delete this. Yep, let's go ahead and delete. Now that put me back to my curves that were below, which weren't toggled on. That was our white balance curve. And again, if we wanted to, we could experiment with just putting that on color and not adjusting the luminosity at the same time. So know that those exist. Okay, so let's look at a couple of other things. Now, we can, inside of levels, if I go back into my levels, we can adjust the individual channels, and we looked at that before. We can also put a constant, so we can actually bring down, and let's watch what happens in the histogram here. If I'm in my red channel and I bring down that full white point, you see what happens. It just gave me a big gap in my histogram. And that's noticeable by the fact that my image, half of it turned about cyan. Everything that was in the highlights started to pick up a lot of cyan color to it. And then the opposite effect would happen if I started to bring in that output level, where you can see that that started to drag this in. So anything that's got a darkness value to it is starting to get overrun with red. You can choose auto levels, and what auto levels is going to do is it's going to go through your channels, and it's going to pick what it thinks the white and black point should be. So you can see that it's moved my black point of my blue channel to 5, my white point of my blue channel to almost 200. My green, it moved in the black point to 8, my white point to 244, and my red to 6, and my white it left alone. And you can see what it's done. It's still, if I uncache this, it's still clipped some of the data here at the very edges, but it's tried to do it in a way that wasn't overly done. It's tried to give us the best it could, the best result it could by choosing auto levels. Well, let's do a different version of this. I'm going to go ahead and put on a curves, and we'll notice that we have the same thing in our curves. We have an auto curves that we can hit, and I'll turn on, once I turn on auto curves, let's go ahead and look at what it's done to our histogram. Well, auto curves has actually done a very similar thing to the histogram. I'll go ahead and duplicate this again just so that we could see the two side by side. So the one on the left is using auto curves, the one on the right is using auto levels, and you'll notice that they're very, very similar to each other. If we look at the histogram of one versus the histogram of the other, they're actually looking identical. Let's see. And so that's something just to be cautious about when you're inside of your curves and you choose that auto feature. It is going to do its best interpretation of what should be done, but as we get into the channels, you'll see, hey, that curve actually started to clip off some of these reds. It started to clip off some of the greens, both in my highlights and shadows. And it really did a number on my blues. It took all these blues here and pushed that way in. And what it's doing is it's evaluating how much information is there and whether or not it thinks it needs it. And in this case, when we did that auto curves, we get a very blue image, mostly because this blue, the highlights, the blue pushed far over to the left. Okay, so let's look at some other color adjustments that we can create in our scene here. I'll just keep a copy of that around in case we need to come back to it. Well, of course, what we've been doing is we've been going into our adjustment layers here. And the reason that we do that is because these adjustment layers are non-destructive. And I find that, you know, as you're working in color correction or as you're working through a file, the more that you can do non-destructively, the more flexibility you're going to have throughout using it. And you're also going to have the ability to respond to client changes. You know, oh, I don't really like that sky. I'd rather have that purple sky from the beginning. Well, we could turn off our curves layer and go back to where we wanted originally. But you can go to image adjustments and you can get to all of these, most all of these adjustments directly here. Some of the ones that you're not going to be able to get at are ones like shadow and highlights and HDR toning, match color, replace color. Those we're not going to be able to select from here. Well, let's walk through what we can do with our adjustment layers. So the first one is relatively easy, and that one is just putting on a solid color. Solid color gives us the ability to select any color that we want to put on this thing, and we can always go back to it by double-clicking on it and change it if we want. Now, using our transfer modes, we can maybe do some interesting things with solid colors that are, you know, applied to the image. If we wanted to do, say we wanted to put a warming filter on this, we wanted to warm up the overall image as though we, you know, had a little grading applied to it. Well, I'm using overlay right here as my transfer mode, and overlay, what that's doing is it's actually applying a screen wherever the values are above 128, and it's applying a multiply wherever the values are below 128. And in this case, all it's doing is it's adding a screen. I could also do some things where if I wanted to apply color or hue, and we get some garish results, I could put it on soft light if I just wanted it to be very slight. And we're going to talk a little bit about better ways to do color grading than just applying this overall color here. But it is nice to have a ability to do a solid color fill. One of the things that I'll use a solid color fill for is sometimes I'll make that my crop, and I'll go in here and I'll choose some kind of aspect ratio. Let's say I want to make this 8:10 aspect, and I want to figure out what my crop should be. I'll just come in, I'll work on my crop, I'll apply that to the mask. And I'll make this, you know, a black crop. So anytime that I want to adjust this, I can just come in here and I can tweak my mask to be what I want it to be. So remember, white is what's visible, black is what's not, and you know, now I've got a non-destructive crop that we can work on. Another thing that I'll do is I'll actually put in multiple crops in an image, and I find that, you know, with with multiple outputs that you're doing for any photograph or rendering, it's good to come in here and figure out if you're going to have a landscape or a portrait or a couple of different ones. And for instance, one popular one is, well, this image is fine for a still, but as soon as I go ahead and I try to put it into a movie frame at 16 by 9, I've got an issue. So I can start to slide these things around, and that's just one thing that you can do easily with the solid color layer. Next is very similar, and that's a gradient. And the gradient tool is a really great tool in here. It's a non-destructive gradient. The other thing that's nice about that is we can go in and we could change it at any time. So if I had this black and white gradient and I decided that, let's say I just want to do a little, well, let's try, here we're going to use this as overlay, right? So remember I said that overlay screens where it's brighter than gray, brighter than mid-gray, and multiplies where it's darker than mid-gray. And I say, no, that's not what I'm looking for. I actually want to have the reverse effect. Well, I can come over here and I could drop my effect down. You'll notice that it's aligning with the layer by default. But if I want to get into my gradient, if I click on the gradient, now what I can do is I can actually get in here and I can control these colors. So what I might begin to do is bring that up towards mid-gray a little bit. Maybe bring my white point down towards mid-gray so the effect is not quite as severe. And I can also begin to add additional points in here as I see fit. I can really start to manipulate my image. Maybe I want to start to do a little color overlay in this middle section, and I'm going to just keep that very close to gray with a little, maybe I even throw a little warmth in there. And now what I've done a non-destructive gradient. Click OK. That's giving a little color wash to my scene. That's a slightly different effect than what I was getting. And I can always go back in and I can adjust this and tweak it. Of course, you can use some of the presets if you want. I don't find them to be very useful, but one of the nice things is you can have any color that you want in here. You can also adjust what you want and then save it. So for instance, one of the types of gradients that I'll save is I'll save a gradient for different sky techniques, maybe a sunset sky or a morning dawn sky. I'll put those in as different gradients so that I can just quickly drop them in my scene and start to see what my colors are going to do and how they'll interact with each other. Now the difference between the gradient that's here as our adjustment layer and the gradient that we're going to get if we were to choose the gradient tool, as this is completely pixel based right here. So once I put this in, this is rasterized. There's no changing it and going back to it. So if I wanted to have some kind of new gradient to it, I would have to completely apply this gradient again and do it over. So that's the advantage of creating your gradient as a layer. You'll notice that there are a bunch of different types of gradients. You've got radial gradients and so on. So probably not use that often, but you could fill your image entirely with a pattern, and again, the pattern is non-destructive, so if I didn't like that particular pattern and I wanted to put this new one in, I could. I can also adjust my scale of the pattern here without it being destructive. So I can, if I wanted to put this plaid in there, I could have that. Now we get into some of the ones, our color correction ones, the ones that are more widely used. And here we've got a brightness and contrast. Again, I always recommend that as you're looking at these files and you're trying to do some different adjustments on it, open up the histogram so that you can actually see if you're losing data or clipping it and so on. So as we bring the brightness up, you'll notice what happens to our histogram. All the pixels start to move towards the lighter values. Now, one of the things that Photoshop has done in CS4 and CS5 is they've revamped the brightness and contrast tools, and they've done a much better job. It's much closer, or it's probably the same as the brightness contrast features in inside of Lightroom. And you'll notice that even though we've cranked up the brightness quite a bit, it's still doing a pretty good job of not actually clipping out our data at the front. We're losing a little bit in our red that's bunched up there, but it's done a nicer job in this instance of protecting our values. If I bring up the contrast, what you're going to notice is that contrast is actually spreading out the values. So it's taking some pixels and moving them forward and some backward so that it's increasing the difference between the two. But also notice that this is doing a pretty good job of protecting the endpoints, the white point and black point of your histogram. So these two combined with each other, I probably have it on a little too much if you were going to go this route. But whereas I would have used to suggest that you never in a million years use brightness and contrast, the tools have actually been improved to do a decent job. As a matter of fact, I would much rather see you use brightness and contrast than levels, since we know that levels was actually clipping our data as we're moving this, and this is actually protecting the data somewhat, keeping it intact. Well, let's look at what the old system used to be like. Let me turn on Use Legacy. So this is what the old technique used to be, and I'll bring those up to about the same values. There's our brightness, and here's our contrast. And you'll notice that it's not doing the magic of protecting our values as they go front and back. We're actually pushed it so far that we've clipped it, and we've lost information. So I would say I would avoid using the legacy there. Now, one of the things that I'm interested in is I'm interested in turning brightness and contrast up. And I'm curious about if we go to our layer here, and our layer right now is normal, what happens if we turn this on to luminosity? So you'll notice that the brightness contrast is actually affecting your color pixels there. And it's affecting it, it looks like, about that much. So you can see I just put it on color, and we could see where the color shifts were. So here's normal, and that's a color shift plus the luminosity shift to it. So if you wanted to separate those two things like we did before, you could certainly do that. In this case, it's done a halfway decent job on its own. But just keep in mind that it is shifting your color values, right? So this is actually moved a bit towards the yellow spectrum and away from our orangey red spectrum as we've moved it forward. Levels we already talked about. Curves we talked about quite a bit. We're going to continue to use curves. Curves is something that will be a common theme, throughout our time working on these, especially as we're getting into tweaking entourage and getting things to match up. Exposure we looked at as well. There are some defaults in the exposure. So for instance, you can up your exposures by minus a stop or minus 2 stops or +1 or +2 stops. So that's nice if you want to have that. We looked at what our values do here. If I open back up my EXR file, So this is that EXR file that we worked on before. Inside of a 32-bit file, you can actually turn this drop down to be 32-bit exposure. And once you do that, you can drag your exposure up and down without applying it to your image. But you can start to see what would happen if you lifted up or down your exposure. And if you double click on this slider, it will bring it back to 0 and reset it. So that's one nice thing about exposure inside of 32-bit. Okay, so now we're going to get into some of our color tools here beyond curves, which we saw that does a great job of both, color and luminance. We can get into vibrance, hue, saturation, color balance. We can do some things with black and white and photo filter and so on. I'm actually going to switch to hue saturation before we go to vibrance so that we can see what the difference between the two is. And so if I click on hue saturation, this is probably a tool that you're familiar with inside of Photoshop when you're going to adjust colors or even individual colors. And it's a nice tool to use in a pinch. You can get some quick results. But what I'm going to suggest is that where possible, try to do your color corrections inside of curves when you can. So one of the first things that you'll notice is that we can do a master hue and saturation. So if I want to increase my saturation of this image, I can go ahead and I can really push that forward, and we can get a lot more saturated colors out. One of the things that's helpful in this particular case, and a lot of times I'll push saturation, even to its limits sometimes, so that we can look at an image like that and wonder, well, why would we want to do that? Well, one of the things that you're going to notice is as we push the saturation all the way to the edge, we're going to notice it sticks out like a sore thumb that we never color corrected our background buildings here to reduce those sort of purples and yellows out of it. So in one quick little test, we found that that's not quite fitting in there. But we also did notice that, hey, our blue sky and the kind of hue that we had that we started to push into our building tone up here in the sky is actually starting to look like it's at least in the same family. We might have overall a little bit too much green in the image, which we can, when we'll go back in, we'll start to look at how we can combat some of the green. But that's a good quick look at what you can do. Now let's say we push this, and I'm just going to push it wildly so that it's easier to see as it shows up on the screen. Well, remember that anything that we can do with the layers here with our transfer modes, if I only want this to control the saturation, I can put that on saturation only. And so in my hue saturation, I can use this just to adjust saturation and not change hue. So if I adjust the hue and I slide this all around left and right and so on, well, you'll notice that nothing is actually changing in there, and that's because with that transfer mode, it's only affecting saturation. The same would go if I turn this over to hue. Well, now you can see that it's affecting the hue only, and it doesn't matter what my saturation values are in here. And that's just sometimes from a workflow standpoint, it's nice to be able to control those separately. If you've dialed in some colors, but you didn't necessarily want to affect the saturation or hue or vice versa. Now, one of the things about the hue saturation that's really powerful is the fact that you can get into adjusting all of the individual colors in here. And we can do that a couple of different ways. We can actually get into, we can go to the channel that we want or the colors that we want. We can also just click on it in the image and have it begin to adjust. Now, part of the reason that it's not adjusting is I just had that on hue, and if I turn that back on to normal, we'll see that I was able to selectively grab the yellows in this scene just by clicking on this tool and moving it up and down. So you've got some selective control over areas of your image. The other thing is that this, when we've grabbed that and we put this color, it selected that color right here and it put it at the midpoint of what this range is. And this range has gone to a default of giving us this window of color that's in between kind of oranges and yellowy greens, and then it fades out until it hits these marks out here. The larger that we extend these bars out, the longer fade it's going to have and the more effect it'll have on these colors. And then the more I extend these out, the more colors it's going to affect overall in the scene. And if I just grab these all the way, you'll start to see that I've begun to include pretty much everything now except for this little range of colors in here. So just remember that even though the defaults do get you pretty close sometimes, it's not necessarily the final way that you're going to want to get in there. Now notice what happened here is I grabbed a different area and I've got greens and I've got greens too. So what it did is it changed this because I had made this tweak. It actually changed our values that we had in our scene, and instead of yellows it called it, well, we pushed all of the yellows towards green. So now it just gave me greens 1 and 2. I don't actually want that. So I'm going to reset, and we've got our yellow that brought me back to where we were before. So many times I see people forget that you have all of this flexibility in these controls of colors to be able to dial in a specific color. Let's try that in the sky. So let's grab the sky color here and start to push that up. That's done a pretty good job of getting us just those cyans, and you'll see that it's switched that over to the cyans. And we can also tweak the hue of that. Sometimes tweaking the hue is a better representation of, understanding what's gone in. If I start to drop the lightness of that, you'll see that it's desaturated it and brought down the values of the color. And if I were to increase the lightness, it's actually desaturated and brought up the values of the color. And of course, if you hit colorize, what it's going to do is it's going to switch back and it's going to ask you what overall hue do you want to apply over the image, and saturation do you want to apply. And so if I was just going to try to colorize this image, I wind up with an effect that maybe looks like this, like a sepia tone. So I could do a colorize on that, and we could adjust the entire image. Of course, you can also paint into your masks. For instance, if we wanted to not have it be sepia tone on the outside, we could do something like that, which I'm not sure why you would do that, but just to remind you that you can put your masks in here. You could adjust the hue, only the saturation, which looks a little strange, and only color will be slightly different than normal because that's going to affect some luminosity. And then there are some defaults that you can choose from your hue saturation. We could switch this over to cyanotype, boost up the saturation, increase it. There's this old looking image, pump up the reds, make it sepia like we just were looking at, really strong saturation, lifting it up to 50%. boosting yellows, and then of course custom that we want. It's a good idea as well to let me just trash this hue saturation and put a new one on here. So I'm going to look at my histogram while I'm creating this saturation on here, and notice what's happening to the colors. Remember what we said before when we were measuring colors, that the further apart the colors got, the more saturated they were. And the reason that is the further those colors are getting away from gray, where they're bunched up together in the middle, the more color that's able to shine through. So as I create this saturation, you know, if we look into our red channel, let me just close down this really quick. If I look at my red channel or my green channel or my blue channel, what we've actually done is we've increased some of the contrast of these channels. Let me go to the green and show you there. So we've added a little bit of contrast. So you can really see that those grayscale values have increased contrast. And not only did they increase contrast, but the difference between the channels has now gotten larger. It's gotten more apparent. And one of the things that people ask when I suggest that you use curves to adjust your colors and your saturations, you know, one of the common questions is, well, how do you do that? And all we're really saying is that we're adjusting the curvature of those tones to create more contrast in the channel and more difference between the two channels. And so you see, as I desaturate this, and I'll click on, oh, I still have my, there we go, now I get my RGB channel. As I desaturate this, the colors, now they all line up. All the colors are basically on top of each other, and so many of these fall within that middle gray. And that's exactly what we would expect. We would expect as those colors bunch up and get closer together, the image turns gray. And now here's our color separation. Okay, let's go back to our layers. We can get rid of our hue saturation. Well, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and turn saturation up and make a copy of this at 50. So we'll do a duplicate image, and we'll put one next to each other. And in the one on the right here, I'll go back to my layers. I'll get rid of hue saturation, and I'm going to put in vibrance. And this time I'm going to increase my vibrance up to 50. Well, look at what that's done. Vibrance has increased our saturation, but it's done it selectively. And there are two things at work here that happens with vibrance. Now, of course, it is worth mentioning that we can increase our saturation as well in one dialog box. So you could do vibrance and saturation together as one individual. Even if I turn this vibrance way up, we're still not quite as saturated as we were in our overall saturation effect. And what's happening here is vibrance is smart enough to know that it's going to take and do selective saturation on the colors that don't have as much saturation, except for colors that fall within the skin tone range. So vibrance is actually a really good technique for saturating an image but protecting the skin tones. And let's open up an image with a person on it and see if we can't see that at work. So let me open up this image here of this girl that's in sunlight here, and this is an image from the Epictor content libraries from the CG Architect shop. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick look at applying a vibrance on this. So notice that even with the vibrance, I've punched that up considerably, up to 58. It's saturating our colors, but it's not killing our skin tones. We're getting a little bit of saturation in the skin tones and a little bit in this red area, but it's not destroying the effect. Watch what happens when I turn on saturation. So as I put in saturation, you see that we've absolutely gone crazy with our skin tones here, and we've lost that effect. So that's the key difference between vibrance and saturation, and I would say vibrance is a good tool to use when you're trying to keep skin tones in check. One of the things, coincidentally, that we're going to do later is we're going to learn how to selectively replace some of the colors on both skin tones and, let's say we want to change her shirt from red to blue, or get it to fit within our rendering a little bit better. And of course, vibrance you could put on color only, or hue or saturation, so that it only affects what you want it to affect. And then we've got a very popular tool here, which is the color balance tool. And the color balance tool is actually going to be somewhat reminiscent of everything we've talked about so far in curves, because we notice that we have, well, basically 3 points here. So this is 3 points on our curves that we're using to control color balance, as opposed to sort of multiple curves that we were using before. And we've got a highlight, a midtone, and a shadow, and basically we can get into each one of our curves. And so that we know that in this particular case, if we wanted the midtones to push towards cyan and maybe get a little bit of blue, we could go ahead and we're just tweaking those middle points of the curve. Then if we switch over to highlights and we want to get maybe a little bit more red overall in the highlights to warm up those lights, just a touch down of magenta, a little blue in the shadow, maybe a little cyan in the shadow. Now we've got something that is adjusting color ranges, color values in a simplistic way, because it's just giving us these 3 places to do that. And then you'll notice that we've got the checkbox here to preserve luminosity or not. So this is actually preserving the values of those pixels. But as we know from our curve solution, we also know that, well, we have those same exact controls here, and what we're saying is that the midtones, if we wanted this to slide towards red, we lift up the midtones. If we wanted it to slide towards cyan, we could drop that down. We've got shadow, and we've got highlight. So there's our highlight tones. But we also have the ability and the flexibility inside of curves to adjust as many of these spots as we want to in here. So unlike color balance, which only gives you three places to choose from, you know that in curves you could do the same thing but have more flexibility and control. It's not that color balance doesn't work. It works just fine. It's just a more simplified and limited solution. And again, our other trick, going back to if we just want to adjust color and we don't want to adjust luminosity, we go ahead and we turn that on to color. to affect the color only. And we could see what that does to our colors, but it's not actually affecting. And you'll also know that because I put this on color only and we're turning on and off preserve luminosity, there's no change in the net effect there. Next one we have to work with is the black and white. And this is really if you want to take your image and you want to convert it to black and white, but you want to pull out certain detail that's in individual channels. So in certain cases, you know, maybe the reds are a good spot in this image to brighten up, and maybe the yellows can come up, maybe the overall the blues, we could lift those up in the sky to give it a contrast in between the two. And basically it's like you know, it's kind of like taking this into the dark room and working on what your best solution for each of those individual colors are to get a black and white output. Of course, you can also click and drag on any one of the color areas. And of course you can tint it if you wanted to make it sepia tone again. This is a much better sepia tone than we would have gotten earlier by applying our color, because of the fact that we've gone into our various different color values. And again, all this is doing is adjusting grayscale tones of those color adjustments. If we clicked on auto, it would try to give us its best guess as to what we wanted. I sort of liked where we were before because of how we could pull out the sky in this case. Now in certain cases, you know, this is fine if you wanted to do a final black and white output, but in other cases sometimes it's a good idea to, you know, to have these if you were trying to make certain masks. And for instance, if I started to bring down some of these colors, we could see if we can isolate certain areas of our image. And this one's not, the colors are too varied in this one to really give us anything that's worthwhile from a selection standpoint, but occasionally the black and white conversion will help you when you're going to matte something out. All right, so photo filter, for the photographers out there that are used to working with different gels and things that you put over your lights to warm or cool an image, we can certainly, you know, we can go ahead and cycle through what each of these does. This is applying an overall color across your image, similar to what we were talking about with solid color. This is just doing it a more subtle way. But in some cases, it's good to cycle through this just if you're trying to figure out, if you're trying to decide what you like in terms of a white balance. You're like, that one's not so bad there. The orange, the blue is a little too cool. And then, of course, the density determines how much or little of that gets put on, and the luminosity, you can see what it does, and that's kind of an interesting effect when you don't preserve the values. And of course, you can just come in here and adjust the color individually. Once again, this can get put on color mode if you don't want it to affect your luminosity. You could try, yeah, color would be the best one there. You're not really necessarily going to want to put it on hue or saturation and separate them. One thing that putting an overall photo filter on an image can do is it can begin to tie your colors together a little bit better. And let's go back to our histogram so that we can see what it's doing. All right, so if I turn my photo filter off, you see the difference between here. Our reds are pushed to the left, our greens are in the middle, and our blues are pushed to the right. Well, as we take a unifying color and we drop that over the image, and let me just do. Refresh this. I'm switching this to adjustment composite so that you can see what that adjustment layer is actually doing. So you're noticing that here's where we were before with our red space, and our green was over here, and our blues were shoved over to the right. Well, as we put on this unifying color, it brought all the colors closer together, and it also made them closer to gray. But when used in a subtle way, it can help start to bring things together very softly. Got another tool here, which is our channel mixer. And the channel mixer is another way to start to take our red, green, and blue channels and start to adjust their contribution. So in this case, in my red channel, as I start to drag my red channel up, you'll see that it's pushing it more towards the right, and the more blue I put in it, the more it pushes it to the right. The less blue, it'll go to the left. And so we can do some finite color tweaking in here as we adjust our different channels. So I could switch to the green channel. Green channel is probably pretty good shape. The further I drop down my blue channel, the more this sort of yellowy green is going to show up, especially if I don't fill it in with any other color. So if I start to fill in my blue channel with a little bit of value from the red, you can see how we can start to dial in different color values and relationships. And it's also good, again, I've got my histogram on so that we could see before and after what's going on. Okay, so it's probably a good time before we jump into the rest of these. It's a good time to take about a 15-minute break. And why don't we do this? Why don't we come right back at around 2:30? And if you have any questions in the meantime, feel free to post them on the chat window, and we'll do our best to go ahead and answer. Getting ready to come back here. I'm going to do a quick sound check, make sure that it's still working. Great. It looks like the audio is okay. So where we left off, we were still looking at our terrace rendering. We were going through all the various different types of image adjustment layers we have. And we made it through our color correction set, and we made it through our luminance and color correction set, most importantly in this one, curves. And we're about to talk about this group down here, the invert, posterize, threshold, gradient map, and selective color. So the first one is pretty simple. That's invert. And what invert is going to do is it's going to invert your channels. So if I look at what's happening in my channels here, let me turn these off. If I turn on invert, you could see that all it's done is it's inverted my grayscale of the individual channels. In this case, I'm just looking at the red channel so that we can see that net effect. But if I go to the green channel and we look at it too, you can see that it's just inverted those values. Now, invert alone might not necessarily be a really useful effect in a lot of cases, but what you can do is sometimes invert, and let me just go back in and bring on all my channels here. Invert can be interesting when used in sort of different types of color modes and things like that. For instance, if I put an invert here on soft light, you'll see that it's wiped out a lot of my color contrast and so on, and that's put a bit of a muted look to my image. Well, sometimes that's actually a good thing when you're working on trying to even out and balance different lighting effects when you're creating texture maps. So that's one option of using it. And what'll be interesting here, just to cycle through our different transfer modes, you can see what happens with transfer modes as they invert, and we just passed one that I think you're going to find interesting, and that was linear dodge. So if I go to linear dodge and I turn that on, well, it turns completely white. And that makes sense because if we were to invert the colors and add them together, they're going to equal 255. So one of the interesting things you can do with the linear dodge layer as well is you can start to creatively put in some lower contrast points in your scene as well. For instance, if we wanted to start to paint those in, and in this case, let me show you a quick fake trick here. I'm going to open up our Z-depth map. And let's see, where did we save that to? zdepth.tiff. And you'll see I've got my red, green, and blue channels are basically all the same here. If I grab my Z-depth and I bring it in, I'm going to make a selection, Control-A and Control-C to copy it. I'm going to drop it into my invert map and delete my original. And I'm actually also going to invert the Z-depth itself, because what I want is I want white to be where the fog is showing up, pure white where it's showing up, and black is where it's not showing up. So what you'll notice is that with this invert and linear dodge, what we've done is we've started to apply this massive fog that's taken over our image, and it's really, really apparent where that happens. We can control this in a couple of different ways. Of course, we can control it by adjusting the darkness and lightness of our actual map. So as I drag this down, you'll notice that I'm lessening the effect of that. And if I look at my map now, you'll see that I've really started to drop this down quite a bit. And with a bit of invert, we've given this kind of a depth fog feel to it. Now, is it 100% accurate? No, it's not quite 100% accurate because we're not picking up any sort of atmospheric color, but we could tint it, or we could put a couple of couple of color variations on it. But as far as it being a quick way to drop in your Z-depth and take a peek at how it might look, it's not so bad. If I back it up and we go back to our tremendous amount of fog here, one of the things that we can also do is we could just drop this fill value. And you'll notice that the fill value does a similar thing, except overall it's affecting it, and then it's just giving us this bit of fog in the background. Now, one of the things that I'm doing as I'm adjusting my fill values, or any of these slider values up here is if you hold down Shift, it'll jump in 10% increments. So as I hold down Shift, you'll see it jumps in 10% increments. If I hit 5 on the keyboard, it's going to adjust my opacity to 50%. If I hit 0 on the keyboard, it'll adjust my opacity to 100%. If I hit Shift 5, it'll adjust my fill to 50%, or Shift 2 if I want 20%, or Shift 1 for 10%. So there's some quick shortcuts that you can access when you want to quickly start to cycle through these things. So you could just, quickly kind of take a peek at what that is. In this case, I would not put my fog on very strong. Maybe 10 to 15%. This is at 20%. But so that is that's one cool way to use invert. So one of the questions here in Boston is how would you use the Z depth to change the depth of field? And there are a couple of different ways to do that. Most notably, there are some plugins for both Photoshop, After Effects, compositing packages that will allow you to bring that in. What we can do is we can use the lens blur effect inside of Photoshop to sort of fake it a little bit. So let's do this. Let me bring in, actually I want to make sure that if I go to filter, I want to see if lens blur will show up here. Yep, so here's a lens blur. And what we can do is we can choose a source, and that source is our depth map. In this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in Z depth to a layer. Trying to figure out where it went there. There we go. Oh, I may have to have this in the channels. So alpha 1 is what it was looking for as the Z depth, so I'm just renaming it to Z depth so we can find it easier. So now I go back to make sure my layer is selected, filter, blur, lens blur, source map, Z depth. And as I bring up my radius, you're going to start to see, okay, well, it's starting to blur this stuff in the foreground, and then the stuff in the background is sharp. Well, we'll invert it, and now you'll start to begin to notice that the things in the background that are affected by the Z depth more get a little bit of blurring to them, and the things in the foreground stay sharp. We can also begin to do some things with our specularity in here. Not quite as good with 16-bit images. You'll also notice that there can be some artifacting that occurs. Let me zoom into 100%. You see how there's this bit of kind of a weird glow that happens around here, and that's just a byproduct of how this particular Z-depth effect works and the amount of radius and so on. There are other plugins out there that are available that do a little bit better job in decreasing the artifacts, but in a quick pinch, that's not a bad idea. And then if I click on more accurate, maybe it'll give us a little bit better, more accurate look. And if I hit OK, it'll apply that to my image, and we can zoom in and we can see what happened. Now, of course, I over-exaggerated it a little bit so that we could see it, but if I just hit Control Z, you can see what that did. That blurred out some of that stuff in the background. Okay, so we looked at invert. The next one is posterize, and you can see what posterize does. It breaks it down into sort of individual, broken up into individual sort of color swaths. Not a particularly useful effect that we're going to find for our usual process here for posterize. Threshold. Threshold gives you a for instance, if I drag this all the way over to 1 and I start to bring this up, you could see all the colors that are in between black and a value of 11. And so you can also come in here and see, if I go to my midpoint, well, you could see the colors that are above 128 gray are in the colors that are below 128 gray. So you could start to do some things like that. Next one we have is gradient map. And this is actually a tool that I enjoy quite a bit. Gradient map is going to allow us to apply a gradient across the values of our image. So for instance, if I choose my black and white gradient and I hit OK, well, let's take a look at what this is done. This is taken all of my light values and it's applied white, and it's taken all of my dark values and it's applied black. And in this case, because I'm looking at a black and white image, it's done this in a way that it's given me a black and white image. Well, just like we were learning before when we were tweaking our other values, if I actually put this on luminosity, what that's doing is it's mapping the luminance values of my scene to this gradient map as opposed to the colors. So watch what we can do here if I select on the gradient. Well, my lightest light is going to be white. My darkest dark is going to be black. If I wanted to have middle gray be middle gray, I could put in 128 here, and I can make that a location of 50%. So that maps my neutral tone directly to 50%. But if I want to push this and make it darker, or if I want to drag that and lift it lighter, I can start to play some things. And what this is actually doing, oops, put too many in there, is we're giving it sort of a bit of a pseudo curve effect on this. And this should be black. So we're taking grayscale values and we're remapping the luminance of this image. And for instance, if I wanted a value up here to be in between, or maybe even closer to white, so I've done some arbitrary remapping of my luminance across my scene just by adjusting this gradient map. And if I wanted to see what that actually looks like, I can switch that on to normal, and you can find out what's happening here. Well, so you could adjust the luminance values, but you can also adjust the color tones. And let me reset this this gradient. Anytime you're in Photoshop inside a dialog box and you want to reset where you're at, if you press the Alt key, you'll notice that we have a reset button where cancel was. So if I hit reset here, oops, I guess it didn't want to reset. That's interesting. Well, it's easy enough in this case to delete these pieces. Let's say in our shadows, let's just color map this so that we've got some interesting effect here. We're going to take some deep dark blue and drop that into our shadow. Oh, that switched over to brown. And it's non-destructive too, so that we can go in and tweak this however we want. And let's come over here to our white value and map a little bit of yellowy orange to this. I'll bring that up into a good highlight range. So I've taken a gradient map and I've remapped the colors of my scene into the sort of duotone look. And now if I go back to my layers and I look at my gradient map, if I turn this on to color, well, that's applied the color values over the current luminance that I had. If I apply that to luminosity, that's just taken those grayscale values and remapped. So in this case, what I want to do is I want to think about maybe taking a couple of different approaches. Maybe what I do in this case is I do a soft light version of, which is a softer version of overlay using multiply and screen modes, but at a lesser value. And maybe I start to apply this only at 50%. We can look at some different color modes in here. I can also turn this all the way up to 100%, and knowing what I know about overlay, it means that values that are at 128 gray have lesser effect. So that's a multiplication. So if I just keep my multiply value at somewhere close to 128 gray, it's going to have less effect, but I can put this blue color in it. And if I go to my light value, this is going to screen, so the closer that I am to 128 gray on that side, the lesser effect it's going to have. And maybe I want to come in here to the midpoint and even start to brighten this up a touch. And now what we've done is we've given this sort of an overall different type of grading. And remember what I said when you look at the histogram, and let me turn this on. As you start to grade these things, you'll see that the colors begin to line up together a bit more, so they feel like they're more in the same family. They do start to kind of push towards gray a little bit, but it's a nice effect to be able to put on in a very subtle way to start to get a little duotone or a little color mapping if you want to maybe limit the color palette that you're working on, or maybe you're going for sort of a more artistic photograph effect. This is an interesting solution, and it's completely, it's non-destructive. So if you want to try out some different things and push it further, maybe we toss in a little bit of red here and we drop the saturation of it some, but keep the brightness up. And you can see that if we bring these values, maybe put a little bit of blue into it, we start to lighten those areas. So it's an interesting way to start to push a little bit of color into your image, and let's just look at what that looks like at normal. So that's kind of a weird effect just when you start to look at it by itself, but when you put it on something like overlay and what it's multiplying in screening values, we get a bit of a interesting kind of color wash over the image. So gradient map is a pretty interesting technique that you can use. And the last one here is selective color. And selective color is not terribly dissimilar from the other color tools that we were looking at before, such as our color balance tools. In this case, what we're able to do is we're able to go into each one of our groups of colors, red, yellow, green, cyan, blue, magenta, but then also white, neutral, and black tones. And that's nice to be able to get into those zones as well. And one of the first things you'll see is that there's two different selections you can choose. One is relative and one is absolute. And relative tends to be more subtle effect because it's relative to the current colors that are in your scene. Absolute is a more prominent effect because it adjusts the colors in a more absolute fashion. So if we start to take a look at some of the colors we have in our scene, well, we know this cyan color is a pretty prominent color, and if I start to drop the cyan out of my cyan, well, hey, we're actually beginning to get a little bit closer to that original sky color that we were looking at. And if I take it all the way out, you'll see that we've lost the cyan component of the cyan, but we still have these other channels that we can tweak. And in this case, I'm in absolute mode because I'm demonstrating the sort of overall impression that you can get. Set that back to 0. Now remember, the cyan, if you take cyan out of red, it's going to become more red. So as we reduce the cyans there, so let's tweak this a little bit and see if we can come up with a solution that we like. That's looking pretty good. Maybe grab the yellows a little bit and keep the yellows about where they're at, but maybe toss just a little bit of magenta in there to pick up a bit of orange. And now what we want to do is we want to look at our white point, our neutrals, and our black tones. And the first one I'm going to look at is actually the neutrals, because what the neutrals are going to do is it's going to affect this area that's in here. So watch as I begin to shift these neutral values, you could see that it makes a big impact on your overall image. And if I put more cyan to it, that really begins to tint those neutrals to a direction. And if I reduce the amount of black that's in the neutrals, well, that starts to lighten up that mid-tone value. And if I now switch over to my white point, watch, if I put my white point all the way over to the cyan, you'll see how much that's affecting. That's getting those lights there. So I might bump the yellows up. And if I go to my black point and I start to drop a little bit of, push the black to the edge just a little bit, I'm being mindful, I'm watching my histogram, because if I push it too far, you'll see that I clipped off that edge of my histogram. So I'm keeping it just about right there. Maybe I'll put a little bit of cyan into the shadow. So we've achieved a different look by being able to adjust all the color controls of that particular selective color dialog. And again, we can do all those things from our curves before, but sometimes it's a bit more of an intuitive interface as you're going through and you see a particular color that you want to adjust. And it's worth repeating here that if I put this on color mode, it's going to basically skip this the black and white component here that we were moving. Those value components are not going to show up. So if you only wanted selective color to adjust color and not luminosity, you could turn that on to that mode. Okay, and that covers all of the adjustment layers that we can add, and that's a really powerful tool set of Photoshop to work with. And remember that using these using adjustment layers, first of all, it's lightweight on your file. They're relatively lightweight additions to be able to add to your scene. One of the things that that I never showed was that beyond using luminosity and color, which is what I was applying most of my effects at, well, you can also begin to apply these effects using some of your blend modes, and we're going to walk through the blend modes here very shortly and kind of talk about what each one does from its math and which ones are the ones that you're going to want to use in production. There are a couple of things that we can get at in terms of adjustments that are over in our image pull down or image adjustments pull down. And we walk through all of these, but what we didn't walk through is our shadows and highlights. And I had mentioned that you know, whenever we can, we want to keep our adjustment layers non-destructive. Well, remember what we talked about early on when we took our image and we turned it into a smart object? Well, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to select my object and I'm going to right-click and I'm going to turn this onto a smart object. And I'm going to go to, I'm going to double-click on this. And I'm going to go to Image Adjustments, Shadows and Highlights. And now Shadows and Highlights, I believe, usually comes on and it looks just like this when you first select it. And so it's only giving you access to the shadow amounts at the start. And what that shadow amounts is doing is it's actually taking, and again, this is always good to look at our histogram so we could see what's going on. The more I lift up these shadow amounts, the more it's taking this black point and starting to push these values off of 0 and into the image. Consequently, we're lightening our shadows, but we're also beginning to lose some contrast. So what we want to do is we want to show our more options here so that we can begin to play around with what we're doing. The brighter I make these shadows, well, I can also affect the tonal width, that the amount of pixels that will affect. So if I choose 100%, it's going to be able to affect my whole image. If I choose to just let that affect a short amount of my image, you could see that the net effect there is much more subtle. And then, of course, the radius also affects the pixel reach of how that effect blends together. Highlight is going to do a similar but opposite effect that the shadows did, and that's going to reduce the brightness of our highlights. So as I move this highlight amount over to the right, it's going to take these values that were at the edge of our histogram, and it's going to start to push them to the left. And of course, the tonal width determines how much it will affect, and the radius how far it will reach. The color correction, you'll notice, brings back a little bit of the saturation into the image there, and I believe that defaults to 20s because oftentimes you'll, as you bring these colors together, you'll begin to lose a little saturation. And then there's this value here that applies a mid-tone contrast, and that actually takes the histogram values in the middle and begins to spread those out from each other. Well, the shadow highlights, I'm going to hit reset and go back to my default settings. This should be something that it is a nice feature to be able to have. Push this out just a little bit. Maybe grab a little bit of mid-tone contrast. We can click on and off our preview. What that's done is it's protected some of the areas inside of our histogram. It's brought back quite a bit of detail in this area back here. And now that I think about it, I thought maybe we'd be able to get away with using this as a smart object, but I think by the time I save this into my image, I don't think it's going to remember the shadow highlights as a yeah, it's not going to remember that that was in the history of it. So I was incorrect there, thinking that we might be able to get away with the shadow highlights as a smart object there. But just so that we could see what it does, it is a useful tool for being able to bring back some detail specifically in the shadows, or if you get some clipped highlights and you want to gently nudge those back, that can be a good way to go ahead and resolve some of those complicated issues. If we had an image and in this case it's got to be an 8-bit image, and let me open up another version of this rendering. And I'm going to make a duplicate of this file. So what you're going to notice is I have two different versions of my file. I'll just go ahead and delete these so that we don't have to worry about looking at them. There is a feature called Match Color that has some use. If I go to Image Adjust and I come down here to Match Color, I can choose a source file that's open, and what I want is Pool Terrace Night Copy. And you'll see that what it's trying to do is it's trying to read the values of the colors in this file, and it's trying to map them to my image. Now, what you're noticing is it's not entirely perfect because we're losing some luminance here. We're losing a bit of this pool intensity. So we can start to adjust some of the intensity values, such as the luminance and color intensity. We can also begin to sort of fade it back if we want to, and we can choose to try to neutralize the colors. In this case, we don't want to necessarily neutralize it. And it's not a perfect solution, but occasionally it's a nice way to test out an image, grab a source image that maybe shares some similarities with a file that you're working on, and do a quick match color to it. Now, if I turn these all the way up, my color and my luminance, and I hit OK, one thing that we haven't discussed yet is that as soon as I hit OK to that command, I can actually hit Control. Am I in that file? I can hit Control Shift F, and that will pull up a fade dialog box, and that will fade the effect of the last command that I produced. And sometimes what I'll do is I'll apply an effect and I'll overdo it quite a bit, and then I'll come back here and I'll start to dial in the amount that actually applies over the image. So Control-Shift-F immediately after you do any one of these adjustments or filters, anything like that, will fade the effect down before you apply it. The other thing that's nice about that is you can actually take those effects and you can apply a blending mode to it. So in this case, if I wanted to do my match color, but I wanted to apply it, say, on overlay, maybe that's a better technique for what I'm looking at in there, or maybe it's soft light where it's just got a smaller effect. If I turn that all the way up, you can see that it's increasing my contrast in my scene, but maybe too much, so we just want to drop that back. Or maybe we only wanted it to affect the color. So in this case, I left my luminance alone, and that's actually a better solution, right? Because we got our luminance values still, we're able to keep their mojo there. So if I drop that some, now I'm only getting a slight bit of that color effect when I apply it. And if I Control-Shift-Z twice, I get back to my original, and if I do Control-Z, you can see what it looks like now after it's been applied. It's probably a good thing to point out, and something that you might want to do before you go ahead and apply. Let's say we knew that we were going to apply a shadow and highlight to our image, and it was a destructive effect, or a match color, and that was a destructive effect, because we once we apply it, we can't go back. Well, what we can do is we can go into our history before we do it, and I can create a snapshot of that image before we do it. And then if I hit Control-Z again, I'm able to go back to that snapshot in my history panel. So just by hitting a snapshot, we kind of save ourselves a little bit of, ability to undo back to a particular snapshot. We can also, if we want, if I go to my history brush here, if I go to my history brush and I make a snapshot active, I can bring back selective areas of that snapshot just by painting it back. So I'm bringing it back in certain areas to what it was before just by taking my history brush and assigning it, this snapshot is the place where I wanted to bring it back to. So I could selectively apply that as well. And we can grab individual elements from our history and drag them to the trash and delete it. We can also quickly duplicate a state so that we've got a copy of it on hand. Okay, so I'm going to close that down. And I've got a whole mess of elements there that I just hit Shift, Select, and then Backspace to get rid of, to delete all of those items. So let's take some of the things that we've learned here in terms of, now we know a bunch of different color correction techniques, and we have a whole bunch of mats in our file that we can use to begin to color correct this. Let's go ahead and start to work with making some adjustments to the scene. So I'm going to go back to our Photoshop file, and this PSD is the one that has all my mattes and our original color and Luma and our background sky and all of that in it. I don't think we need any of these kind of flattened versions kicking around anymore, so I'll drop those, close those down. Okay, so we did a little bit of color tweaking here to take our, kind of reddish building and give it a bit more of a blue tone and a brighter tone to fit in with the sky. One of the things that we did lose in that process, though, was we kind of lost this nice warm glow that was happening in here. And so that might even be a place where we decide that maybe we want to even kind of paint some of that back in, or as we begin to make color corrections over the whole image again, for instance, if we were to go back up to our hue saturation at the top, we may decide that our yellows, our yellows need a bit more of saturation and maybe a bit more of that orangey color in them. So that would be one way to go about, just at the very top, bringing back some of that additional color that we lost by making our sky match its tones. Well, one thing, and it's kind of bothering me a little bit, is our background here. We said, this is definitely too magenta compared to everything else. We've got all these kind of blues and yellows, and this is all purple back here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit I on my keyboard, and I'm going to start to delete some of these points that were in my sky, and I'm going to put a node somewhere over here on my kind of purple, and somewhere over here on that color. I might even go up to my blue space up there for number 3. And essentially what I want to do is, I see that my number 1 is almost the same red and green, but highest in blue. My number 2 is almost the same red and green, but lowest in blue. And then my top has a little bit, so it's actually not that far off. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put curves on this, and I'm going to make that curves go to color mode. So I'm only going to adjust my color. I'm not going to adjust my luminance in this round. And I'm going to look at what happens if I take some green and I start to pop a little bit of magenta out of it. So just slightly I want to take some magenta out, and just slightly I want to pull a little bit of blue out, and I'm going to go to my red and I'm going to put a little cyan in that image, very slight amounts of cyan. Most of this color that's actually being affected is actually way down in this range down here, so I might want to move my color point, and again, it's not going to take a whole lot of tweaking. So maybe my blue comes down here just a little bit. Things do get a little bit bluer as they get out towards the horizon, unless it's a sunset scene that you're looking at, and they tend to get less saturated as well. So that's at least helping. One app's interesting trick here. I could do this and measure it in curves and see where I'm at. Another trick that I can do is I can actually go to my background layer here, and because this is sort of on its own, I can go to my layer effects, And layer effects, we actually have, of course we could change our blending option, and we're probably all familiar with drop shadows and bevel and emboss. But one thing you can do here is you can do a color overlay. And that doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense, right when you put it on, because it defaults to red. But if I click on this color and I want it to actually pick up that exact sky color and I sample it, well, that's pretty cool. Now what I can do is I can change my blend mode. So let's say, for instance, I wanted to put this on color. I'm not changing my luminosity, but I'm actually just giving it a little bit of an overall wash of that color. And now I've done that non-destructively, and I've taken that exact hue and saturation, and I've dropped it over that component. And that even works okay with our little bit of curves that we put on in terms of color. What is really missing now is we need to put a curves on again, and again I'm going to use my clipping mask to assign it to that. I'm going to go into my luminosity, and I'm going to go into my channels here and start to punch up a little bit of that brightness. And in this case, I'm taking the highlight of my red channel, and I'm tweaking that so that it lifts up. Might even take, let's see how much information, just a little bit of my green channel and a slight bit in the blue. And I probably put on a little bit too much of this color overlay effect at 30%, so I'm going to drop it back. Now, if I put this on normal, you'll see that it starts to give it a little haze back there over it too, which is also an option. If I drop this to normal and maybe I put it on at 10%, I'm killing two birds with one stone. If I do it that way, I'm starting to take out a little bit of contrast as it moves to the back of the scene and give it a little bit of color effect as well. So at least, and of course if you want to turn that on and off, you just can do it here, and it's non-destructive, so that if I didn't like it, well, I could just delete it and drop it and move on. And if we applied a little too much in our curves, we could bring it back. Well, let's say that that's good enough for now. We can always go back in and kind of tweak it. One of the first things I want to do is I want to take the water here, and I feel like it's not giving me enough kind of punch in the image. So I'm going to go to my channels, drop my adjustment layers there, and I'm going to go to that water mask that I rendered out. So here's my pool mask. I'm going to make a selection of it. And what I like to do is, if I have a render layer here that's got some color adjustments on it, there's two things that I'll do. One is I may just start to put my paint inside of this render layer so that it's all together, or I'll come up and I'll actually put a paint layer on this. Well, in this particular case, because of the way that I'm knocking out the background, it's probably a better idea that I do my paint inside of this. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is create a group, a subgroup called Paint. And a subgroup called Render. And the only reason I'm doing that is that I just want, for anybody who opens up this file later on, I'm going to go ahead and save it so that we don't lose any of our work. Anybody who opens up this file later on, I want them to be able to know exactly where things are and not be confused by a whole bunch of layers that are kind of thrown together at random. All right, so the first thing, the pool color is actually not so bad. It's pretty close to our sky color and the tiles and so on. The first thing that I want to do here is I want to drop into curves, and I want that to be on luminosity, and we can call this pool luma. And so move this dialog out of the way. If I just bring up my overall lightness in the pool, you'll see that that's not so bad. And in this case too, you'll notice that the channels, as I start to, if I hold down Alt and I bring that forward, you could see that, well, part of the reason that that wasn't looking so hot was I didn't have anything that was white in it. There was no highlights at all in it. So if I start to bring that forward, I'll get a bit more of that luminance back. Now, what I want to be careful of is I don't really want to get these lights in the reflection that shouldn't be brighter than the lights here, because remember that reflection is, even though it's an add, it's still a multiplication of the diffuse on there, so I want to be careful not to make that too bright. And we could even kind of pinch over our darks, and I'm holding down Alt, and you can see where that value starts to end. Well, we mentioned earlier that when we were creating S-curves that wasn't the only way to increase contrast in the image. We didn't necessarily have to come in here and sweep up and do an S. What we've done is we've created a steep part of the curve, and in this case the steep part of the curve in the pool covers most of the colors inside of that pool. So we know that if we do something like that, if that steep part of the curve falls through there, that means that we're going to be getting a better contrast ratio throughout. And we can always go ahead and turn that on and off. So I would say that that's a big improvement from what we had. A couple of other things though that I'm noticing in terms of our brightness and our lightness in this, and I don't know that I created a matte for it, was the chairs here seem a little dull in comparison to some of the other pieces. So we may need to, before the end of this, we may want to give this a bit of touch up on these chairs. We might not need to actually make a mask and bring them up all together. What we could do is we might even just want to creatively give these a little hits of dodge or something to bring some interest to them. Okay, so one of the things that I'm not loving about the image is this color of the rails here wasn't sort of as burnt red as I think it should be. It should have a little bit more red to it, and part of that could have just been from losing it when we were adjusting everything. So I'm going to do another curves here. This case, though, my curves are going to be a rail color. And, of course, you probably guessed by now I'm going to drop that onto color. And in this case, my red is the value that I want to start to bring up and get some of that burnt red in there. Now, this burnt red next to this kind of yellowy green color is not looking so hot, so I may need to just give it just a tiny little bit of green so that those two look like they're getting hit with the same light. And let's see if I need any touch of yellow. That's probably a little too much red. We should also look at it in the other areas so that we don't fall in love too much with that one particular shot, because if it looks good in that shot, but it looks good in that little area, but it looks worse in our other spots, then we haven't improved the image. So that's one of the things about creating a matte, that encompasses your entire selection of your object. But I'd say that that's an improvement there. It's not so bad up here in these zones. Now, if that rail's reading a little dark, we could take the same selection of it with our curves again. Coincidentally, one of the things that I've done in my workflow, because you notice that for here we're sort of switching back to the different modes of luminosity and color, and I'm doing that just so that we get used to the workflow here of how that's set up. I've actually set up some buttons and some actions that just do exactly this. It puts on a color channel and a luma channel. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons that I did that is I tend to go through this process for every single person that I composite into an image, so I want to kind of run through them. So maybe we'll set up some actions a little bit later. In this case, I want to do rail luma. I'll punch up the highlights on that just a bit. Might even bring down the contrast. There we go. That's starting to fit into the scene a little bit better. Now let's work on the glass. Let's grab some of this. That's the glass that's in the background. Let's grab the glass of the building here. So I've got a glass color that I want to take a look at. And it's pretty interesting. Sometimes it's interesting just to grab these and sort of wildly stretch them out so that you can see, you know, what your change is going to bring. In this case, if I wanted them to become more yellow, I drop this blue out of there. And it's going to be a slight change. I definitely don't want it to be too red or too green. But as I drop this, it'll become a little bit more saturated in the yellow. Slight bit more red. All I'm trying to do with the color adjustments here in the glass is I just want it to get a little bit more saturation so that your eye gets pulled into what's happening on the interior, that it feels like there's a nice warm glow. I think where it's going to make the most effect here is on our luma values. So the brighter the more intense that I want those lights to be reading there, the more that we can adjust these luminance values. And you'll see that if I start to bring up some of the dark values, and let's just zoom right in to this area. If I start to bring up these dark values, we lose a little contrast. It actually sets it behind the glass a little bit better as well. So that's one trick that there we go, maybe something like that. Go ahead and save it. Okay, going back to my channel, is going to grab my wall mat here. And this one I definitely want to be on color because the luminance values of the wall are already pretty good. Now, I think I might need my wall and my trim, or it looks to me, oops. Well, we could do a color balance here just to take a peek at adjusting it with a different type of technique. In this case, maybe I'll pull a little bit of red. Back from it. I don't need a whole lot to get the effect. Yeah, so that's pretty subtle. But I'm thinking that I may also want to bring in the trim at the same time. Let's see if hit D on the keyboard so that I bring up my white. So I just added the trim to that same color solution. And in this case, I'm going to grab my trim as a separate entity. I'm going to put it on curves. Call this trim luma. Call this wall color. In this case, I just want to bring some overall brightness into that trim, so I got some additional contrast to it. And I am using the master curves in this instance because I'm in luminosity, and I actually wanted to push this a little bit towards the gray so that there's a difference. We can also take this paint layer and turn it on and off and see what changes we've done. The trellis and the wood are starting to look a little bit dark. So tweak it. I think this is going to be a wood luma. In this case, I know that the dark values are the ones that I want to lighten up some, and I may even go into my red channel as the area where I start to lift that up a bit. Trying to see what kind of, I don't have a whole lot of color information in that dark area just by the virtue of it the way it had rendered. And of course we can always come back in and we can tweak these if we had adjusted it too much, or we could even take the whole effect and drop down its intensity. Going to grab the floor. Got to be a little careful with the floor because of where the shadows are on this. So I also want that floor to warm up, so I'm going to bring up the, in fact, in this case, this could probably be fine if I put this on normal. And I started to, I'm going to lift up the red point. I'm going to drop the blue point to give it a little bit more warmth. I'm going to take my RGB and master curves and just bring it up slightly. Sometimes it's worth just jumping in here, taking a closer look, making sure that what we did actually helped. Yep, that helps blend that piece together there. You can see that now we're getting a little bit more of this warmth, and it's tying that in. Okay, so these are some general color corrections that we've done. We've gone through it pretty fast with different mattes and tried to bring in all of these different components to look a little bit more seamless. And the reason that they're not looking seamless, the question might be, well, hey, you rendered these all out together with the same lighting and so on. How come, we're having to go through this effort of trying to get everything to look correct? Well, one of the things is that when you're going to work on your image or you're going to work on your 3D file, one of the things that I very rarely ever see people take the time and care to do is actually walk through their texture maps and make sure that the palette of materials that they're working on are white balanced to the same white balance, that are actually color corrected so that they look good, in terms of a palette of materials that you're working on. So if we were to open up the images, and I'm just going to go to Bridge really quick. And from here, I'll go to, let's see, I'm going to find my Terrace file, which I believe is on the X drive. All right, so let's take a look at all these textures that we've got inside of our Terrace file. And it's got some HDR files here that it's trying to load little thumbnails of, so it's taking a minute because those files are pretty big. And of course, they're all at the beginning of this, so they're stacked up and large. Hopefully it'll begin to load this in. Okay, so let's talk about the texture maps just for a second as a palette. Well, one of the things that we're going to notice right off the bat here is this texture map of this leaf. This color is not, it still has some yellowy green to it, but it doesn't look that great next to some of these other brown colors that I've got in here. I think it might be opening up the file. And what we would want to do is we would want to start to take these images that that are going to be together in the same palette, and we would want to start opening them up in Photoshop and actually color correcting them so that as we look at them all together as a palette, there's no, for instance, this wood here is really red compared to the way these colors look. So they're not quite sharing the same white balance. In fact, this white balance has a very kind of yellowy white balance, where this has a bluish white balance to it. And those are the types of things, as you apply those textures to your scene, get more and more pronounced. And it's not that we're not trying to be accurate with our colors, it's just we're trying to get them so that they all fall within a similar palette together and a color space and a white balance, so that that they play well for instance, let's grab this green and this green. Well, these two don't really look that great together. This one's sort of muted and blue. It's got a bit more of a bluish green to it. This is more of a yellowish green. They're both a bit too saturated in terms of, you know, a texture map of what you would want to have in your scene. And so it would be worth your while to take some of these color correction techniques that we just talked about and quickly open up the images. In fact, one of the tricks that I'll do is I'll open up several images. For instance, I'll grab these. We can open them in Camera Raw. And what's nice about that is that I can see all of these textures sort of together, and watch what happens as I start to figure out what my white points are. If I just come in here and I do color balance, and if I wanted this to be white balance towards the cooler side, I could start to shift my white balances in that direction. If I do automatic, let's see what we get from an automatic. So that's actually pushed that to a much cooler white balance, but we don't want to be that cool. We want it to be in a similar place. Looks like it could use a little bit more warmth. Even our blue could stand to be a little bit warmer to fit together, and maybe it's got maybe it's a bit too saturated. Coincidentally, a lot of those color controls that we just talked about are very similar to what you can do here in Camera Raw. We've got vibrance and saturation. We've got brightness and contrast. Your fill light is similar to your shadow and highlights section, as is your recovery tool. That's similar to your shadow highlights. This one that we said was a bit too red, probably needs to get cooled off a little bit. Probably a little desaturated on it. So essentially, if you start to look at your materials more so as a palette, as like this is what you're painting with. These are the colors that you're painting with, and you want them to be analogous to each other and work. When we're all said and done, we can save images out, and it will, you know, it will save those images out for us. In this case, I'm just going to cancel, but you get the point. You could see that part of the reason that we're in here in Photoshop and we're making this stone work a little bit better is because we assigned a color to this material that didn't quite jive 100% with this in our max scene. I'm still noticing that our background is that's my Luma. Make sure you label these so that you know what you're tweaking. I'm dropping the red because I want that cyan to blend a little bit better back there, and so so that's a little bit. I think that sets back a little bit more. Okay, so one of the things we said that we were going to do in this particular scene, and by no means would I say that we're 100% done here. I would fix these greens that are looking a little bit too saturated. We'd render out a mask for those. There's a few little artifacts and things from my rendering that I would go ahead and paint out before, you know, we called it a day on it. But one of the quick things that I want to do is I want to start getting into some selective dodging and burning of our image. And one way that we're going to do that is we're going to do that in conjunction with a blend mode that is going to help us achieve that effect. And we've already talked about it quite a bit as one of the blend modes that that we like. Now, first of all, I'm going to go into one of my channels here and going to check to see if I have anything that's got a high contrast set up around my umbrella. See what I can get out of a quick mask here. Yeah, let's just go ahead and talk about a couple of different types of styles of masking. One good way to mask is use your quick mask mode here, and when you do that, you paint black and white to make your selection. And your quick mask mode, you can operate by selecting Q on the keyboard, and you'll see that toggles it on and off for the selection. So we could paint in here and get a selection of our umbrella. In this particular case, it's got a polygonal outline on it, so it'll be easy enough for us just to use the lasso. And what we'll do is in quick mask mode here, we'll take our lasso around and we'll cut in a little mask of this area. Now, of course, we could go back into 3D and render it out, but I would venture a guess by the time that I was done, I should have this selected. Taking some care not to grab these little support structures in here. Coincidentally, and we'll talk a bit about using a Wacom pen, it's much easier to kind of pen those selections around when you've got a pen to use than your mouse. At least that's the way I find it. But if we've got this umbrella, what I'm going to do is I'll go ahead and create a matte channel for it, just so that we have access to it in case we need it. We did the work of selecting it, so why, do it again. And then what I'm going to do is in my paint here, I'm actually going to create a new layer, and that layer I'm actually going to hit Shift Backspace, and I'm going to fill it with 50% gray. So I just took this layer and I filled it with 50% gray. Now, I could also just put on a mask here. So my mask does that selection and then make the whole layer 50% gray. Either way, it'll work the same way for you. That's fine. But why would I do that? Well, remember we were talking about our blending modes, and one of the blending modes that we were using was overlay here. And overlay actually takes 50% gray, and when you apply it on overlay, it does absolutely nothing. But anything that's brighter than 50% gray is going to use screen. It's going to highlight our image. It's going to make it brighter, and anything that's darker is going to make our image darker. So if I'm in my gray layer here, and I'll call this umbrella, I'll just leave it as umbrella there, I can go over to my dodge and burn tools, and in this case I'm in my dodge tool, and one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn on my airbrush, so that, and airbrush means that if I click on it and I hold it there, it will continue to add more dodge. And my exposure right now is, if I set that to 100%, as soon as I set it on there, I get it to be pretty high. Now notice I'm in the highlights. Well, that's actually not going to have a huge effect on my middle gray. So if I put this on midtones, I'm going to have a little bit of a better effect. And I'm just going to start to paint a little bit of highlight onto my umbrella. And because I'm doing this inside of Dodge and Burn that's on an overlay layer, I am not having to worry about the destruction of it. And if you hit Alt on when you're in your Dodge tool, it'll turn into a burn tool. So that's a good shortcut. In this case, I'm not actually looking to burn anything. And if I didn't like this, let's say I don't like this highlight that's hitting there, well, it's really easy for me to go ahead and paint with 50% gray. If I just want to return that back to where it was, I can come in with my 50% gray and get rid of it. And I'm back to 0. So dodge and burn is sort of a nice technique. Usually I tend to keep this pretty low in terms of my exposure so that I can kind of softly bring in a little bit of highlights, and maybe we'll put up a little bounce light in the umbrella here. I don't particularly love the color of the umbrella. It's getting a little green for me. Some of this stuff is actually getting a little green. So if I wanted to, I can make another color adjustment here, curves, put this on color, call it umbrella color. And I'm not loving the green, so if you don't like green, well, you probably want to add a little bit of red and maybe pull down a little bit of, oh, actually the green was okay. In this case, I want to pull down the blue just slightly to give it a little bit of yellow. And maybe I'll punch up my red. Not too much. That's probably a little overdone. So that puts a little bit of that color on there. Okay, well, if we want, we can do kind of the same thing with our chaise lounges here. Now, you could, and I've seen some people come in here and they actually use the pen tool to start to make their selections, and they'll put Bezier curves and so on it. That's fine. But in an image like this, I'll probably just quickly jump in. Actually, what I'll probably do is I'll first see if my quick select is going to do anything, or my channels, if there's a channel in here that I can utilize that has a distinct contrast. In this case, you see how this value is really similar to the values around it. This is still pretty close to it. As is this. This has the best contrast, but it's still going to be hard to pull a matte out of it. So in this case, I'll just probably quickly pull matte. Now, if you hold down Alt while you're drawing in the polygonal lasso tool, it'll switch over to the other. So we can, we could draw this if we hold Alt, and then as soon as we let go, it'll go right back to the polygonal tool. And what we're going to do in this case is we're actually going to make this quick selection, and we're going to use some of the mask refinements that are available in CS5 to tweak our matte. Now there was one little spot over here that we want to make sure we shift select and grab all that so that we don't miss it. And then of course I was doing this that little demonstration in there. Okay. So now here I'm going to go ahead and do curves, and when I do that curves with that selection, you'll notice that it automatically took that matte and it gave me a curves matte. So we'll come down over here. We probably want to get a little bit of yellow and a little bit of red. Oop, too much red. Just to pull some of the blue off of. And then in this case, because I am pretty close to gray there, I am going to use my RGB value to kind of bring this overall brightness up. For some reason, it won't let me jump into my mask there. Oh, it's because I'm in quick mask mode. So I was still in quick mask mode, and that's why it wasn't letting me jump into my mask. I needed to exit out of that. So here's that matte that we created, and it's doing a decent job of giving us an opportunity to lighten up those cushions. And of course, you know, if we needed to tweak the color even more, we could come in here and we could start to adjust what that's going to be. And just like we had done before, you know, we can select the parts that we want to highlight or darken, and you can see that it will automatically put a point on the curve for us. Well, what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to go into my mask, and inside of my mask tab, you can see that a couple of the things that we can do that are nice and new to this is I can feather my edge, and that puts this nice, you know, blurred edge on it. Now, of course, this is too much on that edge, but it's non-destructive. So it will save that feathered edge for me, and I can tweak it as I need to. So that's nice that you have some of those properties built in. We can also reduce the density of that mask. In this case, I don't want to do that because that's going to take everything that was a black color protecting the rest of my image, and it's going to start to apply that adjustment on everything. But a couple of other things that we can do here, we can jump into mask edge, and this is a really great and powerful part of being able to refine your masks. Essentially, we have a few things that we can do. Views, we can look at marching ants. We can see an overlay of red. We can look at it on black or white. We can just look at the black and white. You can see it on the layers, or you can reveal the layer. Now, it really depends on what you're looking for. I find that in some cases I like to see it sort of on white or black so that I can see what these edges are doing. In other cases, I actually like to see what's happening on the layer so we can find out what the final effect is. And if I do an edge detection, and I'm just going to crank up my radius here, and you can see that it's thinking. Switch this to white. You see what happens there on my radius is it's blurred out that radius. If I try to turn on Smart Radius, it usually finds these edges a little bit better of my selection. In this case, I don't necessarily need my edge detection on there. If my selection was really jagged, we could come in here and we could kind of smooth it out, and it kind of takes all these corners and smooths those. We can feather it, but because what we do in the refined mask controls here are actually, these aren't non-destructive, I would suggest that you use feathering inside the non-destructive point. Contrast, you can see that contrast is going to go in there and take our edge selection and up the contrast. In this case, the more contrast I have, the more pixelated or aliased my selection looks, so that's not necessarily good. But possibly just the tiniest little bit of smoothing to take out some of those hand selects. And let's say I wanted to choke the matte. If I wanted to shrink it down some, here's where I could shift the edge in or out. So that's often a nice thing to do, and maybe we'll look at that when we do some things with people. So I just used a little bit of smoothing on it in this case, and maybe just a tiny touch of contrast to harden up the edge. And I'll hit OK. And it's really subtle in this case because we made a pretty decent mask, but you can see what that it changes it back and forth. And of course, we would want to do the same for this. We would just add it to the selection. So, in the case of our map, we'll come by here. Oops. Try to make this nice and clean. It's not terribly difficult geometry to get in here and select. And if you make a mistake and you don't like the last one you did, you can always hit backspace and back up your selection so that you can try to do it again. And we're just selecting off the image slightly and around the back. And of course, we'll grab this little piece in here. And I'll go ahead and I'll apply that to my mask, and it's added it to it, and now we can see that we've adjusted the brightness of those chaise lounges, so now they kind of pop off the back plate a little bit more. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save my image, and this is a good spot to take a short break. If you have any questions, go ahead and post it to the chat, and we'll do our best to answer it. Let's come back at 20 after 4, and we'll finish off the rest of the day. Coming back, just doing a quick sound check to make sure we're still good. Excellent. So it looks like the sound is fine. So for the last sort of hour and a half here today, quickly I just opened up our agenda so that we can see what we've covered. We've covered thoroughly what we wanted to do working with 32-bit files and EXRs and the compositing math, some of the ins and outs of color spaces and what to look out for, limitations of each, as well as using floating point and so on. We look quickly at our different color modes. One of the things that we haven't done yet is I haven't gone in to an image yet and adjusted the curves in CMYK or Lab to show exactly what that's going to do. We did sort of a cursory look at it, but I'd like to take an image that we've been used to seeing and jump into that. Maybe if we have time today, we'll do it today, but if not, we'll do that tomorrow. We've gotten thoroughly into levels, or when not to use levels, and that curves is our superior tool, but we got into hue, saturation, or color balance, selective color, so on, really using that histogram in order to find out what's happening as an evaluative tool, as well as we use the color pickers to do some color by numbers to make sure that we're able to see what's mathematically happening to our colors. We have a few things left to talk about today. We did get into render passes, which is what we were going to start tomorrow with, but I think it was a little easier to kind of work into today's workflow. So we're going to take tileable texture maps and we'll push that to maybe where we start tomorrow morning. So what I want to do over the next hour and a half, besides kind of finish up this image that we've been working on tweaking a bit, is I want to get into our transfer modes, the rest of the transfer modes that we haven't used yet. As far as I'm concerned, we've used quite a bit of the ones, quite a few of the ones that I find to be useful on a daily basis. But we should go through some of the other ones and take a look. And then there's some image filters that that we're going to want to take a peek at as well. We did use a lens blur earlier as one of our filters as a way to take a Z-depth pass and put in a little fake depth of field. But specifically, I want to go through a couple of filters for Gaussian blur, sharpen, and talk about unsharp mask and high pass, because those I find are really useful features or useful tools for when we're trying to bring out the details in an image. So get back into Photoshop here and take a look at this scene we've been doing. It's probably a good time to maybe take a peek at what we've done so far. So our paint layers have brought out some of the nuances in the architecture and the details of it, as well as we've fixed some of the darkness on our cushions and some of the overall features and color balance issues. Looks like maybe our chaise lounges are just a bit bright. We're getting a little heavy with our color correction, but again, that's one of the nice features of being able to have all that at our disposal. So let's look at let's go right to some of the filters. I think that's probably one of the things that we would want to do on this image is we would want to begin to see what would happen if we sharpened up some of the details. And if I zoom in to actual pixels here, it's a fairly detailed image. We could probably paint in a little vase there, but I think it could still use a bit of sharpening on it. And there are a few ways that we can go ahead, go about sharpening. One of the ways is, of course, you could just do a filter sharpen. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this image and work on a flat copy just for now, but we'll come back to our image. So if I go to filter, of course, you could see that in our 16-bit image, because we're still in our 16-bit space, that we don't necessarily have all of the filters available, but we do have blur, and we have sharpen. And so one of the sharpen features is you just can come in here and you could toss on a sharpen. And what that's going to do, there's no settings available to it. It just applies a general sharpening of your image. Well, that's not what we want to do. We don't want to just do a general sharpen. We can do sharpen edges. And that's going to go in and it's going to find the edges and put a little sharpening on it. Of course, still not giving us the flexibility we want. Now, one thing we can do is if I make a copy of this layer and I do any of my sharpen features, if I do sharpen or sharpen more, for instance, you can see what the difference is if I toggle these layers back and forth. You can see that sharpen more has gotten in here and sort of put some more definition around these pixels. Well, if I switch this mode to difference, well, now you can really start to see what pixels have been worked on. You can see that it's gone around all these different edges of our objects and applied that sharpening. But it's also done it in a way that's just kind of gone through. It's only sharpened edges. It's added more contrast at the edges. And that's not particularly beautiful. Go to 50% here. Now, sharpening, it's very important that when you're using it, that you use it at a zoom level that you're able to see a nice crystal clear picture. So something like 50% or 100% is where you want to be. So I just hit Control Alt Z there to back up a bit. Well, the sharpen mode that we're really going to be interested in is unsharp mask. But before we get there, it's probably worthwhile to do a quick little smart sharpen on here. And of course, as you see, if I crank up my smart sharpen and I tweak my radius here, you can begin to see that you can get way out of hand pretty quickly. Now, we don't want to get that out of hand, and you can sharpen different values in your shadow and highlight amount just by selecting advanced. So for instance, if I didn't want it to sharpen so much in the shadows, I could fade those out entirely. And now it's not actually sharpening in my shadows, it's only sharpening in my highlights. Same goes with the highlights. If I don't want it to sharpen in the highlights, I can drop it down. And we can remove some of the artifacting here just by doing a bit of blur, different types of blur, but we're still getting, you know, this sort of weird artifact on here, and you could see the difference between Gaussian blur and lens blur. So the smaller the radius, the less it's going to sharpen, and or the less neighboring pixels it's going to look at, and the lower the amount, the less it's going to sharpen on it. And if I want to make this be a little bit more accurate in my display, I can turn that on. Now 119% is quite a bit, so here's 1% and here's like 30%, and you can see that it jumps quite a bit. But just to kind of demonstrate where this takes the image from where it was before, if I put on the Smart Sharpen on my image and now I turn this to difference, you can see what the impact has been. So it's gone in there and it's sharpened up those. So that's just by going back and forth. So not too terrible. It does pick up a little grain and so on in here, but what I really want, and this is mostly for edge sharpening if I want to grab some details. In the V-Ray Advanced Level 1 class, we talk about you know, some of the rendering types, the anti-aliasing filters, and one of the things that I've seen prevalent in architectural images is the use of Catmull ROM, which, if you ask me, sort of overly sharpens it. Coming from a photography angle, I would say that I actually try to reduce the sharpening in my images, try to get things to blend in a little bit better. But one type of sharpening that we're going to want to look at, and again, I'll just go ahead and hit Control-J to float a copy, is unsharp mask. And what unsharp mask is going to do is it's actually going to do a tonal contrast sharpening. So if I turn up my amount and I turn my radius up, now you can see that instead of just grabbing those edges of those finite edges, it's actually doing a tonal adjustment to the image. And in this case, if I crank it way up so that you can see it, you can see that it's tried to do these sharpened edges. But if you use this with a high radius value, so if I go all the way up to a radius of 250 and I crank this on, well, I'm not really seeing much artifacting happening from my sharpen. What I'm actually seeing is I'm seeing quite a bit of contrast being added. So let's just do an amount of 100% and a radius of 250. These are not values that I would actually use from a production standpoint, but just to see what it's doing is it's actually sharpening the contrast differences, and you can see that 250 pixel radius that's being used. So let's back this up. Now remember what we said before. So if I go and I hold down Alt and go to my unsharp mask, go right back to my last settings, the threshold value in this will remove it according to its color level. In this case, I'm going to leave my threshold where it is so that it applies it uniformly. That tends to be the best solution. Let's say I want to decide how much I want to use this later. Well, if I hit OK here and it applies it, I can hit Control-Shift-F to fade the effect. And so if I go all the way down to 0, that's with none, and I could start to gradually bring up this effect a little bit. And we could decide when it's too much or too little. The other thing that's a good idea here is that we look at our histogram, right? Because we're making adjustments to the contrast that are lightening lights and darkening darks. And it just so happened that what I had done to my contrast actually worked out okay because we didn't push this into a zone where it had gotten clipped. So this is a type of sharpening that is known, some call it an acronym called HDR, and what that means is high radius, low amount. So that's a pretty nice feature to be able to have, and I want to show you a couple other things that you can do with unsharp mask here in a second. So let me make another copy of this, and I'm going to do filter. Actually, one thing that I'd like to check is I'd like to see if unsharp mask is a smart filter. Let's try to convert to smart object. And then if I go to filter and I go to sharpen, hey, unsharp mask is a smart filter. So what's great about this is that where we were doing our sharpening on our image is destructive. Well, filters that you can use on smart objects are also called smart filters. So if I click on unsharp mask, let's go ahead and leave it with those values even though that we knew that they were too much. And what you'll see here is that my unsharp mask on my smart object is still non-destructive. So I can double click on that at any point and I can adjust my amount. I can also adjust my radius if I want that to be a tighter radius. The other thing that we can do is you notice that I double clicked over here on my unsharp mask and it pulled up my blending options for it. This is really great because what we were doing before with our fade tool by hitting Control-Shift-F that we got one chance to use, well, this is a lot like that. I can drag my opacity of this effect down. So I still have control over the opacity, and I have control over the blend type. In this case, we were using normal, but another type of solution might be that if you only wanted your sharpening to happen, let's say in your light values or your darker values, if I put my sharpening in my lighten values, and I'll just go ahead and turn this up, now I'm only sharpening and it's choosing the lighter pixels where it's sharpened and not the darker ones. So in this case, it's doing some sharpening, but it's not actually pushing the contrast of the dark low. And if I do it the opposite way, if I choose darken here, it's going to choose the darker pixels, and you notice that the sharpening now is apparent in the dark pixels, but not, or the darker values it's going to use, but not in the light ones. You can also use some of your other effects here, but if you do that, if you were going to try to do something like overlay, which again is screen above 128 and multiply below, you would want to put this on very, very small amounts of opacity, because not only are you adding contrast via the sharpening, but you're adding contrast via the image overlay itself. And if we cycle through a couple of these other ones, for instance, soft light is similar to that overlay, but it's less so. And hard light is also similar, except it's more so. So in this case, it's actually an identical effect that's going to happen. And of course, if I chose something like color dodge or linear dodge, I'm going to be taking only the brighter pixels, and I'll be screening those on or adding those on. In this case, I'm adding it on. And that's only going to affect the bright pixels, but it's going to affect them significantly. And if you want to see what's actually happening, what the difference in the pixels are, and this is kind of a cool view if we can see it. Now, that's a little dark to be able to actually see. Let me toss some exposure on here so that there we go. So now you can actually see the pixels that it's affecting, and here's that radius. You can sort of start to see these blurred outlines of the radius of where those edges of the pixels are coming together, and the psychedelic sort of looking image. But that's just showing you the pixels that have any difference. The pixels that have no difference, that are black, don't have any net effect. So take that exposure off. Go back to my unsharp mask. And maybe we put this on normal and we drop this down to 30%. And we get into 100%, and we can see that it's given us a little bit of a nice effect. It's pulled out the edges a little bit, but it's not giving us there's no artifacts to it. One of the things I'm interested in is actually, can we do another unsharp mask? And we can. So now if we wanted to do another unsharp mask and maybe even a lower amount here, we can stack these up on top of each other. And the reason that you might do that is you might use a slightly different radius of sharpening. So for instance, I'm going to go to my first one, and this first one, let's say I wanted to do a smaller radius of 50 pixels. Let me just double check that I wasn't using the I'm accidentally switched the two. So now I've got a smaller radius of 50 pixels and a larger radius of 250 pixels, and I'm sort of giving it a doubled effect, but very faintly, so that each one has a slightly different reach. Now the last thing is, or maybe not the last thing, but another piece of the puzzle you can do with Unsharp Mask is we'll go to Filter, Unsharp Mask. Now let me take my radius all the way down to say 1 pixel and my amount up. Maybe I'll even go to 2 pixels of sharpening and bring my... If I crank that radius up, you could see that at a small amount of Unsharp Mask, I'm actually able to get at that pixel level, which is what our previous sharpening was doing. And we'll hit OK. And now we've added 3 different sets of Unsharp Mask filters. One of them is sharpening the edge, and that's this one here that's on top. And if that's on there and it's a little too noticeable, we can double click on the right-hand side of that piece, and we can maybe drop this down to 50% transparency. And now that sort of lessens the effect a little bit, but we still get a bit of sharpening if I turn that on and off. It takes a couple of seconds now because we're making it work hard to render these filters. And we've created a nice non-destructive set of sharpening on this image. So what else can we do with smart filters? Well, actually, before we move on to that, I want to show you one more type of filter that you can use for sharpening. So let's go ahead and turn all of those off. I'm going to use a high-pass filter on this. So I'm going to go to Filter, Other, and High Pass. And you see here's this high pass. And what's actually going on here, if you notice, if I turn this up to 250 pixels, well, this looks an awful lot like that kind of glowing thing that we were looking at before for our Unsharp Mask. You can kind of see these soft edges, and as I drag this down all the way to 1 pixel, well, it looks almost completely gray, but as you look at it at 100%, you can see where it's finding these edges. Well, that looks an awful lot like what was happening in our Unsharp Mask. And what you can do here is you can actually use this high pass as a type of Unsharp Mask as well. So what we'll do is if I click on OK to this high pass filter, well, this alone by itself is not that great, right? Because we've just made the image kind of gross looking. But if I double click over here on my type of overlay or my transparency, well, what I can do now is any one of my transfer modes that are contrast based, like an overlay mode, everywhere where that pixel was slightly darker than gray, it's going to give me a darker color. Wherever it was slightly lighter than gray, it's going to give me a lighter color. And you'll notice that, well, that's a big difference, right? The ability to sort of wash that on. And overlay might be, slightly too much, but we could drop down the net effect of it. Or maybe we just choose something like soft light. And if we hit OK, and we zoom in, and we turn off our high pass filter and turn it back on, you'll notice that we got some of that nice sharpening quality to it. Sharpening of the contrast of this image with complete control over it. Maybe this is on even too much. We'll drop that down to 50%. Well, that's giving us an awfully similar look to our Unsharp Mask, and we could add several high passes on it just like we did Unsharp Masks. And there's sort of two different ways to go about a similar effect. Now, if you didn't do this as a smart filter, you could just simply put on, you could put this over the top and put that in its own layer, but it's so much nicer to have the smart filters at your disposal because you can adjust them at any time and remove it if you decide that it's too sharp or maybe it's printing out in a way that you didn't like. And you can always come back and adjust your blending modes too, which is great. So typically a high pass filter you're going to want to utilize in some type of contrast mode. Soft light I think is probably a good one to look at. Hard light's pretty nice. Overlay is okay. Once you start getting into your really contrasty blending modes like vivid light and linear light, the effect is probably going to be a little too severe, even when you drop your opacity way down. So I say we stick with soft light, somewhere around 50%, and we call it good. And if we wanted to add another high pass, of course, we could come up here and do filter high pass, drop down the radius of it this time. Now we're doing a 1 pixel version of it. Double click on the right. Turn this to one of our blending modes like overlay. And now just with that 1 pixel difference, let's zoom into 100%. So here's 100%, and you could see what's happening here on that edge. So we've got a non-destructive set of sharpening. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these filters, and I'm just going to select them and drag them to the trash. So I can drag that whole Smart Filters group to the trash and get rid of it. Well, what else can we do as a smart filter? Well, we looked at this. We can actually do some of our blur. Now, we can't do our lens blur in here because the lens blur is a bit more difficult to actually go through. We can do, our regular, we can do an average, and the average is just going to take the average color of the scene and give you that output. We can put on a blur, and just like the sharpen filter that we put on by itself, it's not that great. There's no control over it, so probably not going to use it. There's blur more, which sort of makes it blurrier. Then we can use box blur, and what box blur does, if I go to a smaller value, you could sort of see that it blends it in, sort of uses these squares and pushes it out in 4 directions. So if I click OK, you can start to see some of the artifacting that happens there from box blur. And that's just a specific type of effect you might decide to use. Gaussian blur is probably the most prevalent type of blur that's used. It tends to produce, sort of the nicest results. It uses a radius for its blur. In this case, I'm choosing a couple pixel radius. And here's what this looks like at 100%. Of course, it's a smart blur. So what we can do with the smart blur here, well, let's first of all change the size of this. Let's just really push it. Well, it's nice that we can do a blur and have it be still have control. If you start to lessen the opacity of your blur, the image begins to look like it is sort of a fog or a haze or a little, sort of looks a little ghosty to it. And that's not necessarily the desired effect you want. But one of the things you can do is, if we start to look at some of our, well, let's first of all look at what happens in kind of a contrast mode here. So I'm putting a blur over the image, and I'm putting it on soft light at 50%. And you can see that I've given it a contrast, but I've given it this sort of ethereal bit of contrast, and that's one type of look that you can achieve from that. You can also, if I turn on, let's say I put on screen, or even linear dodge is probably too much. If I do some kind of brightening filter, like a linear dodge or even a screen, maybe, I think linear dodge is going to be what we're going to go with. Keep this at maybe an opacity of 10, something pretty light, and then go to my Gaussian blur and sort of really start to push this out a bit. Maybe even up my opacity some. What we can do is we can start to give things a bit of a glow coming off of them with this Gaussian blur. It's not the greatest effect, but sometimes in a pinch you can find it to be somewhat useful. Linear dodge is probably a little too much there. And maybe we just do it on a contrast mode instead, like overlay or hard light. Yeah, there we go. Hard light maybe does a little bit better job of giving us the net effect that we were looking for. So there it is without, there it is with it. And you can see that we're starting to give it, you know, it's bleeding around. The whole idea is that it's starting to kind of bleed around these edges. Maybe reduce it some so it's not quite as much. So that's a quick trick that you might be able to do with something with your smart filters there and Gaussian blur. Really fantastic to be able to jump into any one of these types of smart filters. Now, of course, there's motion blur and radial blur and surface blur that you can use. Motion blur is, of course, nice for trying to render things as they're sort of moving frame to frame, so we can take a peek at what would happen with it. Actually, I'm curious to see if Photolux is going to open up on here as a smart filter. See what happens. Oh, great. Well, one of the things that we can do then with tomorrow's class, when we get into our color grading, is we can walk through this sort of looks builder here and talk about some of the cool tricks it has in terms of what we can do with it. While we're going through the rest of our sort of filters and our smart filters, we've gone through our blur and our sharpen. Don't know that we need to go through much more. Actually want to jump into lens correction. I just want to see if they've incorporated grain into lens correction here or not. Well, it doesn't look like the lens correction has incorporated the grain, but one of the nice things that that you might try to do, let's say you were working on making this image look a bit more like it was taken as a photograph. Well, one thing you could do is you could add just the tiniest little bit of barrel distortion to it. As a photographer, you actually want to take that out of your images, try to remove the barrel distortion, but in some cases, you know, it can be an interesting effect to tweak. In this case, I was actually interested in the fact that you could do it as a smart filter. But let's zoom into this. Let's look at it at 50%. And one thing that we might want to try to do is we might want to give this a little bit of chromatic aberration. And actually, I want to give this a bit of chromatic aberration. I'm really going to punch up the settings way too high for what they should be, just so that we can start to see what happens. So with some of the lens sort of artifacts that you might get in your camera, we could do all the different variations of color here in terms of chromatic aberration. What you get is, you see on these edges here, we've got a magenta line that kind of comes around, and then on the other side we get this sort of cyan and green line. We get all these slightly offset edges that resemble a camera artifact. And if you look at you know, quick snapshot images, you'll see some of these types of artifacts in your photos. Now, if you're going to use something like this in your image, be really, really subtle with it, because as I mentioned, in photography, you're trying to actually avoid some of these artifacts, but occasionally just the slightest little bit of edge to an image, and maybe I'll pump this up to 20 just so we could see it a bit more. The slightest little bit of edge definition in here that introduces some of those artifacting can make it be a bit more convincing to look like a photo. Of course, I'm noticing that it's sort of hard to see. And I hit Control-0 there to zoom all the way out. And we could even put a little bit of vignetting in our file just around the edges, kind of darkening up these corners. Again, that's a camera artifact from a wide lens. And if we hit OK, well, you could see that it's kind of tweaked our image just a little bit. It's added a tiny bit of that artifacting, and it's done it as a smart filter, which I think is a really nice feature, since if we ever decide that we hate that chromatic aberration, well, we can just go back in and delete that layer and not have to worry about it. Okay, so last thing that we wanted to cover today was we wanted to walk through our different blend modes, and we've gone through quite a few of them today, but I think it's worthwhile to actually kind of see exactly what each one is doing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a couple of squares on my image here. One, let me just change my ratio. Put a layer up here. I'm going to make this 50% gray. I'm going to hit the D key, make that white, and make this one black. So what I've got is I've got a mid-tone and a black and white color in here. And I find it's a really good resource inside the Photoshop help. Let me turn on local here and do a quick search on our blending modes. So the blending mode descriptions, there's actually a nice little walkthrough here where you can go through and it'll tell you what each one does and what the math does. So we'll use that as a reference. There's also, I've pulled up a blend modes on a Wikipedia file here, and this also gives you a bit of understanding between what the blend modes actually do. The ones that we covered quite a bit today that I think are relatively self-explanatory are these down here, our luminosity, our hue, saturation, and color. So we knew that luminosity is going to apply these lightness and darkness values over the colors in here. And as I drag this layer around, you can see what that's actually doing. Now the luminosity of white and black are already at their extremes, so you're not going to see through those in this particular case. As we would imagine, if I put this on color, well, there is no color to these black, white, and gray values. So the color values, the hue and saturation values, are being applied to the image below it. So those hue and saturation values being no hue and no saturation in all of those cases is turning it to grayscale. Saturation, same thing. There's no saturation in black, white, and gray. If I created another image over here and I filled it with red and I made it totally saturated, 100% saturated, and I filled that in, well, that's interesting. I filled red and I got no red out of it. Well, all that's happening is it's taking only the saturation value from that color and applying it to the image behind it. But if I turned it on to color, you would see that color would actually be applying that and using the luminance values behind it. And if I turned it to luminosity, well, it would use that luminosity of the red and take out the red as well. So hue, there's no hue, but now it's taking this hue and it's projecting it onto those colors. It's shifting the hue behind. Divide is, well, divide is the opposite of our multiply technique. And what I'm going to do, actually, I want to show you a quick trick with divide, because it's nice now that it's been implemented in Photoshop. It's new to Photoshop CS5, and we actually have a use for it. So if I open up my Terrace 32-bit file that we were looking at earlier, and this is where we started today with our EXR file, I'm going to take one of our passes here. I'm going to go into the pass where we've got our diffuse filter and my V-Ray lighting. I'm going to take the copy of my V-Ray lighting. I'm going to bring it to the top. Bring it all the way to the top, and I'm going to change it to normal so that we can see it. And then I'm going to take my V-Ray raw lighting and my V-Ray diffuse filter, and I'm going to make copies of those and bring those to the top. Okay, so what can we do with these pieces? Well, we've got a V-Ray raw lighting pass here that is, as we noticed before, it's sort of a nice. It's a nice to have in terms of being able to adjust our lighting coloration and what we can do there. I'm going to open up that smart object, and I'm actually going to delete that levels that we had on it because we don't need it for this demonstration. So that updates. Well, if I have a V-Ray lighting pass and I have a diffuse filter pass, I can actually create my raw lighting pass. And the way that I would do that is I would divide and I have to be careful about which one goes on top, I believe, in this divide. Let's see. Nope, I must have it flipped. Oh, let me make sure that all this stuff is off below it. There we go. So if I divide these two by each other, the V-Ray raw lighting and my diffuse filter, I should come up with something that is this one here, but I have a feeling that it's because of my color adjustments on my smart object that it's thrown it off. So very, very close. I'm actually not quite sure what the differences are, why it's coming up slightly different in the two, because the math should work out correctly. It's the opposite of the multiply, and it may just be that I have the two doubled up on top of each other. But the concept is that if you create just your V-Ray raw light, or if you just create your V-Ray lighting and your diffuse filter or any of the non-raw passes, you can use the divide feature to actually create your raw passes and use those in compositing. The nice thing about that is when you put those back together, you actually get a little bit better alpha channel coming from those. So anyway, that's a good use for divide, where it divides the color below it, but you can see that it actually, where it was black, it is now white. And so that's one of the key ingredients. And where it was 50% gray, it is not doing anything. Then we've got our subtract, which is the opposite of add. So if I click this over to add, you'll see that those are polar opposites of each other. Subtract occasionally would be potentially useful inside of creating some different maths, of doing some channel math. Exclusion is basically the same as difference, except where the two are different, it goes to gray instead of black, or instead of the difference in the color. And the difference actually shows you the difference in the two colors. The difference, the best part of using difference, I find, is that if you have a change in one of your images, for instance, if I just do something really subtle to this image, if I take a dodge tool to it, and we maybe do something really subtle, and you want to see the difference, if you choose difference here, you can actually quickly be able to tell what the pixels are, and that looks probably black on the screen, but if I expose it up, you can see that it's showing me where those pixel differences are. We'll zoom out. Hard mix is in that last set of contrast here, and hard mix, when it goes together, it's actually one of the things you'll see is what it does to the channels. It pushes the channels wherever it goes from black or white, it pushes it all the way to the extreme to black or white. So it only gives you two options, sort of on or off, in terms of what it does. And then we've got pin light, and you'll see that in pin light we sort of lose the middle gray tone, but we get our black and whites in there. And the pin light and the rest of these are good to sort of look at the definition, because they're variations of each other. If it's lighter than 50% gray, the pixels of the blend color are replaced, and the pixels lighter than the blend color don't change. So I would say that in terms of the useful images are useful modes, pin light and some of the linear light. They all have very specific uses, but they're not ones that you run up against as often as you would, say, an overlay, a soft light, or even a hard light. One thing to note, though, about some of these color modes, and I'm not actually sure why. For instance, the linear burns and color burns, or color dodge and linear dodge. For some reason, let me just make a copy of this layer. So I'll put that up here. One of them, I'm going to reduce the fill amount on it, and I'll reduce that down to, say, 25%. And the other one, I'll reduce the opacity down. Well, what you're going to notice is, you're going to notice that there are actually some differences here. If you look at these colors that are the white, when you use the fill amount, it actually gives you a nicer color. It retains the sort of kind of brightness and saturation to it. When you use the opacity, it dulls the effect down. So there are several blend modes like linear dodge, and I believe, let's see, I believe linear light is one of those. So you can see here there's a difference between when you've got your linear light set to fill opacity of 25 versus an opacity of 25. Most cases, unless you're using a layer effect, most cases the difference between the opacity and the fill is essentially the same. But here it looks like it's actually doing a slightly different math depending on which one of those you're going to use. We could switch this up to vivid light, hard light. And in some of these cases, it's actually nicer to look at it at a 50% fill opacity, because you notice that when I switch between vivid light and hard light at the same 100% opacity, it's giving me the same net result. But if I switch to 50% and I go between the two, well, now you can really see the effect is much more pronounced. So in this case, hard light and pin light are giving me the same effect. Here's soft light, overlay. Lighter color is going to allow the lighter color. The lighter color is going to take over the pixel, so it's going to turn it on and off depending on it. Linear dodge, of course, was huge in our compositing math to be able to add our channels together, lighting and reflections and so on. Color dodge. So color dodge is one of those that's a little bit trickier because it divides the bottom layer by the invert of the top layer. And you'll notice that some of your color modes do exactly that, where you can create the same color mode by taking, say, another mode and transferring it and turning it to invert and putting it below the layer, and it will actually net the same result. So it just reorders the math of what's going on in there. Color dodge can be useful for painting in certain glows and things like that when you want to retain some saturation. Screen is a popular transfer mode, but the caution that I would give everyone about screen, if I switch between screen and linear dodge, you see how linear dodge actually has a nicer kind of look to it. Well, what's actually happening is screen is a clipped effect. So if you were to use screen in, and actually I'm wondering if you can use screen in a 32-bit mode. Yeah, you can see that only these functions you can use in 32-bit mode because it would clip the image. It would force it to actually clip. So screen has a good effect when you're using an 8-bit or a 16-bit image, but you can't use it on a 32-bit image. And linear dodge is usually the way to go otherwise when you're trying to brighten things up. You can see some of our burn effects here. Same thing goes with the burn, those burn tools. Switch this over to linear burn. An opacity of 25 versus a fill of 25 is going to net you a different effect. So that's one of those modes that that's going to have a slightly different outcome. And of course, multiply is a really important tool. It takes anything that's darker than white and it will darken the image. White will have no effect. Okay, so using some of these modes in our image that we were working on, if I go to Pool Terrace Night, well, one of the things that we can do is we can kind of take some of the lessons that we learned from our compositing math, and if we wanted to change, say, the look of this glass, one thing that we could possibly do is instead of adjusting the sort of glass luma like we did in the glass color like that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do two things. I'm going to put on a solid color, and this solid color I'm going to give it something that maybe I want my glass color to be maybe tinted at slightly, and I'm going to put this on multiply. Well, once that's on multiply, I've really darkened my image beyond it. So this blue tint has kind of washed away everything below. Well, part of that issue is that it would work better if we were still in 32-bit, because these areas that are lighter than white would not have this clamping effect that we're getting here. So what we have to be careful about is if we were going to try to do some kind of tint to the glass that was using a multiply in an 8-bit image or a 16-bit image that's clamped, it won't have the same kind of result. So if we did this, if we tried to use the exact same math features that we were doing in our EXR files, you're going to get results that you might not necessarily like. The same goes if I come in here and I want to up my reflection and I bring this up and I tell this to go to linear dodge. Well, we do get a nice brightening effect to it, but at some point it's going to clamp out the image. But that is one way that we could enhance the sort of glow coming out of our glass, as we could actually put in a slight color to this. If we put in, I might stick with just the tiniest little bit of blue. Of course, the lighter that color is, the more pronounced the effect, and here's my fill. And now you can see we've sort of given a general sort of illumination to that glass just by using our linear dodge. Okay, so let's see. We're wrapping up here on what we wanted to cover inside of day one. Wondering if there's any questions or anything that before we end for today. Is there anything that you want me to go over again, or anything that we should revisit? Go ahead and type it into the chat window, and we'll see what we can do. Okay, so we did have one question here in Boston, and that was maybe before we wrap up today, we could talk a little bit about some of the actions and setting up those different actions we were going to use from before. So, as I mentioned, one of the types of scenarios that I'll use quite a bit is I'll use this luma and this color as different types of layers that I want to put on an object, specifically when I want to maybe drop in a person or put a composite layer together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Window and I'm going to open up Actions. The shortcut to that is Alt F9, and you can see the default actions that are in here. I'm going to create a new layer, and we'll call this CG School. Great. So the first thing I'm going to do is create a new action, and let's call this, let's call this Luma and Color. And automatically it sets to record here, so it's recording the action that I do. And the first thing I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to create a curves. And inside of, oh, I hate it when the actions panel goes away. I'm going to set that curves to Luma. And I'm going to name this Luma. And at the same time, I'm going to go ahead and create another curves. And this curves I'm going to call color. And I'm going to apply that to color. And then I'm going to hit stop to stop recording. And you can look through all the different commands that we just did. So we said, all right, first things first, make an adjustment layer. It's a curves layer. Set that layer to luminosity. Set current layer to Luma. I don't actually need to do select RGB channel, so maybe let's turn that off and see what happens. Set current layer to Luma. Then we're going to make another adjustment layer. Set current layer to color, and then set that to mode to color. I could also move this up and change the order if I wanted to put it in that way. And let's give it a try. Let's go up here to Luma color and turn it on. So that's what we did. We got a luminosity named Luma and a color named color, and we just quickly have that action. We can delete these select RGB channel pieces there. And we can go ahead and save our actions. Save actions right there, and we'll call this CG School inside of actions, and now we have that set up. Well, we could take it a step further. The Luma and color alone puts just those two blank layers in there, but let's say we wanted to actually tie that to a specific layer that we created. So the first thing that we did was let's do it with a person. Go ahead into our file here. Let's look at our people. Let's open this up. All right, so we've got our person here, and what we can do now is let's record a new action. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to apply curves. Oh, I should create a new action. So here's a new one. and we'll call this, maybe we'll call this people curves. And now it's set to record. I'm going to go ahead and set a curves layer. I wish this layer panel wouldn't hide itself when it does. That curves layer, I'm going to go ahead and turn it to luminosity. I'm going to call it Luma, and then I'm going to alt-click here and attach it to that piece. I'm going to go create another curves layer. Go back to my layers. Call this color. Type in color, and alt-click it to below. Go back to my actions. Hit stop recording, and now let's look at it. We did a curves adjustment layer, set it to luminosity. I don't think we'll need this select RGB channel. Create clipping mask to the current layer. Make a new adjustment layer. Set current layer to mode color. We can probably get rid of this select RGB. Set current layer to color, and then create clipping mask to current layer. So if we did everything that we wanted it to do, we should be able to select this people curves and apply it. And it drops that right in there, and now we can start getting into, you know, all right, what's our lightness and brightness of this without adjusting the colors. And we can get into adjusting the colors without affecting anything else. Now, one thing that we didn't look at is that in this color mode, if I start to actually, you'll see if I drop down my colors here, well, we're desaturating the image. We're bringing down all those colors to each other, and that's desaturating actually the highlights of the image. If I bring this up on this side, we're going to start to desaturate the dark colors just using our curves. So one thing that we might do is come in here, and you could start to tweak the image a little bit just like that and we're only adjusting the colors, and that was full RGB. You may decide that, you know, okay, the red's the one that's too saturated, but we have to be careful about how that works, because it's not, the reason that it looks desaturated in RGB is because we've desaturated each one of these together. If you want to get that same desaturated look, you have to go through each one of the curves, and it's not until you do all three curves that it actually begins to look like that. So don't freak out if you know that doesn't work. One thing that we did mention early on was a tool that we could use, and there's a few different ways to take. Let's say we like the person's pose here, but we're not really loving the color of their shirt. Well, one thing is we can maybe hit Q to quick mask and get in here and paint up a selection. I can, if I turn on my preserve transparency, you'll see that I guess quick mask is not actually adhering to preserve transparency. I wasn't sure if it was going to do that or not, but I could make a selection of it quickly. And I'm just with my tablet, I'm cruising around here, and I'm making a quick little selection of her shirt. This is one technique that you can use. In this case, it's not really that hard to paint. I should turn the pressure sensitivity on for my brush so that I don't have to worry about making my brush smaller. By the way, the key that I'm using here in this case, and we'll go over a couple of other shortcuts for brushes tomorrow. The key that I'm using is I'm using my bracket keys. Left bracket makes the brush smaller, right bracket makes it larger. What we can do now is we could do anything. We could put on a curves, we could put on a hue saturation. In this case, if I decided that I wanted to change the hue of her shirt with that selection, I could start to do some tweaking like it. I could also just grab this color and begin to shift it around. So that's okay. You'll notice that my mask wasn't beautiful, so if I click on Alt, click to look at my mask, I can come in here and fix up my mask. Whoops. Paint in these little pieces that we're missing. So that's one technique. It's not great. I don't know that this would be the first choice that I would have, but it is an option that you have available. And we did successfully sort of quickly change her shirt. We also brought off this this bright piece because we brought our lightness value down. We brought our saturation down. You know, maybe we bring it in here. Okay, we understand that that's a quick way to go about doing that. Another thing we can do, and it's not, this at least is non-destructive. So, you know, for instance, when my mask is a little messed up, I can fix it off of there. Fix it off of here. So it's non-destructive. We can also do this with curves. Drop this red channel down. Actually, in this case, the RGB might be a good way to start to bring that down. Helps if I put this just on color, so that we're only tweaking color values and not luminance. Well, there's almost nothing in the green channel there. So we can quickly kind of tweak her shirt with the curves and bring it into submission. Here's what I would actually do in this particular case, and it should work just fine, but it might not. There's a brush called the color replacement tool, and that's right here. Any one of your tools that have multiple tools you can cycle through by hitting Shift, whatever that tool is. So Shift B cycles me through. And here now I've got some of these transfer modes that we were noticing before. I've got color, saturation, hue, luminosity. Well, color is going to keep the luminosity but allow me to choose a different color. And it's also working like a selection brush, our magic selection. So it's giving me a tolerance to work with. And what I can do is I can choose another color. Let's say I wanted to make it match maybe let's match her bracelet here. Well, with the color replacement brush, I can start to paint on her, and you'll see that it actually snaps to some of these colors. Now, I didn't really pick the world's greatest color to do that. But this tolerance, and if I drop the tolerance down, the other thing I can do is I can do discontiguous, and it doesn't care if the items are next to each other. What you have to be cautious about, though, is you have to be cautious about the colors bleeding into things like skin tone. But it does a pretty good job of being able to get in there. And I should have turned down the tolerance just a little bit up there, be more mindful of it. Again, not the greatest color, but I just wanted to show us that we could go ahead and use that color select, that color replace tool and quickly cruise through a color replacement fairly easily just using one of our modes. If I get rid of that, part of the reason that this isn't working so great is that, let's click on here, turn off this stuff, is that I'm using color, and you notice that I'm using a really, really light color down here, but on color mode, I'm not going to be able to utilize my luminosity, the luminance values of that particular color that I'm using aren't going to come through. And that's actually fine, because as soon as I try to apply the luminance values to this this shirt that's already got all the shading on it, turn this down just a bit. A little bit more cautious right there at the edge. At least now what I can do is I can make it look convincing that her color shirt is, the values of the shirt are actually okay. And I might even consider just dropping this over the bag as well. Turn up my tolerance just slightly. Probably wouldn't even get this close for most work in this sort of pixel level perfection, because unless we were going to see this close up and printed out larger than life, by the time we scale her and put her in position, we're never going to notice. We can also do a couple of things, like we can grab her skin tone. Whoops. Grab her skin tone and replace the color there. So if you needed to quickly fix a little skin tone, that's a good way to do it. For instance, we got a lot of red bouncing up onto her chin, and we could even maybe grab a couple of other little locations of her skin tone. Whoops, that's too much. Got to be careful with which skin tone you choose. Helps if I choose a little bit of a softer brush when I'm working on skin. There we go. So now we at least took out a bit of that color, and I'm just fixing that spot. So if I go back to my history, we can see that we effectively fixed that bounce on our chin as well. And it does a really nice job of being able to, we'll see tomorrow when we start to composite some people into scenes, you can begin to take some of your scene color. For instance, if we were to drop her, let's drop her into this scene. Now, actually, one thing that I should show you is if I create a smart object here, I can shrink her without having to worry about, if I need to get back at her full resolution, she's still full res. So, but once I have her scaled and in my scene and placed where I want her, so, you know, if I put her over here by this doorway, we say that she's about that tall, and then I decide, oh, I'd rather move her into the foreground. Well, I have no problem doing that because she's a smart object. The issue that I do have is if I wanted to try to use my color replace tool on her, well, I have to open up my smart object, and I can't really do that right here in place very well. So I find that once I have her in place, then I'll right-click and I'll choose Rasterize Layer, and I'll let her live at that space. So before I even try to do any curves or color correction on this at all, if we look at her, we can just see that, that's not really working for, well, first of all, the lighting's not going to be what we want, so we'll go in there and we'll paint the lighting differently. But if I just look at what my color replacement tool can do to get me somewhat close, first things first, I'm going to be bouncing a whole lot of yellow light on her, because all of this warm light, all of this warm paint here, she's going to get bombarded with yellow light. And I'm going to do something that's going to look really wrong at first, and we'll tweak it in a second. So I'm going to take this yellow, and I'm going to push that over, and we're going to say, wow, that looks really disgusting. But remember that we can hit Control-Shift-F for our opacity. And as we start to maybe drag this opacity down, we can now dial in how much of that yellow is going to get placed on her from the color replacement tool. So here's where she was. This is with a bit of that yellow applied to her. And you can see that her skin tones and the overall colors are starting to at least get touched by the right temperature of light there. So that's a nice quick fix for that. Another fast way to do that, I'll skip all of that entirely, and I'm going to go to my layer effects, and I'm going to do a color overlay, and I'm going to go to my color overlay and select a little bit of this yellow color that she's getting hit with, something like that. And now if I do the same thing, if I put that on color but I drop it to a really low percentage, I'm essentially giving it the same net effect. The thing that's nice about this, non-destructive. So we can always go back into our color layer, tweak it. If we moved her to a different part of the scene or whatever, we could mess with that. Okay, so we covered quite a bit of ground today. I think we got through as much as we wanted to. If there's any questions, go ahead and post them up on the chat. I'll wait around a couple of minutes, and if there's no questions, we'll sign off, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.